Baby, hand me my tank top that's over there, please. Come man. Yeah, man. Sit your ass down. Why you ain't close on me?
I'll have to calm him down. But I can't do that and smoke a blunt. That's nasty. I'm not doing it.
Alright. All was a big deal. I'm sure. Hey! I ain't mad at you today. That's a good thing. You hear me? Thing is, my nigga, there will be no shitting in the cage, no whimpering, no whining for the next 4 hours. If I hear that shit from either one of y'all, you won't get the treat that I got for y'all.
What you doing about this?
Huh? I gotta be at work at 10.
Yeah.
I'm saying 4 because when I walk out this door, if they ain't at the same point, they ain't getting shit and they gonna be sad. Ain't that right? I know you know. I don't give no fucks.
That's it.
Oh, you bitch ass nigga, you gon' I'm finna fuck your whole understanding up on stone. I'm jumping right back in this mouth. Fuck you, man. Hoe ass nigga. I can fix it, yeah. What was that match up? Oh, that's some faggot shit. Okay. I ain't sure. One of them lights gotta go out. It's too bright. Oh, they bogus as fuck. They took my character from me. Oh, you a faggot. That's the bitchest shit I ever seen right there. Man, I just got cheated out of a fucking match over who the fuck I could pick. Whack ass niggas, man. I like that song. Thing is, I gotta translate it for you, but
You don't need a translation for me. I'm just saying he's Spanish, so.
but I know what he's saying though. That's why I'm like, it's kind of fucked up because, I mean, you can like the beat, but unless you know the words, you can't understand how he snapped on the song. But he actually went hard on that shit.
So as we get our first look at the structure, the elimination chamber, competitors looking on, waiting to be unlocked from their pods. Let's take the opportunity again to let you know how this match works.
Come on, Shelton, beat the fuck out of him.
But at certain time intervals, a new competitor will be released from their pod. You can be eliminated via pinfall or submission. Last one standing is the victor. Reversal! What a counter! Flipping the script on him there. Counter after counter. He manages to escape it. Ducking out of trouble. And another counter.
Oh yeah, I feel the buzz now.
Elbow after elbow.
Okay.
And a third.
When that blunt go out, can you roll up the next one real quick?
No, that'll break his arm. Vicious. He's getting a little battered now.
I'm trying to smoke at least 2 blunts since I have to deal with bullshit.
Get him into the corner.
Don't mean I
Get your ass in there.
Non-stop blows.
And returning to the ring. And another just non-stop aggression.
You come out of there, I'm gonna break your goddamn leg.
Reigns is facing some serious trouble.
Yeah, Shelton is appearing unstoppable.
But like I was saying, can you roll the blunt?
Take it head over heels. Just sending a message there.
That's it
On the
right there.
outside, now one of those dangerous places to be in the Elimination Chamber.
So I bought this out of my savings account that I had for my kids.
Here we go.
Beautiful. Swinging neck breaker.
Good.
If you want to survive the Elimination Chamber, do you think offensively or defensively?
I want you to be able to see it, though.
Offense in the
That's
chamber. You need to constantly work toward thinning the pack. The more people you eliminate, the fewer obstacles between you and victory.
Here they come.
Sent into the corner.
Gotta hurt. The rattlesnake heads up high.
From the top.
Oh, huge miss there. Out of the ring, out of the chamber, floor now.
Benjamin has put a lot of competitors out with that. Flying off the top of the pond and getting the biggest impact possible.
Opened up into the match.
Oh, that'll prove the clock. Look out!
What's up, family? I see your ass up there.
Look at this. Snap suplex.
Ooh, treading all over their opponent.
And setting him up. Oh, I need a ace.
That's gonna hurt.
He's trying to intimidate his opponent one more time, but he's got to strike soon.
Now there's a guy you do not want to see at this point in the match.
Reigns falls short.
Oh.
He's eliminated. Eliminated. Holds back Theory's attack. In the corner he goes. A perfectly placed target.
Effective body blow.
Veteran instincts are lost it. The rattlesnake's being picked apart.
Yeah, Shelton is appearing unstoppable.
Oh, that'll break his arm. Vicious.
Oh, that might have just broken something.
Oh, big boot.
Gotta respect the strategy to work over the arms.
What a boot. He's absorbed some damage already.
So much damage inflicted.
Well scouted reversal there.
Gentlemen, business is about to pick up.
Square up.
Down he goes.
Who's you?
Stiff kick. Oh, you can tell he's feeling it now. This
No,
fight
they
is
got
pumping him
picked up at around like 9. Because I was trying to figure out who the fuck was at the door that late, man. I know we was sitting up there.
Straight into the post on the outside.
Sleep down there. You know what I'm saying? So
Leaving the ring now to explore the chamber. Great reversal. He's outside the ring now.
Hope he's got a plan. Oh my God!
oh, get off me.
This tag team looking to end their opponent. Perks of having friends, Saxton. You should try it.
Look at this, going counter for counter. And that holds Theory back.
The powerbomb.
He can end it here. He's got him. What does it take to keep this monster down? Wow. Kick to the gut. Ooh, brutal forearm. Ooh, kick finds it.
Big time clothesline. Good grief.
Into the cover. He breaks the pin before a 1 count.
I can't believe the ref didn't even get to 1.
Oh, a flurry of strikes. Devastating. Oh, Shelton Benjamin counters. Turning the tables.
Oh, well, give me a minute. Hey, I can talk to you through here, beloved, but hey, right now I can't do too much of shit because I'm playing the game, bro. I got Braun Strowman. So just text me what the demo is, and from there I got you.
Austin had that one scouted.
All this bitch ass nigga on stone, I'm finna fuck him up. Man, I'm not going.
Enough already.
Nothing fancy with that boot.
Just text me, bro.
Climbing to the top.
Hit me through here, through the message board. I can see it.
Vice-like grip on the trapezius muscle. It's terribly painful.
Let him have this man. He's earned it.
Targeting the arm now.
They is not letting me get out of this shit. Come on.
Setting it up. Thunderous clothesline. Big time hammer fist. Just breaking down the opponent. He's certainly lining him up, but he's wasting too much time. And he goes into the ring. Taking this one back to the ring now. Just like that. Here he goes for the win.
Shoulders down.
No way. How this match is still going on defies all reasoning. Austin has put away so many opponents like this before, but tonight is going to be a tougher battle for the Rattlesnake. No surprise that what we're witnessing is trending. Forget trending on social media. Promotion in the arena is turning on the Richter scale. Oh, man, what a kick. Shelton hits Baker.
Amazingly executed.
Check out the power of Strowman. Oh, hellacious. Here's the cover for the win. Shoulders down. Wow, just barely making it out. Perform on your heavy hitters. And there's the cover. Oh, right to the kidneys. He's heading back to the ring.
He refuses to stay down.
Pure instinct. Talk about dismantling your opponent.
Shelton expected that.
On the outside now, one of the most dangerous places to be in the Elimination Chamber. Strong suplex. Outside of the ring now.
What's the plan here?
Ooh. Oh, strong impact.
Lesnar is primed to unleash his rage on Strowman.
Good tap out time. Rock is in.
He's got to tap out.
What a wrist clutch suplex. Has been eliminated.
I got eliminated up. Tap out.
Exploder suplex. Buster. Shelton hits Baker. This could do it. Oh, foot just stomping down. Whoa. Look at this raw power. And setting him up. Oh, a knee to the hands. That's going to hurt. You can't take much more of this.
This is a very dangerous situation now. Right now, Brock needs to find the form that has made him a dominant force.
And Theory able to adapt. Kick to the gut. I have a theory what's coming next.
Ataxia. Can Theory close this?
Working on the arm.
Oh, man. Ooh, good contact.
Oh, what a big uppercut.
Heading back to the ring.
Shelton gets intercepted. Thunderous powerbomb. And more attacks to his core could hinder his offense. And he's able to reverse. Each competitor showing they've done their homework. Reversal on top of reversal.
Theory is out of the way.
You can sense it. This crowd is on pins and needles.
The WWE Universe is ready to erupt. Are we close to the beginning of the end?
And Theory is being pushed past the break now.
Doesn't matter how long we go into this one, Shelton is going to remain relentless. Lesnar moved. Watch this, Northern Light suplex. There's some power behind that punch. That one has to end this.
He's going for the pin. This could be it. No, didn't get it.
Where in the world is he getting this from? His beating heart will not be stopped.
All of that.
Austin Theory looking to end this.
No, Ataxia.
Hey,
Theory put it away here.
He'll head to the ring. 2. Oh, he kicked out.
I think Paul Heyman's heart just skipped a beat. Was that a wake-up call now for Brock Lesnar? Has it just angered the Beast more?
A new strategy is needed right about now if that couldn't end things.
Oh, man. German suplex with the release.
Quick thinking from Theory.
Shot to the patella. Uh-oh. Discount flush. Brock down with a snapmare.
Bullseye with the drop kick. He's able to combat out of Brock's grip.
Vicious right forearm.
Sleeper slam.
You never see that coming.
DDT. Landed. Placed into the corner. Maluma kick. Dropping the elbow.
DDT.
Out of the ring and on the chamber floor now.
And he has free reign to the outside with no countouts to worry about.
Counters. Oh, God.
Strong takedown.
Now that'll do some serious damage. He's going for it all.
Oh no, what's this all about?
He's making the climb. He returns to the ring.
I don't like the looks of this.
Not from up there.
Using the pod as a launching pad, and the attack hits the mark.
You can paint that dive and put it in a museum.
Nice takedown.
Theory in a daze. This might be over.
Good attack on time. Kimura lock is in. Give up now.
Swallow Lesnar with a win. Got him. There he is. From way up. He misses the target.
Short flight, but a rough landing. The Beast ready to victimize another one.
Oh, Lesnar.
Good attack on time. Kimura lock is in.
Submission.
He is doing whatever he can to break the Kimura, and he does.
Wow, Brock waylays him.
About to. I ain't gotta be at work until 10. So after this match, I just
He
want to see
turns it around. Benjamin can't give it a shot.
That was nasty.
Oh, that'll weaken your arm.
I still want to get tickets to go to the next live event.
Slam.
They got a live event coming up. Just one of their pay-per-views.
Just in time.
You can't take any more of that. This must be over. He gets the win inside the Elimination Chamber.
Damn, Shelton Benjamin beat Brock. Okay. Okay, bravo. I'm finna bag up out this demonstration. So I got it set up where I can link into my shit from my phone when I want to get back on wrestling. Because I'm going to play it on my break if I get one. I get tired of playing my PSP. I can't play my shit that I like playing. And I can't get online anymore. Because they jailbroken. I can't even blow on. Yeah. Smack. Why are they popping up? It's showing every damn thing other than the fucking.
Just go to
Because it's not showing SmackDown, and that's part of the list for our shit. But it's not showing that. See what I'm saying? So now I gotta type it up. That's stupid as fuck. I shouldn't have to do that. I know. That's what I'm about to do now. Yeah. I just hate the fact that it make us go through all that dumb shit for stuff that's already in the list.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, all bundled together. Just like that breakfast burrito.
So can I get chorizo?
Yes, metaphorically, yeah.
Carnitas.
Just chicken. Just give me a bunch of chicken.
Oh, bacon?
Oh wait, there isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce. Can I get chips?
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what we're talking about anyway.
Burritos.
Sure.
Okay.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com. Then, now, forever. Together.
Friday Night SmackDown on Fox. Sponsored by Progressive, a triple bill protection with home, auto, and more. What the hell? What's going on here, Cole? It is a Viking rules match. Of course, because there are no rules in Falls Count Anywhere.
Nope. They ain't put the new shit up yet. They ain't put the new stuff up yet, so we still gotta wait. Because we saw that one. Hopefully it'll be on by the time I get back from work. I still got time, so I ain't finna rush to get up to get ready. You tell me whatever you want. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me get in.
All is well. Start running. Hey, draw. You in tune with Anthony Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
Hey, tell that brother to get at me ASAP, because he got on my YouTube demonstration when I was broadcasting one of my games, telling me to hit him up ASAP. But when I call this brother, he don't answer. You dig? And you know that shit ain't the scope with me. When you say you need me and I'm able to be available, I make myself available, you respond. You draw? So yeah, I feel some type of way about that. The only reason why I ain't got back to you is because you been hitting me when I be at work, bro.
Oh, okay.
So pardon the body on that, because I would have sent you the text a long time ago on Stone to let you know that. But in the process of me working, and I work at Jiffy Lube, them cars come in and my GM and my district manager be on my ass. So yeah, I gotta make sure I get that shit out the way. But draw. I need you to get in contact with that brother right now. Tell him I said hit my line ASAP. I better hear from him in the next hour on Stone.
Oh, well,
Yes, sir. Key 20. What's up, little bro?
Yep. What's good with it?
Why I don't see your face, nigga?
You see my face?
I see your eyes, motherfucker. Who you hiding from? Nothing. I wanted to see how you was doing, my nigga. I ain't heard from you in, what, 5 years?
5 years.
That's what it feel like. How you feeling?
Yeah, that's what it feel like.
How you feeling?
Some decent shit, ain't. Shit, I had crashed on my boyfriend, man. My fucking phone died and shit last night. I was drunk, shit. And man, shit. I was supposed to be my landlord at the crib, but shit, I told this shit.
Hey, I'm gonna let you know something right now, beloved. You my family. You the closest thing to me besides your big sister. Hey, I might be getting married probably by the end of this year or next year. But when I do, you see who your cousin about to be, right? Say hi. Say hello.
That's you.
Yeah, hey. She be on my ass, but drunk. You might have to come out here.
You ain't trying to do that?
I probably won't do it until like December or January, depending on how shit go with finance, because I want to move too. You still at the railroad, or you doing something else?
Hell no. Not too far from it.
I see you having prayer time.
Oh, okay, all your messages ain't touching.
I see you having prayer time right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, that's a good thing. You still do forensics? Or you say fuck it now? You still doing forensics, or you saying fuck it now?
Got straight to it.
Oh, okay, oh well. You already know I gotta check on you. You know those is etiquettes we gotta pass down through the lines. I taught that shit to y'all, so hey, making sure. Keeping out of trouble though, right? Where you working at now?
Joliet with it. Yep.
That's what's up. What Terrence say? You talk to him? Bro, hold on, let me see. You got dreads now? You got locks?
I called him around Savannah's birthday, but shit, he ain't answered, but I forgot to hit him back.
You got locks now?
Yeah.
Why it look like you got it shaved around it?
That shit ain't like everybody else. Shit, that's right, bro.
Let me see. Let me see it. Take the fucking hat off so I can see how your shit look compared to everybody else so I know the difference. That's what I'm saying.
Do all that right now.
Damn. How long it take you to grow that, bro?
Yeah, I forgot. The end of 17.
Damn. When I left, your shit was nowhere near that long on cheek. Hey, you know I love your ass, but man, hey, I'm jealous right now. I can't grow my shit like that no more. I ain't got the patience. So I ain't got the patience to be trying to grow my shit to even do that. But your shit look dope. Hold on, how the back look? Damn. I see you. I see you. That shit dope. I ain't even mad at you. Respect. Respect. Hey, you still fuck with your homeboy that be rapping? The light-skinned one, the one that I actually like, Trouble.
Man's house now.
Straight up, where you at? Tell that nigga I said what's up. Yeah, I ain't heard from that nigga in a minute, man. I see you, my nigga. Damn, look at you with the fucking bird bush damn beard, my nigga. Damn. It's been years.
Hell yeah, you know I fuck with you, bro.
Hey, what's up with the music tip?
You should know what's up with me.
Hey, you ain't sent me nothing new. You was sending me new shit like every fucking week. I ain't seen nothing in a minute.
Gotta subscribe to Trouble YS on YouTube.
Oh, it's still on the same YouTube? Don't trip, I'll go on there and look. See, I thought you was still posting them on Facebook, because, you know, I barely be on the internet like that now. With me working and shit. I'm drawing. Hey, with you doing all that video feed and shit, I'm surprised y'all ain't made like a little low budget ass movie or something on some hood shit. Cause I know you good with the camera etiquettes on that shit. Cause I was thinking about trying to get up with you and my cousin on that shit so we can get something together and try to make a little hood movie when I was talking about coming back before I got on paperwork. I'm so glad I'm off that shit. It ain't even funny. But yeah, I was trying to see what y'all was on that when that shit first came up. But man, it's been a minute since I heard from y'all, so I had to check in with you and see what the demo was. I got like 2 or 3 hours before I gotta get ready to go to work. So right now I'm smoking, doing my little check-ins with the people I got love for. So cuz I know you busy, your ass acting nonchalant. And you like my little brother, nigga. Me and you done went through too much shit. Oh, you got new tats? Hold on, let me see that on your arm, nigga. It's your little bird body ass. You was bigger than that when I last saw you. Alright, let me see that on your hand. The tat. That shit dope as fuck. I ain't even gonna lie. Who be doing your shit?
I ain't gonna lie, shit. Damn, not probably gonna get touched up on that farm.
Hey, I want to get me I want to get sleeves where my shit covered on both of my arms from where my mama's shit at all the way down on both sides. I want to get one with grandma. And then from there, after that, I'm gonna do a whole mural with the family tree either on my back, around that cross, or I'm gonna put something where it cover up my chest to my stomach. Like I said, I want my whole upper body like covered with that shit. Since I can't grow my hair like you, I'm at least have to do my pockish aspects of things and get on my Tupac era. You dig? Motherfuckers don't know I used to be that nigga back home in the shop, so at the end of the day, I'm finna have fun with that.
Slide over there.
Hey, when the last time you been at the house?
A minute? Shit. Should I be work, boy? I'm lucky to be off right now, boy.
I wish I could say I'm off. I ain't off until tomorrow, man. Shit, I want to do something with my flower, but shit, I had to snap with my boss yesterday because motherfuckers tried to fuck me out my money and shit and my hours. You know, I worked on Labor Day, so I'm like this. I need my time and a half on Stone, or I'm gonna flip the fuck out in this bitch.
You need that time and a half, huh?
Hell yeah, I need all my money. Shit, I missed 2 days and shit being sick, so I ain't trying to have none of that. But nah, hey, whenever you get the chance, go over there by T crib and tell him I said hit my motherfucking line, bang it up.
Yeah, when I be in the area.
I know that motherfucker.
Never know, it might be today.
Alright. Hey, what's going on with Shaq?
I don't know, shit. Ain't talked to him in like a year.
Straight up, that was your ace boon coon. Shit changed, I draw.
I mean, shit, you got a shorty now, so shit. I don't know.
For real? I ain't know he had a kid.
Yeah.
How old?
Probably like 2 or something like that now.
You ain't got no kids, nigga?
Nah, bro. Shit, this block,
Hey, don't trip. Eventually you gonna end up having kids. Somebody gonna knock your ass down where you gonna sit down for a minute. And you gonna understand what me and your brother go through. Keep living. Learn to find love. And be happy with shit other than money. Alright?
You already know.
How your mama doing?
I need my time though right now. I ain't got time for that.
I hear you. How your mama doing?
I need my time, shit. Once that coming away, shit, your time is very limited as an adult.
Hey, my time ain't limited shit because I'm not controlled by time. I control time. It's a difference. Shit. Hey, but how your mom's doing?
No, shit, she decent, shit. About to hit her up in a minute.
Tell her I said hello.
She the other day.
She what? She what?
I shot that. I give her your number.
Alright. Well, shit, I ain't gonna hold you long. I just wanted to check in on you, little bro, and tell you I love your ass and keep out of trouble. I know your ass gonna do that anyway. You still packing? Oh, look at the doggy. Hey, it got the nerve to look like my puppy wuppy right now. Real shit. Look at this. This dog look like Max. Smart than a motherfucker too, I bet. Hey, what breed is he? What breed is he? Yeah, it looked like he got some German Shepherd pit qualities. That's why I was looking at him, because my dog is a Labrador in the pit. And they smart than a motherfucker, and it takes away from a lot of their health conditions when they bred it like that. German Shepherds and pits and Labrador and pits are good breeds to mix. Yeah, he's smart. How old is he? How old is he? Yeah, hey, stay on him like that. Man's 2 years old, and his little ass smart than a motherfucker. He the only dog I've ever had that don't like ass whoopings. We had one fight for like, what, an hour? And after that, that nigga been straight ever since. He pulled the scooter on me. That's why me and him got into it. Now you remember how Scooter used to be with shit on the floor being ornery and shit.
I think Scooter just died or something.
Yeah, Scooter died because of Grant. Grant gave her ass a hot sausage. Caused her ass to have a heart attack. Tornell told me about it. And I don't know who to believe. Part of me believe it's Tornell that I should listen to. But part of me believe that it could have been Grant that I need to listen to. Because Grant said that, made some hot sausage and gave it to her. What's her name? That girl that Tornell fuck with that I don't like in the house? No, not Angie. The other bitch that Ronnie was finna beat up in the house while me and Ronnie left the house. Because we finna beat Tornell and that bitch up. Damn, I forgot his girlfriend name. Because she stay in the house right now. No, she stay in the house right now. Thinking she running shit. Trying to force Tornell to marry her. So she can try to take that house and shit. Shorty with the dreads, you might be talking about one of my little cousins. So I gotta figure out who you talking about. No, we ain't talking about nothing dealing with Angie. No, not the same person. Angie has been so far out the picture, boy, I'm talking about since I had to sleep on an air mattress in the front room. Because Tornado had so many bitches over there at that house trying to put him in front of Granny and Grandma. It ain't even funny, but the one he got there now is the one trying to force him to marry her. But yeah, tell him I said hit my line. I ain't gonna worry about it. Like I said, hey, little bro, go on here and handle your business. I'm finna chill with my flower for a minute before I have to get up and get ready to go to work. I'll hit you back. Alright. Peace. Tell Trouble I'm gonna hit him up later. Yup. Love, I'll talk to y'all later. Alright. Hey, bro, I'm gonna hit you up later. I gotta go on my Crown V page to hit you up because I think that's the only thing I got access to you on. Alright, so I'll just hit you up later on, bro. Alright. Peace. Love you, cuz. Stay out of trouble. Yeah. Peace. You could have been asked me for that. Yeah. I gotta pee. You don't have it in the bathroom to use for the tub and the toilet. I need one from the kitchen. That's why I said you need to use it. That's it. Well, shit's out there since I'm on the bitch and get you about that. And from there, I'm sitting on 4 minutes while taking a shower and shave to get ready for work. It's only 7:40, so I really ain't got a rush on it. But you know, so once you're prepared for work, I want to get the car fixed, but I don't want to have you bring it up there. I'd rather bring that shit myself when I'm at work. So they can't say shit because it's already, can't put it up. I'm working on car and like that. It's just me working on my car, glass gas, and why I don't have to make my hand at the store for me. If I had you bring them up there and put it in there, it's like I'm still up in the store. So, because all that's on camera, that's why I keep telling you I need to be able to take the car up there to my job so I can have that shit put on. Because when you're doing that, at least I can bring it in on a slow level and have somebody come and put that shit on. And they see me on camera driving up there, so it's not you bringing it in like you stealing shit from me. My car needs maintenance because it's leaking, so I need help. And since I work at a car shop and get on this shit, whatever I need, I can just pay a subsidy to it. That's why I was able to get the gasket for cheap working. But I don't want to get nothing on the company account where it comes back and it's a negative result. 2 niggas that already did that shit in front of me, which let me know I need to pay that shit off my car. Because they be doing crooked, weirdo shit with money and accounts and how they bring that shit up with people. I'm not trying to get caught up in none of that bullshit. Eventually, that's gonna backfire.
Well, if you take the car today, that means I can't go to the nail shop till tomorrow.
I already said I want to go to the nail shop with you anyway, but you tripping.
I can't wait, because then that shit
But
gonna
don't
fuck
you
up
have
my
a
real
coupon
nail.
for it? You can't go
That
tomorrow.
expires on 12, which is
Right, so you can't go tomorrow?
I said if you take the car today, I don't have to go tomorrow.
But I want to go with you tomorrow as well. That's what I'm
I
asking.
can't afford both of those. I can barely afford to even get my nails redone. I have to take them off.
So if I go and I go with you, I can't go with you.
When are you gonna do it?
I'll come in tomorrow. I still have my same days, Thursdays and Sundays. Remember, this is my Friday as far as the weekend is concerned. My bad if I'm getting the...
I'm not taking it in.
I was just asking if I could do the same shit. I want to do it, but I miss doing that shit.
I know you do, but sometimes I can't afford both of them.
I wouldn't have to see you doing bullshit for it.
So if you take the car today, just leave me my backpack. That means I'm literally at home and there's nothing to eat. So
It is stuff in here.
we have no milk. Yeah, I can't make this oatmeal.
Like I said, I ain't trying to hinder you, but that's why I've been getting at you about that. But I don't think you understanding what I'm saying about that. I know they watch them cameras, especially the district manager. And the GM, they be on that shit. And they be catching up Ernie on certain shit as well as other motherfuckers that is
Big.
so.
You ain't gotta tell me all that. I know that. I'm just saying, I have to think about what I'm gonna eat because it's gonna have to cost. So, that's what I'm
That
gonna
taco meat in
And
there.
I'm gonna need my backpack.
I get it, but that taco meat still in there. But the thing about that, since it's been in a container covered up and it's kind of frozen, you can still eat that shit. But the thing is, I don't know what you would eat it with. Because I mean, I get that
It was a hung jury, and the government did not press the case.
We learned after the fact that Hoover himself and the FBI were very interested in Playboy, and Hoover actually assigned an agent to read every issue of the magazine every month. Pretty good gig, I would think, for that. The battle for what was considered obscene and what was considered acceptable was on. And as far as Playboy was concerned, it was winning. But could America's collective attitude toward nudity and sex ever really be free of its Puritan roots? Only time would tell.
A Cadillac is more than a statement. It's a celebration of self-expression and a declaration of your independence. So choose to be bold and choose to be exactly who you are. Get 2.99% APR for 60 months on the 2023 Cadillac XT4, XT5, and XT6. Visit your Southern Nevada Cadillac dealer today. It's a tale of corruption and cronyism that cost lives. Steve Sisolak's administration fast-tracked a contract for a shady company tied to a campaign donor. Sisolak got $38 grand in campaign cash. His donor's sons got a COVID testing contract for their client. But 96% of their tests failed to identify COVID cases. While Nevadans were dying. Now there's an investigation, and Steve Sisolak is caught in the middle.
No way. Yes, Peru is now included in my AT&T Unlimited plan. With unlimited data, talk, and text? Dude, yes.
Is that a llama?
Yeah, I can just come back and pay him. He ain't gotta go for it. Once I made him in person.
At Marshall's, our buyers search far and wide for the best deals on the brands you love. They also search near and narrow. But people don't really say that. We get the deals, you get the good stuff. Marshall's.
The year was 1962. It was the era of Camelot, the space race, and the Beatles. It was a time of growing prosperity and a public willingness to embrace anything and everything new. New technologies, new fashions, new ideas, and new attitudes about sex. In December of that year, Hugh Hefner began publishing a series of editorials under the title The Playboy Philosophy.
I had spent 2.5 years working around the clock, writing the Playboy Philosophy, making a case for the sexual revolution.
No, I got another rap.
He got serious about it. Installment after installment about sex laws and how wrong they were.
I wouldn't leave you in adversity where you ain't got nothing to smoke, no cigarettes, no weed,
because she had an abortion.
To just enjoy yourself.
Those were creepy times.
He found a disc jockey in West Virginia who had been arrested for having oral sex performed him and sent to jail.
They put him in prison because fellatio was considered sodomy. Sodomy is historically the worst possible crime on the books. It's worse than murder.
Like I said.
So this guy was serving heavy prison time for having had a blowjob. And we got him out of prison. And that was the beginning of the Playboy Foundation.
I was in high school and I was reading the Playboy Philosophy. I would get in basic teenage arguments with my parents and I would go, do you realize that you could go to jail for 30 years for what you do in your bedroom?
If I donate
I couldn't care less about what you do in the bedroom, but the state of Connecticut is concerned with what you do in the bedroom. This I was just absorbing from Playboy. Nowhere else was this being talked about.
He was pushing the envelope, and
I get paid this week coming up, so I'm managing shit the best way I can to try to help it. Huh? Oh, I ain't gonna lie, I took some of these from you when I saw them in the trunk because it helps me take the fucking oil off my hands at work. They're wipes. So I took some from you. I only took like 4 because there wasn't that many in the box. I didn't know y'all get those at work because those motherfuckers were real good for me. Oh, I thought you got that for work because it was in there with all the shit you be having for work that you bring back. Well, my bad. I wasn't trying to say nothing that you might get upset about or nothing like that. I was just using it because I knew I could just get the oil on instead of take with the regular soap.
Been arrested for having oral sex performed him and sent to jail.
There's a certain type of glove
They put him in prison because fellatio was considered sodomy. Sodomy is historically the worst possible crime on the books. It's worse than murder. So this guy was serving heavy prison time for having had a blowjob. And we got him out of prison. And that was the beginning of the Playboy Foundation.
Stuff like
I was
that
in high school, and I was reading the Playboy philosophy. I would get in basic teenage arguments with my parents, and I would go, do you realize that you could go to jail for 30 years for what you do in your bedroom? I couldn't care less about what you do in the bedroom, but the state of Connecticut is concerned with what you do in the bedroom. This I was just absorbing from Playboy. Nowhere else was this being talked about.
He was pushing the envelope, and the law reacted to him. The law changed in response to what the people wanted. People voted with their feet. They went to the stores and they bought Playboy magazine, and that changed the way the laws would be interpreted and had more of an impact on our freedom of expression than Supreme Court decisions did.
But during the second half of the 1960s, following a series of devastating political assassinations and an escalating war in Vietnam, Americans were no longer content with the status quo. 1950s conservatism was giving way to bold new ideas. And established institutions were under attack from all sides.
Firing line with William F. Buckley Jr. and Hugh Hefner.
Hugh Hefner is widely known as the founder, editor, and publisher of Playboy magazine. Mr. Hefner insists there is such a thing as a Playboy philosophy, of which he is a part of. You are seeking, in effect, to annul the traditional code about what is proper sexual behavior. Let me ask you this.
I'm suggesting that you re-examine. You suggested that 2 or 3 times, or stated to it. It's not true that I'm, by any sense, because the end that I'm seeking is really very similar. I think that we've avoided the problems with some of these old rules that have simply been there and ignored. When you are concerned with a natural physical drive, and something as basic to the nature of man as sex is, it is one good reason for questioning some of the old morality. I think that many of these moral views are not good for people.
I split 1.5 for Chris and gave him the other half at work yesterday, and I took the other half.
But for any revolution, certain things have to fall into place. And in this particular revolution, Playboy played a very important part.
Playboy never said, let everything down, take off your bras, let your hair grow, become wild and beatnik and anti-American. It was a more capitalist message of, within organized society, there's room for fiddling around and fun, things on the slide.
When I get paid.
There is a kind of adolescent quality to Hefner's fantasy life, but it doesn't matter, okay? Because what he put into motion was so major, it was impossible to stop.
On July 1st, 1966, Playboy opened the Playboy Club in London.
But
It offered swinging Europeans the same stylish experience of its American counterparts, but now with the added attraction of casino gambling. Gambling from which Playboy could get even more cash to fuel its growing empire.
In the summer of '66, I went to the opening of the Playboy Club Casino in London, and I saw the future.
He went to London, came back infatuated with the London scene, the Beatles, hairstyling, fashion. The world was being turned upside down.
The miniskirt had just arrived. We had gone from the conservative fashions of the 1950s, in which women's skirts were halfway down their legs, and even young women wore girdles, to the arrival of the miniskirt, see-through blouses. Sexual permissiveness was in the air.
As adults, I feel like that should be able to be done.
On Broadway.
So that's all I'm saying on that. But I don't know what I did with you, why you all of a sudden been acting moody and strange and distant and shit. But I ain't did nothing to you. I didn't even know you had a pad on last night when I was trying to pull you. I was trying to pull you over there to me. You've been laying over here by me on my side, so I've gotten used to that shit. So to see you way over there and shit, and I know it ain't nothing wrong, and I'm trying to pull you next to me and then get cussed out, I felt some type of way about that. I ain't tripping about you elbowing me because I know you was still low-key asleep. Though you elbowed me in the stomach and that shit hurt. Because you know I have issues with my stomach in the lower region. But I didn't hold that against you. So all I'm saying about that is when I'm telling you stuff, I'm not coming at you to attack you about shit. That's even like what I said about the cover. You be tucking that shit under your arms and you're sleeping up under you. And then when you do that shit, you constrict me and pull the cover off of it. It's not that I'm mad at you about that shit, but it's also annoying because either I'm trapped under the cover where the side that's over by me is either a little portion where once you tuck it again, it's all the way off of me, or the fact that if I do have part of it tucked under me, I'm constricted because you tucking me in like you submerging me in a body bag or some shit where I have to yank at that shit to get loose. And that's not a shot at you, that's not to put you down, that's not to attack you in no type of way, it's just telling you so you're aware of it. But see, I notice when I do things like that to try to tell you stuff, it comes off in a whole different aspect where you take it as being offensive, or then you want to be offended by every damn thing, where you start getting mad. Which is why I say either you do that shit because you have another agenda in mind where you feel like this is the opportunity to say, yeah, you mad, so you ain't got to be bothered. Because what I'm saying ain't nothing for you to do all the shit that you do to get aggressive, to get mad, or try to get loud about none of that shit. The shit you try to get furious and upset about is petty. If you want to get that hyped up and mad about something, get mad like that when a motherfucker lie on you or disrespect you, steal from you, try to harm you or your kids type shit. That's when you get mad like that. But the shit you've been getting mad about and trying to hype yourself up for is petty as fuck. So why do all the extras unless there's a hidden motive and interior motive that you ain't saying shit about? See, you forget who you're dealing with. I don't sit back to hold grudges, be mad all day, shit like that. And when I'm mad with other motherfuckers, I don't take that shit out on you. Like I was mad about shit that happened at my job yesterday. The only thing I got a little irritated with you about was the fact that you got irritated because I had to leave from 7-Eleven when I was over there waiting on you just because a motherfucker wants to be a bitch at my job about some shit and I don't like this nigga and I know he can get me fired. So from there, I went to go handle the shit that the motherfucker called me out of 7-Eleven for so I can get that shit out the way. So that's the only thing I got low-key irritated with you about, but other than that, I was cool. And I got over that. I was mad as fuck about Rally's because I didn't get nothing I wanted but the fucking double fish. But they made sure they made your order right for you and Cheyenne. And low-key, they still fuck Cheyenne over because they didn't give her a Dr. Pepper. But y'all got majority of what you wanted on your order. I got nothing but the motherfucking double fish. And I was hungry as fuck because I had waited all day to fucking eat. Hot as fuck. Working my ass off. We can't get free food over there at 7-Eleven no more. We can get all the free drinks we want, but that food shit out. So, yeah, I was looking forward to getting what I wanted to eat and being able to chill with you. And when that shit didn't happen. Where am I what? I'm telling you, we can't get free food anymore. So when I got out work and we went to go get our food and y'all was able to get y'all shit and I couldn't get what I wanted, yeah, I was a little hot. But not at you.
You talking about I can't use my EBT card?
No. I'm saying I can't get free food at the 7-Eleven by my job no more. No, I'm saying I can't do that. Remember when I told you I first started working there, we was able to get free food here and there? We can't do that shit no more. So I went hungry yesterday. Because I just found out about the fact that we can't get free food like that. And they don't operate off the EBT like the other one do over here on Tropicana or wherever that was we went to. Because that one you could use the EBT. But for some reason, the one where I work at, the one by me, no. You can only use the EBT for the pieces over there. Because I asked about that shit yesterday when I found out that we have to pay for our fucking food. So yeah, hey, I was annoyed than a motherfucker. I was happy as hell just to know that I was ready to go and y'all was out there. I just wanted to hurry up and leave. So we can do what we need to do, get back, I can eat, and chill with you. And when I couldn't get the shit that I wanted to eat from Rally's, I was hot. Because I know how much my order was supposed to be and everything. And I know exactly what the order was. I probably misnamed it when I was, low-key kind of arguing with you about what the order was. But at the end of the day, I knew exactly what I was supposed to have. And I didn't want to take nothing from you and Cheyenne about that. Y'all need to eat just like I do. But I was pissed in the motherfucker that they made y'all order right and didn't get shit right about man but the fish sandwich. And they still didn't get that right because they had hella mayo on there and they had all that fucking lettuce on there to the point I just took the fish from between the bread and ate that because it was bread and fish. Well, other than that, yeah, I wasn't really tripping like that, but I be trying to communicate shit with you. And like I said, everything I say ain't meant for it to be a fucking fight or argument. So whatever the fuck going on with you, why you feel like everything has to be an argument or a fight because I'm talking to you, that's between you. That ain't got nothing to do with me. I really be trying to sit back, chill, and enjoy your company and be with you, but I thought we was cool, like I said, for the past 3 days, but you let me know yesterday that, hell, you pretty much, that was just a moment for you. That's how it felt, because when I came back in here, everything turned into whatever I say, you want to either try to be offended by it, or you want to feel some type of way about every damn thing that deals with something I'm doing or saying. Hell, even me trying to pull you next to me turned into a fucking problem. At one point, just 3 days ago, you was laying next to me with no problem, kissing me, fucking me, everything, but now all of a sudden you don't want to be bothered, period. And it's my fault that I'm irritating you, and I'm trying to figure out how, because I'm trying to bring you near me. I didn't want you all the way on the edge of a fucking bed. And I thought me and you was on good notation where we was in good report. Where hell, I shouldn't have a problem with bringing you near me. I was trying to pull you over to me.
That's not pulling.
I grabbed the bulk of what I could grab without it, like, how could I say? If I grab you by your arm, you'll be saying I'm bruising you or something if I tried to pull you over. And then that wouldn't really work anyway, grabbing you by your arm. It would just be me grabbing your arm. I tried to move the mass of you over so you'll know, okay, turn over. But no, that didn't work. I got cussed out. It was cool. Didn't get mad. But see, you don't look at stuff on those type of levels. You think everything is easy.
We're not pulling you in my ass.
No, I did pull you. The second time, I think I probably did grab you by your ass. But I pulled you the whole time, trying to pull you over towards me. I even tried to wake you up. So, yeah, I had no malice intent. You might want this because it was
on television and on movie screens, Americans were coming face to face with startling evidence that their world was changing, and fast. And what helped to fan the flames of change into a bonfire was a little something called the pill.
And with the pill came a more liberated approach to sexuality, because it didn't have these momentous consequences. Every sexual encounter didn't necessarily lead to having a baby.
The pill was a critical development in the history of sexuality. It made it much more likely that sexual relations could be carried on beyond third base, as we used to call it. I mean, you could actually take this pill and you could be protected. And that was enormously life-changing, because sexuality became much less of an arena of anxiety and nervousness. And I think it was by 1967 that something like 12.5 million women worldwide were using the pill.
If you don't swing, don't ring, read the brass plaque outside of the infamous Playboy Mansion in Chicago. And it was the motto of a growing number of Americans who wanted to prove themselves hip, with it, and just plain groovy. And as the swinging 60s were drawing to a close, Hugh Hefner celebrated what seemed a near-complete victory over sexual conservatism with Playboy After Dark.
Good evening, I'm your host, Hugh Hefner. I'm glad you could join us. It's going to be a good evening tonight.
Based on Playboy's penthouse, the new series featured the same laid-back and largely unscripted style of its black and white predecessor.
How you been, big boy? Pretty good, but better now.
Filmed in Hollywood, the show took full advantage of its proximity to the entertainment industry.
Well, good evening. I'm your host, Hugh Hefner. Welcome to the party. This is my flame, Barbie Benton.
Playboy After Dark was more like a reality show.
Sonny and Cher's going to sing. I forgot the name. Yeah.
Hello, Barbie.
These guests would come on and they'd be drinking champagne with us, and suddenly Hef would say, well, hey, why don't you sing us a song? And they'd say, okay. What was great about Playboy After Dark is that it appealed to a lot of different age groups. They got people from Sammy Davis and Jerry Lewis to Linda Ronstadt, Three Dog Night, Tony Bennett.
How about doing a couple of your things for the kids?
There was lots of comedians.
Where's the Charlie personality?
Oh, there he is. Lights up a whole room. Good.
Did you see Bill Cosby behind you?
Anybody that was anybody came to visit us.
Isn't this groovy? By the end of the 1960s, it looked as if Playboy had indeed changed the world. But, as Hugh Hefner would soon discover, change could cut both ways.
Justin, a giant robot has landed downtown.
Hey, Craig.
Hey, guys. This is just my workout stuff.
We know you're the Green Hawk.
Everyone knows.
That's bananas.
You're still wearing your mask, Jake.
If you have a secret identity, you need to keep it secret. And if you want to save by bundling home and car insurance, you need Geico.
I'm not the Green Hawk.
Delivery for the Green Hawk?
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
I will bring it to him.
No matter what you're in the mood for, with the all-new Royal Crispy Chicken lineup at Burger King, you can't go wrong. Classic, cheesy, spicy, or tangy. Reward yourself with any of the all-new Royal Crispy Chicken sandwiches today, only at Burger King.
At Boar's Head, we've been going back to school for over 115 years. And this year, every school lunch is reason to celebrate with the flavors your kids love and the exceptional quality you expect. Helping you make school lunch fresh, easy, and delicious. Ring the bell. The deli is open. Boar's Head. Compromise elsewhere.
School is back, and Dick's Sporting Goods has everything your kids need to gear up so they can show up. And with our best price guarantee, if you find a lower price, we'll match it. With value like that, it's never been easier to sport your style.
It was the 1970s, a time of political protest and radical social change. Young Americans, disenchanted with traditional institutions and conventions, were rejecting the middle-class values of their parents, along with marriage, religion, and consumerism. The war in Vietnam was ripping America apart. And Playboy was there on the front lines, with articles and editorials that echoed the popular slogan, "Make love, not war."
The 70s were a wild time. It was sexually liberating, wild, free, swapping and orgies and all of that kind of stuff. People were much more innocent and free as far as drugs are concerned. It was a period where seemingly anything goes.
As if to celebrate his victory over what he saw as America's puritanical oppression, Hugh Hefner purchased a Gothic-style mansion on a 5.3-acre spread in the exclusive Holmby Hills area of West Los Angeles.
5.5 acres, a block and a half from Sunset, seems like it's in the middle of Europe and maybe on another planet. It's a little bit of a Shangri-La for us.
He quickly added a private zoo and a combination swimming pool and cave-covered jacuzzi, simply known as the Grotto.
With all the other facilities we have on the ground, it turns out that this proved to be, for some reason, the most popular spot of all. Has something to do, I think, with the emphasis that everybody's putting on health these days. I think that's probably what it is. I think that's what it is.
Everybody in Los Angeles was very excited that Hef was spending a lot of his time here. We had a lot of celebrities come up to the house because they liked being there. Hef, he just fit in perfectly with people like Tony Curtis. Elton John came to visit. Paul Newman came up. Jimmy Caan used to come up a lot.
You met great people. There were beautiful girls here. This was like, you know, forget Disneyland. Can you get me in a half all these young college guys? I was friends with a lot of kids from Stanford. I used to torture them. Yeah, maybe Tuesday.
It was very free. Nobody was uptight.
He's got all his food laid out, and the music, and the volleyball games, and the people swimming.
I'm just enjoying this. Such a lovely place.
The ratio of girls to guys has always been bigger on the girls' end. There are at least 2 girls to every guy that go to the parties.
You want to arm wrestle me for it? Do you? You want to shoot me?
And I remember doing an interview for some very angry girl from CBS. She said, well, I heard that there were 6 girls to every guy that was at that party. And then she pretty much said it like that. I said, that's a lie. It's a flat out lie. Because there was at least 12.
In the 1970s, when Hefner comes out to Los Angeles and buys the Playboy Mansion West, Playboy maintained the form of the earlier magazine, and that they still had articles about clothing, food, sophisticated consumption, and of course the enjoyment of sex. But I think what colored the magazine increasingly was this kind of me-decade sensibility about personal experience. You begin to see more and more articles about Hefner and his life at the mansion. And what you see is Hefner having half a dozen girlfriends at the same time, engaging in sort of group sex. He immerses himself in fun and games. And he's very interested, I think, in publicizing his daily life, his daily experiences. It's all about him. It's all about me. And I think both in the magazine and in his personal life, you see that reflection of 1970s culture.
These are the peak years of the sexual revolution. The change in mores was so much more substantial. And the Playboy was certainly a part of that change. And then all of a sudden, the so-called XXX movies crossed over and became respectable. And there were upscale, middle class, and upper middle class people going to see a Deep Throat, Devil and Miss Jones, Behind the Green Door.
By the mid-1970s, Playboy Enterprises had become a multimedia empire. In addition to revenues from the magazine, clubs, and casinos, Playboy was also producing mainstream motion pictures.
Quad feed? Okay, let's shoot. Hey, go on. Action on the hill.
Including Roman Polanski's Macbeth, and the first Monty Python film, and now for something completely different. But Playboy's growing global success was also starting to offer inspiration to some increasingly competitive rivals.
Playboy was so wildly popular. Circulation, I think, by the early 70s, it climbed to 7 million or thereabouts. That imitators began to appear on the scene. The first big challenge came with Penthouse magazine. Bob Guccione and the infamous pubic wars came about.
Guccione, he pushed the boundaries. He became more explicit, more gynecological. And there was an internal debate, do we follow that?
I've learned in a couple of letters to the editor in the last week or two that just the entire fall of Western civilization is probably going to be caused by hair, pubic, and the length of it.
There was something called the pubic wars, and at some point, Hef had to decide whether to go with it or not. I don't even know how keen he was in the sense of going pubic. But when I became the first full frontal nude in Playboy, that sold a lot of copies.
Now comes Larry Flint and Hustler. He came on very strong, much more explicit than Playboy, more explicit than Penthouse, and he looks for controversy.
Playboy and Penthouse, they are men's magazines, but you'd see features in Playboy about how to make the perfect martini and what stereo to buy. Well, you know, I was publishing a magazine for all those rednecks, you know, so I know they just wanted the girls. I wound up getting over a third of the market. It created a whole new genre. My competition was no longer Playboy and Penthouse. It was Gynecological Monthly.
What I resented was the fact that it confused the issue. Until the success of Hustler and Penthouse, Playboy was perceived as the sexiest of classy men's magazines. Playboy then was grouped with those magazines, and that confused the issue in terms of what Playboy was all about.
I think, in a way, things went much further than Hefner intended them to go. And he found himself in the odd position of being a kind of conservative figure in this struggle. After a while, he ended up pulling back and saying, well, we're going to go with a sort of more dignified and tasteful representation.
Hef seemed to be embarrassed by the fact that he published pornography. Well, it never embarrassed me.
I think anybody that calls Playboy itself pornography is ridiculous. If Playboy is pornographic, then everything sexual is pornographic. I mean, the real obscenity on this planet doesn't have much to do with sex. The real obscenity has to do with bigotry and hatred and war and people killing one another.
By the mid-1970s, the magazine that Hugh Hefner had started on the kitchen table of his Chicago apartment was now a global brand, publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange. The so-called wages of sin were now paying off in dividends. But also gaining in strength and numbers was a force that would soon have to be reckoned with. A force that opposed Playboy and everything it represented. The women's movement.
At Boar's Head, we've been going back to school for over 115 years. And this year, every school lunch is reason to celebrate with the flavors your kids love and the exceptional quality you expect. Helping you make school lunch fresh, easy, and delicious. Ring the bell. The deli is open. Boar's Head. Compromise elsewhere.
On a day without migraine, my whole body feels free. Because my eyes don't shy from the light, my head doesn't pound, and my stomach isn't nauseous.
It's time for migraine prevention delivered differently through an IV infusion. It's time for Vyepti, a preventive treatment for migraine in adults. Vyepti is designed to start working fast and to last, with a 30-minute IV infusion 4 times a year, delivering 100% of the medication directly into your bloodstream. The power of a Vyepti infusion can help to reduce monthly migraine days. Some had fewer migraine days with the very first treatment. Don't take if allergic to Vyepti. Common side effects are allergic reactions, stuffy nose, and scratchy throat. Allergic reactions include rash, swelling, trouble breathing, hives, and redness of the face. Now, you can choose to infuse with migraine prevention delivered differently. Talk to a migraine specialist today to learn more about Vyepti.
It was the mid-1970s, the era of disco music, roller boogie, and swingers clubs. Sexual permissiveness was permeating pop culture. But there was also another equally thriving aspect to America's collective desire for social change. One that saw powerful new opportunities for women. First published in 1963, Betty Friedan's The Feminine Mystique reflected the growing disenchantment of many American women who were living in what they increasingly believed was a repressive, male-dominated society.
Betty Friedan's The Feminine Mystique comes out, and she called the suburbs a comfortable concentration camp for women. The feminist critique of the family was, of course, that it was male-dominated. A wife did not have a right to her husband's earnings or his property. There was rampant employment discrimination.
was to the university. There has been discrimination against women, and in fact, where Brooklyn College is now defying a federal order to promote a woman to full professorship with back pay.
By the 1970s, the women's movement that Friedan had helped to start became a major force in the battle for gender equality. And leading the fight, along with Friedan, were champions with names like Steinem, Abzug, and Brown-Miller. And there, caught in the crosshairs, was Playboy.
The Dick Cavett Show with Hugh Hefner.
What difficulties do you see in Mr. Hefner's image? What do you think men are doing wrong?
They oppress us as women. They won't let us be. And Hugh Hefner is my enemy.
You know you're going to get it when they start like that. Yeah.
It's not hard to understand why feminists who are objecting to the idea that women should be seen as something other than their body parts, something other than their heterosexual desirability, would understand Playboy as antithetical to the feminist mission.
The role that you have selected for women is degrading. You make them look like animals. Yes, women aren't bunnies, they're not rabbits, they're human beings.
The symbol was originally a male figure, and it was picked quite innocently and simply some 16 years ago because we felt it was a rather playful and sexual symbol. The fact that the girls are dressed in costumes is no more complex than that. And the girls obviously don't find it degrading. In addition,
that's not true.
Just 1 minute. In addition, 1 out of every 4 readers of the magazine today is female.
Feminists started launching an all-out critique of Playboy, and Hefner, of course, expressed surprise that this was so, because he really thought that all of the things he was promoting in the magazine were good for women. Pointing out that the girl next door liked sex, he saw as a positive thing, because there weren't a lot of positive images of women embracing their sexuality.
You choose to see women as sex objects, not as full human beings. The day that you are willing to come out here with a cottontail attached to your rear end,
you cannot understand the anger that so many women's liberationists felt about the sexual revolution. There were feminists who really thought that sexual freedom was a hoax perpetrated against women, that there could never be any such real thing as sexual liberation until the tables were turned, until women really had power.
But not all feminists agreed with the doctrine that Playboy exploited and objectified women. There were those who felt there were aspects of the women's movement that had become too strident and attempted an agenda that equated sex with rape. One that made too easy a part of Playboy and the women who supported it.
There's a one school of feminism. There was a school that was very hostile to the whole idea of conventional masculinity and femininity. There was another school that wanted men and women to be equal, but recognized that we were different. And they enjoyed that tension, what the French call la différence, and celebrated it. I think that was the majority of American women. In the end, Hefner may have been speaking for more men and women than those vocal feminists that were so negative about the magazine.
The feminist leaders should embrace all aspects of the sexual revolution as intrinsic to women's emancipation. The way the organized feminist movement set itself against Playboy was a terrible error, declaring that there are certain areas of sexual expression and sexual imagery that are off limits, drove away from the movement all the people interested in a pro-sex philosophy.
But unfortunately for Playboy, attacks from feminists were not the only threat aimed at the company's thriving global empire. Over the years, Hugh Hefner and Playboy had made powerful enemies, particularly in Chicago. And there were politicians who knew that there was a career to be had for anyone who could bring him down.
In Chicago, there was always some opposition to Playboy. The city government had refused to give us a license when we started the club, so we had to go to court, which of course was embarrassing to Chicago. Then they did arrest me for the Jane Mansfield issue in 1963. I beat him on that. Then they tried again with the Bobby Arnstein drug case.
In 1974, Hugh Hefner's trusted right arm and executive assistant, Bobby Arnstein, was arrested in Chicago. It was alleged that she and her boyfriend were involved in a drug trafficking ring, one that the local authorities attempted to connect to Playboy and Hugh Hefner himself.
She was a user, but she wasn't a distributor. She did travel with the boyfriend, who was a small-time dealer, and he made a purchase of some drugs, cocaine, I believe. And once they found out that the girlfriend was my secretary, then the whole case changed, and they simply charged her with things she was guilty of.
After being convicted and sentenced to 15 years in federal prison, Bobby Arnstein was offered a chance for clemency, but only if she would accuse Hefner of using the Playboy clubs to traffic in narcotics.
The agenda was to put me in prison. It was in the same time frame as Watergate, and there was simply a lot of corruption involved, particularly in the drug enforcement area.
My lawyer suggests that I not give any statements. It's not my personal feeling. Sorry.
On the night of January 12, 1975, Bobby Arnstein checked into the Hotel Maryland in Chicago under an assumed name. The next day, she was found dead of an apparent suicide. The incident dealt Hugh Hefner and Playboy a body blow on both a personal and a professional level.
She was one of the best, brightest, most worthwhile women I've ever known. She will be missed.
By the time of Bobby Arnstein's death, Hugh Hefner had forever closed the doors of the Playboy Mansion in Chicago. He was now fully committed to a new life in Los Angeles.
You must balance the beach ball on the vibrator.
Here, he and his friends could find escape and enjoy wild and ever more elaborate theme parties.
All right, you're still going for bronze. You're still going for the bronze.
Like the infamous Midsummer Night's Dream Party, where the dress code for men was pajamas, and women were invited to wear lingerie, or less.
When I was invited to the annual Midsummer Night's Dream Party, that was a giant invitation. So when I got here, I was completely overdressed for what was, you know, a pajama party. AKA not what you sleep in, but what guys want to see you in. I came from a pretty strict upbringing, so I'm thinking, wow, I don't know what this is all about, but this is very fascinating.
Hefner and Playboy came of age in the 70s. They were giving a message: we like to party, we like to play, we like sex, and we're unashamed. I'll sign up for that.
By the end of the 1970s, Hugh Hefner and Playboy had survived political attacks and personal tragedy.
When one considers the very real impact that Playboy has had on our society over the last 3 decades, and how much society has changed in that period, we really are sharing an experience here, the likes of which will probably not come again.
But as a new decade dawned, attitudes were once again beginning to change. And this time, the changes threatened to wipe out Playboy once and for all.
On a day without migraine, my whole body feels free. Because my eyes don't shy from the light, my head doesn't pound, and my stomach isn't nauseous.
It's time for migraine prevention delivered differently through an IV infusion. It's time for Biopty, a preventive treatment for migraine in adults. Vyepti is designed to start working fast and to last, with a 30-minute IV infusion 4 times a year, delivering 100% of the medication directly into your bloodstream. The power of a Vyepti infusion can help to reduce monthly migraine days. Some have fewer migraine days with the very first treatment. Don't take if allergic to Vyepti. Common side effects are allergic reactions, stuffy nose, and scratchy throat. Allergic reactions include rash, swelling, trouble breathing, hives, and redness of the face. Now, you can choose to infuse with migraine prevention delivered differently. Talk to a migraine specialist today to learn more about Vyepti.
School is back, and Dick's Sporting Goods has everything your kids need to gear up so they can show up. And with our best price guarantee, if you find a lower price, we'll match it. With value like that, it's never been easier to sport your style.
While other states took multiple drug companies to court over the opioid epidemic, Adam Laxalt took their campaign cash and used his office to block local attempts at holding one of the worst offenders accountable. Laxalt's only in it for himself.
By the early 1980s, the American economy had been crippled by years of double-digit inflation, high unemployment, and a global threat to its once boundless energy supply.
Well, obviously with Playboy, we managed to establish a rather strong image.
For Playboy, these tough times were taking their toll. And the pressures of operating a publicly traded company were forcing Playboy to be less about fun and more about funding.
Well, the 1980s was a very dark decade, I think, for Hefner and the magazine. And some very severe financial problems began to confront him and his enterprise, particularly that erupted with the clubs.
In an effort to pump more cash into its coffers, the company made a bold move to open a multi-million-dollar luxury hotel and casino in Atlantic City, New Jersey. At first glance, the relationship between Playboy and legalized gambling must have seemed like a natural.
Free crowd coming in.
Clubs in England, which featured casino gambling, had always been hugely profitable.
Thankfully, that's when I have enough to pay back.
But when, in 1981, a scandal broke involving the London Playboy clubs and a rival casino, the fate of the entire Playboy empire hung in the balance.
A sad sight for Playboy International, police evidence leaving the court at Westminster today. The saga began a year ago when Playboy opposed a gaming license application by its opposition Ladbrokes. And so outraged was he that Ladbrokes chairman Cyril Stein compiled his own dossier on Playboy. This led directly to a police raid on Playboy's Mayfair headquarters this April. It was, they said, a case of dog-eating dog. Now, with an appeal to be lodged, today is not the end of Playboy, but it could well be the beginning of the end.
Playboy was stripped of its British gaming license, and the company not only lost the source of its huge profits, but was also denied a license to operate its newly finished casino in Atlantic City.
We built the hotel, it cost $150 million, and then they wouldn't give us a license. Before the fact, one had no anticipation or expectation that it was possible to not get the license. The licensing bureau was 3-2, and we didn't get the third vote. And it was promptly because we had lost the license in London.
Within a year, Playboy went from a company that boasted profits of over $31 million to one posting losses of more than $51 million. Battered and beleaguered, Hugh Hefner knew that if his company were to survive, he would pretty much have to rebuild it from the ground up. And to do so, he turned to one of the only people in his life he felt he could trust to carry out his vision, his 29-year-old daughter, Christy.
Christy Hefner returning his call.
We were going through a troubled time, and we had to rebuild. Christy was already working for the company, was based in Chicago, and she simply made a case for her ability to run the company, and I left my daughter.
I think one of the reasons my father and I were a good team is because we had different spheres of influence. His first love was really the editorial and the creative side, and my focus was on strategy and management. And the fact that he lived in LA and I lived in Chicago was not a bad thing.
At that point, I saw the virtue of a daughter rather than a son running the business. A company that was perceived in some quarters as the last bastion of male chauvinism. So the notion that Christie would be running Playboy was very sweet. It was never consciously a family business, but it did turn out to be one.
Under Christie Hefner's watchful eye, Playboy not only managed to survive, it even began to thrive.
Before many other much larger media companies realized it, I think we understood that the future was not to think of ourselves as a publishing company, but rather as a creator of content across media platforms. I think we really did a good job of going back to the heritage of Playboy as a lifestyle and a lifestyle brand, and take the concept of Playboy and connect it through local partners so that we had editions of Playboy in 24 countries. We had television around the world. We had products around the world. I think that playing on the global stage was a really important part of what allowed the company to grow.
But as Playboy began to recover from the devastating loss of its gambling revenues, it began to face another threat. And once again, it was a political one. The economic hardships and sexual excesses of the so-called Me decade had made many Americans yearn for the more conservative values they had enjoyed during the 1950s.
Playboy had to confront the kind of political change in the mood of the country. And what you saw was a kind of slow gathering conservative movement, culturally, politically, socially, that culminated in the Reagan Revolution.
I, Ronald Reagan, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States. So help me God.
The new Reagan sensibility was profoundly hostile to Hugh Hefner and everything that he represented. And not long after Reagan's election, there was a crusade that was launched under the auspices of the Attorney General Edwin Meese and the infamous Meese Commission on Pornography.
The Meese Commission basically sold Playboy as sort of an entry-level drug for pornography addiction. If you begin with the airbrushed nudes of Playboy and Penthouse, then you want more edge, and you want then Hustler, and then you want more.
I was asked to testify in front of the Meese Commission. I testified that it should be abolished, calling it a kind of new sexual McCarthyism. It closed down theaters, it shut down some magazines. It led me as a lawyer to recommend to some of my clients to pull back a little because the environment was changing.
The Meese Commission report prompted the withdrawal of Playboy magazines from convenience stores and even military bases.
It's not like censorship ever disappears. You know, you would think after the 60s and the 70s, all the culture wars would have been fought and we all would be going off singing Kumbaya into the future. But then in comes Reagan, in comes Ed Meese, in comes the moral majority, and all of a sudden all the stuff that Hefner fought for was being challenged again, and we had to refight that battle.
Hugh Hefner's dream of a social sexual utopia was under attack. And it didn't help matters that a global pandemic known as AIDS was spreading fast. A disease that could be sexually transmitted and would eventually claim more than 25 million lives worldwide.
AIDS caused some women to be more skeptical about the kind of shame-inducing arguments around pornography. That whole process of scapegoating and moral panic. A lot of feminists and a lot of lesbians began to see the ways in which gay men were being scapegoated for their sexuality and began to think, you know, pornography may sometimes be problematical, but do we really want to legislate it out of existence?
I think that AIDS was used politically by anti-sexual elements, the religious right and feminists, There was a lot of misinformation those first few years. Playboy was the only one, or almost the only one, that revealed the real facts related to it all.
The 1980s were taking a brutal toll on both Playboy and Hugh Hefner. Not only financially, but physically. On the morning of March 6, 1985, the 58-year-old millionaire publisher awoke to find that he could not read a single line of copy in his own magazine. Hugh Hefner had suffered a stroke.
The 1980s was a difficult time in terms of Playboy in general. So the stroke came from the stress related to this very anti-Playboy period.
Although the stroke was a mild one, and Hefner was able to make a full recovery, those closest to him noticed that there was now something different about him. A sense of vulnerability.
In the weeks that followed immediately after that, I really began to ask the question, is that all there is? Is this what my life is going to be? And that questioning inspired me and prompted me to try to change it.
This is my first public appearance since suffering a stroke 3.5 weeks ago, and what I really feel, in a very real sense, was a stroke of luck. And I expect that it's going to change the nature and focus of my life.
I think, as he called it, it was a stroke of luck because it forced him to really reevaluate how he wanted to spend his time and what he wanted to do.
After promoting his daughter, Christy, to CEO of Playboy Enterprises, Hugh Hefner also decided that it was time to make a profound change in his personal life. Mr. Hefner was going to take a bride.
What am I gonna get? Oh, cherries. Oh, okay. How about cherry ice cream? You know what I need? Bath bombs. Bombs away! Gotta have the Takis. Oh, and a new charger. I can never find these things. And I gotta get flowers for mommy. And a little something for me. Can I get a roll?
At Universal Studios Hollywood, we test everything to make the best day in LA. I-Rex versus T-Rex. Terrifying. Newest ride. Hey, Max! New favorite. The Wizarding World of Harry Potter. Universal Studios Hollywood. Let yourself whoa. And now you can buy a day, get a second day free on the best day in LA. Restrictions apply.
Dear road rivals, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our no-cost maintenance plan that covers tire rotations, engine oil changes, fluid adjustments, and more for 2 years or 25,000 miles. Nissan charges extra for maintenance. You guessed it, Ford charges extra for maintenance. At Toyota, we take care of our drivers. Too bad none of our rivals do the same. Join us, Toyota. Toyota, let's go places.
On July 1st, 1989, Hugh Hefner, the man who taught the world how to party, decided to settle down and marry his playmate for a lifetime, 25-year-old Kimberly Conrad.
Hefner did something that I think has been kind of a recurring action during his life, and that is he reinvented himself.
Right now, look in each other's eyes.
Kimberly, without question, was a safe harbor at the end of the 80s. The 1980s was a very difficult time. I'd had the stroke. It was a very anti-Playboy period, and I think the notion of getting married was appealing to me.
Take and wear this ring.
Take and wear this ring.
As a sign.
As a sign.
Of my love.
Of my love.
In my experience, as far as Hefner is concerned, people have this vision of this, this wolf, when in fact, he's just a romantic. He was in love with love, and he was in love with this young girl,
Hugh Hefner, do you take Kimberly Conrad to be your wife?
I do.
I think it became part of this Playboy philosophy. He thought people should have adventure before they settle down. That you don't go from mom to your wife because you'll never know who you are as a male.
Within the next 3 years, Hef and Kimberly welcomed the birth of 2 sons. Marston in 1990.
Get your baby brother.
And Cooper in 1991.
The fact that it turned out to be 2 boys, I very much appreciated because I had a younger brother with Keith, so it was kind of like reliving my childhood.
Come on, let's go play.
When I came in 1993, Hef was married. So the mansion was filled with kids' toys.
Where's my little lion?
The children were running around. I just remember going, this is not what I thought the Playboy Mansion was going to be like.
For most of the 1990s, the Playboy Mansion had become a children's playground.
We gonna play golf together?
And the once wild parties were now strictly black tie affairs. Hugh Hefner, America's Playboy, now touted the virtues of marriage and monogamy.
Hi, honey bun.
How you doing, your mommy? Hi, Mom.
And his time was largely spent supervising the magazine.
And these are the upcoming issues.
And working on his personal scrapbook collection.
And it begins here with volume 1. I am by nature a person who manages to make the best of things. In other words, I'm an optimistic person. So it surprises me to some extent that I managed to work through those years with a certain amount of contentment. The truth of the matter is it was one of the loneliest, most unhappy times of my life.
Unfortunately for Hefner and his wife, Kimberly, the pressures of life at the Playboy Mansion had put too great a strain on their marriage. In 1998, after nearly 9 years as husband and wife, the two decided to separate.
I think you should go to pink.
Go pink. Pink? Okay.
Once again, Mr. Playboy was single. And ready to party. And what he soon discovered was that a generation raised in the shadow of AIDS and tempered by years of political correctness was eager to play, and play hard.
The whole generation, it was a different breed. Women had been emancipated in between times, and obviously Playboy had played more than a little part in that. I was reaping the benefits of actually the seeds that I had sown earlier. My brother came back out after his marriage and found that everybody was cheering and happy and let's party because they felt they'd missed the party of the 70s.
Almost overnight, retro cool was in, and Hugh Hefner was seen as the last veteran of the sexual revolution, still standing. Playboy was in demand again.
When I think of your life, I'm just amazed at how tremendous it is. And the magazine continues to be strong.
Playboy, the brand, my life are hotter now than ever.
I know, it's amazing.
Hugh Hefner really understood the art of using mass media better than anybody else of his generation. And he did something that really has been done very rarely. He made himself the company in terms of his image. And it's been a huge asset for Playboy. It's really become such an amazing brand.
I get to live out every man's fantasy. There's not a guy in the world who wouldn't welcome a little variety.
The component of the Playboy story that appealed to me the most, personally, was the idea of reinvention. Playboy had diversified its presence, and it brought the original message of sexual liberation into this new generation, and at the same time manages to progress so that it is relevant to them.
In 2003, Playboy celebrated its 50th anniversary with a 2-hour televised party.
Let's all raise a toast, everybody, and wish a happy anniversary of Playboy magazine.
Like Playboy After Dark and Playboy's Penthouse, it featured comedy.
You've done so much. You've given my mother something to search for in my bedroom.
Music. and many familiar faces from Playboy's past.
The resurgence of Playboy, I was so grateful for it. Define Playboy.
It celebrates women, and that's why I love it.
What was your first memory of Playboy?
At the crib, father got it under the bed.
It really has been a long time since the sexual revolution, and Playboy changed and opened up our minds that, wait, some of us are very sexual beings. Now, men and women were celebrating it.
As if to make up for years of marriage and monogamy, Hefner was now proudly seen in the company of as many as 3 new girlfriends. Then 6. Then 7.
The notion of having multiple girlfriends would have been unthinkable to me back in the 50s or 60s. But if you look at the world today, I think it represents personal freedom. And it is part of what Playboy represents in terms of lifestyle.
Eventually, Hef's number of girlfriends was scaled back to 3. And this trio of blondes even co-starred in their own cable reality series, The Girls Next Door.
So far, so good.
Yeah.
At the time, there were just, I think, a couple reality shows, and we opened the door for people to see this very interesting lifestyle. People wanted to have their own little look and little sneak peek into the Playboy Mansion to see what really goes on. And me, Holly, and Bridget were their key into the Playboy Mansion.
The Girls Next Door became a surprise hit with young women.
My baby love. Yes, I am.
My baby.
Attracting an estimated 5 million viewers per week. And its popularity opened the door to a host of other successful girl power reality series. It also helped fuel a global resurgence in the Playboy brand.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
In 2006, Playboy opened its first U.S.-based Playboy club in more than 2 decades at the Palms Casino and Resort in Las Vegas. The Playboy Bunny was back, and the Playboy logo seemed to be hopping up everywhere.
Without question, the return of the bunny had a great deal of meaning to me. The reopening of the Playboy clubs in Vegas and elsewhere promised something exciting for the future.
But as Hugh Hefner began to focus on Playboy's future, it was only a matter of time before radical changes would once again be taking place in the Playboy empire. Playboy had helped to change the world, and now Hugh Hefner wanted to make sure it would stay that way.
At Universal Studios Hollywood, we test everything to make the best day in LA. I-Rex versus T-Rex. Verified. Newest ride. New favorite.
The Wizarding World of Harry Potter.
Universal Studios Hollywood. Let yourself whoa. And now you can buy a day, get a second day free on the best day in LA. Restrictions apply.
Dear road rivals, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our no-cost maintenance plan that covers tire rotations, engine oil changes, fluid adjustments, and more for 2 years or 25,000 miles. Nissan charges extra for maintenance. And you guessed it, Ford charges extra for maintenance. At Toyota, we take care of our drivers. Too bad none of our rivals do the same. Join us, Toyota. Toyota, let's go places.
I want to hire you.
A woman was killed. Somebody set me up. I lost 15 years of my life.
It's not over. It was a killer for hire.
I want to go back to work.
Now show me what you can do.
In 2008, at the height of a global economic recession, Christy Hefner announced she was stepping down after 20 years as Playboy's CEO. It was a move that suggested the company would be seeing many more such changes to come. Within the next 3 years, Playboy would hire a new CEO, a new editor, and enter into a global partnership that would allow Playboy to return to its roots as a privately held company. But for a media empire that was still very much based upon a lifestyle magazine, Playboy executives knew that in addition to entertainment for men, their motto also needed to read, diversify or die.
Now we're truly a global brand. We're the Microsoft of fun. We're literally everywhere. We're opening clubs in Moscow. We're opening clubs in Panama. We're looking in Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia. The brand is like a symbol of luxury. It's a symbol of freedom.
Now in his 80s, the multi-millionaire publisher was being regarded by many in the world as a trailblazer.
Mr. Hugh M. Hefner.
Not only in the field of sexual behavior and individual freedoms, but also for Playboy's contributions to film preservation, mental health issues, and human rights. But did Playboy really change the world?
The reason why I asked that because I've noticed some stuff moving.
Were the changes for the better?
The way it's moving.
Playboy has literally changed the world because America exports attitudes.
Right, true.
Overseas, when you ask, what is it about America you wish you had? It is that freedom, that upward mobility, that lifestyle. That's what the rabbit head means to the rest of the world.
Current society has become, in many, many ways, what Hugh Hefner envisioned in the early 1950s. A consumer society devoted to material affluence and happiness.
The magazine played a critical role in educating, civilizing, edifying a whole generation of men. Playboy offered a new model of masculinity and femininity.
It destigmatized sexuality and I think the female form, and it brought sex into the American home in a way that was accessible.
Now, I've had letters from readers. One man said that it was a revelation for him that you could enjoy all those things in life. You were allowed to love literature and art and sex.
When I first met Hat, girls didn't get in the sack with anybody until they married them. And all of that's changed.
Our generation should give Playboy a huge thank you because we are so open about sex and we don't feel ashamed about it now.
One of the important changes that we can point to is a greater tolerance for lifestyle. There are a lot more possibilities for men and women to choose their own path than was true of Hefner and his generation. And the magazine can be credited with some of those changes.
The kinds of questions that Hefner was raising and the taboos that he was pushing back against couldn't help but get people more generally, including women, to question authority.
In an open society, you want to be able to talk about everything. Playboy helped push the dialogue along.
Playboy was challenging a very resisting, frightened, hostile culture.
I think that you'll agree it's a sniggering kind of sex. That I would say rather strongly. We consider it pretty healthy yet.
Hef gave the magazine the leeway and the opportunity to push boundaries far beyond where culture was willing to go at that time. It's the man and the magazine that changed the world for the better.
For more than 6 decades, Hugh Hefner and his media empire have reshaped the social and sexual landscape. And now, Playboy continues, reflecting the values of a world it had helped to change. It proved that social rebellion can come in the form of articles, editorials, cartoons, and centerfolds. And that the status quo can be challenged, not only with bullets and ballots, but with something as harmless and unassuming as a bunny. Playboy was more than a magazine. It was a movement. It really represents America and the best of who we are. Live your life on your own terms as long as you don't hurt anybody, and be honest about it. Who would want to live any other way?
I walked into Chick-fil-A completely outnumbered. My husband was away at military leadership training, and the kids were doing this. Miss Carol brought me water, something to eat, and then before I knew it, she was tying Margot's shoes up and carrying her out to the car.
It always makes me feel good if that helps somebody.
I went in the next day because I just wanted to make sure she knew how much I appreciated her help.
I'm just so glad there was somebody there when she really needed it.
That's gonna go on my refrigerator.
I have something to get over that wasn't totally my fault. Remembering that I was just this person for years that was just constantly focusing all of their energy on this, one person, and trying to give all of their love and all of their support to this one person. I don't really know what the difference is between having that with a guy who was your teacher in high school and who was much older than you, and having that with, boyfriends your own age, because I didn't really have that.
For so many years, I did not even have the language to speak about this. I didn't have the words. I started to recognize that I wasn't responsible for this, that I was a child. I didn't think that being a 16-year-old person was a child. I didn't have any other way to look at it because I didn't have anybody to reframe this for me. I've had to be okay with it, and then I've had to make excuses for it. Nobody wants to look at the truth because the truth is that this is so prevalent in half of the population. Like, it affects everything, and it's a big deal. I could tell that girl, what's about to happen. It's not just that your entire life is going to change. There's a lot of things that are going to be taken away from you that you want. You're going to be diverted from becoming the person that you want to become because you're going to be obsessed with this person. I fell in love with my teacher when I was 16. And then I went to college and I was still with this guy. These were my formative years. And they're gone. I'll never get them back. I'm in Los Angeles now. My desire to get out of Little Elm, it's the reason that I had the strength to pull myself out of that relationship. But it's also the thing that he hooked onto and said, you can be so much more. I was groomed and I was abused. For years, I had convinced myself that I was making this choice to be with him. That I was the one that needed to accept the consequences. But now, there's no doubt in my mind that he was in control of this. And it took a couple years, but I started really seeing that this thing might not have been okay. When I decided that I wanted to make this documentary, I didn't know what form it was going to take. I just knew that I wanted to ask questions about how I found myself in this position where I was out of control of my own life. It's hard to tell a story by yourself.
Back in 2017, Cheryl came to me and shared this story with me. She told me that she needed a partner.
She wanted to explore what had happened to her, and she needed an objective counterpart. So along this journey, I have been the person to ask the questions that she's maybe not asking herself. As soon as we started digging into Cheryl's story, we started to wonder how far this spread. We had a friend post this thing on her Instagram for us. Has anybody had this experience of being abused by their teacher? For weeks, we just got emails. One of my teachers at my school asked me to come into his classroom.
He had changed my grade from a B to a D-, and he told me I had assets that could be used to bring my grade back up.
My coach always makes perverted comments at us.
I was sexually assaulted for 3 consecutive years. He decided to have sex with me in his office.
Who was that? She doesn't give her name.
He was standing behind me to demonstrate to the class what proper technique was. He pressed his body into mine. I was paralyzed with fear as class looked on. It wasn't until a popular girl came forward and said the same thing happened to her by his hands and even her older sister. That's when the matter got taken more seriously. He was forced to retire.
We have another one here. It took just a couple days for him to convince me to send naked pictures. A month later, I found myself in his bed more than once. I never said a word.
Thank you for hearing my story. I needed someone to care.
Feels good to say something to whoever you are.
Nobody feels like anybody will listen to them, and they just want to say it. The only good thing that they can feel from this is that they've just let it out of them.
I want to find some answers for myself, and I didn't hear from him again until I reached out to him in 2017. God, I mean, are we cray just to like send this? Do I need to send it from another email? No, it's fine. No. My email, right? Yeah, I mean, you're gonna be... Can you like find me? Hi, I know we haven't talked in a long time and this email may be strange to receive. It's strange to write. The reason I'm contacting you is to let you know that I am currently working on a documentary and will be sharing some of the details of our relationship, specifically the high school years. If you are open to it, I am interested in starting a conversation with you about what happened so that your perspective is given value and weight. Oh, good.
Dear Cheryl, people have good relationships that go bad. Do you really think that understanding how inexperienced I was with relationships would somehow make you feel better about the lies that I told?
Now he's trying to say he was the inexperienced one. I was 16.
What I want to know, and I'm sure you are aware of this, is why you made the decision to initiate an intimate relationship with me back in 1999 while you were still married and teaching at Little Elm.
I haven't felt like I've had control or power in our relationship, maybe ever. I'm just a pathetic guy that got involved with you because I was naive.
He is so good at manipulating the situation.
I didn't expect it to be that manipulative.
There was so much about his kind of tactic that was, this is good to be, this is not good to be. And the good kind of girl to be was the girl that he approved of, that he saw that was cool. Over time, it was exhausting. Like, I had no idea where I was underneath all of that. Later in my life, like, everything came into question. My whole personality. I had to think about little things like, well, do I listen to this music because he told me to? Do I write this way because he wrote this way? The important thing here is to start the bigger conversation of how this happens, why this happens, what culturally is happening in order to make it easy for these men to take advantage of these young women. It's so much about shame, and they kind of start that shame cycle with you as a teenager.
L'Oréal Paris presents the shades of Color Riche. 52 wearable colors infused with luxurious oils to enrich your lips. Choose your shade, choose your statement. Color Riche by L'Oréal Paris. We're worth it.
Your Morning Egg McMuffin can earn you a free afternoon Big Mac. Because every one of your orders earns points you can redeem for free McDonald's when you order with the McDonald's app. Download the app today to start earning free McDonald's.
Here's what you expect from your wireless plan. But at T-Mobile, this is what you get. And so much more. Like a free Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 and Netflix on us. With T-Mobile, get benefits that add up to more than $225 in value each month. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 and even more. Only at T-Mobile.
You are uniquely you, and your Starbucks coffee should be too. So if you like your coffee deliciously smooth, flavorful, and on the lighter side, then Starbucks Veranda Blend is made to be yours.
We live in a culture that romanticizes this like hypersexualization of teenage girls. Film, television, music.
If you look through a magazine or, movie awards, photos, or anything from celebrities, it was a tough time to be a teenager.
When I was in middle school, it was about Alanis Morissette and Fiona Apple and like girl power. When I got into this high school thing and suddenly it was like Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera.
We sort of went straight then into the pop princess stuff. In the 2000s, clothing for women wasn't just so much about the clothing, but it was about the body, because there's just so much skin exposed. There was definitely a male gaze attached in how we perceive them.
There is an amount of this romanticization when it comes to relationships between older men and girls.
The movies that I remember seeing at that time told me everything I needed to know about how someone would be treated.
Culturally, there is that glamorization of the student-teacher relationship. We are kind of glamorizing or making people think like this is an honor to have a teacher want to be in a relationship with you when you're a student.
I mean, like election, right? That's like a farce, making a joke out of a teacher-student relationship.
As a culture, I think we've kind of just mentally adopted that. I think that is a very damaging culture that we unfortunately have used for media and entertainment that has also led to some of the victim blaming and approaches to how to handle these real life cases.
Our culture has created a climate where girls do not want to speak up. They see that nobody's going to believe them. Or if they do believe them, they're going to be blamed.
We are still fighting for the most basic answers and accountability over 6 years later.
Something really big would have to change in order for us to face what's happening and actually protect victims.
When I decided that I wanted to make this documentary, I felt blocked, I felt frustrated. I needed to know if the people around me knew what was happening, and if they did, why they didn't do anything to stop it. There's this sense of scandal that kind of surrounded me, and I didn't really process it or deal with it after I left Texas. And in a way, that's why I am going back to Little Elm, because I'm attempting to gain perspective on a moment in time that I was so myopic, and I was so controlled by the version of events that was just from one singular point of view, which was his point of view. In going back and talking to the people that I was close to, I can get a sense of what they saw and understand this story in a more holistic way.
Don't you think there's got to be a little bit of relief about being able to have an open conversation with us?
I'm just worried about digging back into the past and talking about something that's pretty painful and like inspiring feelings of guilt.
The hope is that this maybe prevents a couple of people from having to go through the experience that you went through.
I know.
Yeah. I got you, girl.
Okay.
Just a cool 19 hours and 40 minutes.
I'm kind of making this big deal out of something that maybe I could just handle internally or something, I don't know. I mean, even when I talk about it, I'm thinking about the way my mouth is kind of tight and the way my voice is, and I just want this self-consciousness to go away. I just want to not have to feel like I'm, you know, constantly like looking over my shoulder or trying to guess what people are thinking about me, or I just want to confront this, and I just want other people to see it, I guess.
L'Oréal Paris presents the shades of color riche. 52 wearable colors infused with luxurious oils to enrich your lips. Choose your shade, choose your statement. Color riche by L'Oréal Paris.
We're worth it.
Introducing Icy Hot Pro. Ice works fast to freeze your pain and your doubt. Heat makes it last, so you'll never sit this one out. New Icy Hot Pro with 2 max strength pain relief.
Some people are born to hustle. They just know their way around a good deal. That's why we hired them all. At Marshalls, our buyers hustle every day for the brands you love. They can tell the quality to cost ratio simply by touch and know what makes bone china different from porcelain. But most importantly, they know that that bag is amazing, so we'll take them all for the right price. We get the deals, you get the good stuff. Marshalls.
You know that old saying that everyone will get their 15 minutes of fame? Yeah, not us. See, greatness is what we're after. You don't need handles like Trey or 3 like Cat. You see, greatness is in all of us. All you gotta do.
You gonna keep talking to yourself, or you gonna check up?
Ooh, 6 miles to Little Elm, baby.
Only 6.66 miles, 6.66 miles.
I feel really nervous. I mean, I haven't seen my friends since 2002. In the abstract, it doesn't even seem like that big of a deal. And I know because I've convinced myself my entire life that it's not that big of a deal. All the abuse did was just push me further and further and further into a place that I felt that I had to contain myself in order for other people to accept me. I grew up in a small town in Texas called Little Elm.
Little Elm in the 90s was this small strip of a town. If you blinked, you missed it.
I think we had all of 60 people in our class.
We like to play and say that there was more livestock than there were people. It's the epitome of Texas. It's God, football, and family.
I have a lot of fond memories there. But the men ruled the world.
Growing up in Texas, men are the gatekeepers of your reputation in a way. My value was given to me by the men who paid attention to me. The way that men talked to me as a young girl was as if everybody was my daddy. Every man around me got to tell me how to behave. My whole life, I've always felt the pressure to be a good girl. I started cheerleading. This was kind of like a way that I could be entertaining. But it didn't really reflect too much of my personality.
Growing up, she was very active in everything. Whatever she did, she put everything into it. That's just the way it was.
As a kid, I spent a lot of time kind of by myself. I was imaginative, constantly thinking and dreaming. In English class, we were doing the Diaries of Anne Frank. So I asked if I could direct a production of Anne Frank, and we did this play and like a lot of people from the town came out. I remember taking my mom into the hallway and saying, I think I want to be an actress. My mom was just like always encouraging me. I thought I was Meryl Streep as a child.
I woke in the middle of the night and stared at my poster of James Dean. I thought how many times I watched his movies, pretending I was in them.
Honey, I'm home.
Yay!
Oh, I got it.
Dad, look at the way Ed's holding me.
Yeah.
Ari, come look at this. Look at this photo. Most of my classmates didn't want to talk, but I still needed to know who else might have known what was happening. Why was nothing done to protect me?
Hey, I'm working on a piece that has to do with some shit that went down in high school. Maybe Kat's told you about it. I've spent some time now talking to her, but I would love to pick your brain about that time and see if you remember anything, or maybe just chat with me. Hey, Nat, just talked to your sister yesterday. Still filming this documentary. I don't know, maybe it's not your thing, but I'm trying to tell the theater department story, how we were all close, etc. Hey there. Okay, this is a weird thing to DM about, but here it goes. I'm making a documentary about student-teacher relationships. I don't know for certain that you have any run-ins with some questionable figures with bad intentions at our high school, but reaching out to see if you know anything or would be willing to chat with me about it. Feel free to call or text or tell me that.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, hold on.
All right. How is that?
So I didn't know that we were going to have a high school reunion, but I got this invitation. And this is the time where it's like, it's crunch time. Like, I want to hear from some of these people.
How's it going there?
Good.
Yeah. Are you gonna go to the reunion?
Yeah, I will go. I said I would. I will go. Get back out now. Not to leave you down there by yourself.
I'm still on the fence just because I'm,
Shut up! Katie was like my anchor in a way. Katie made me feel like a human being.
I was just watching our senior slideshow and I was like, I kind of remembered it sort of fondly. But then I thought there's actually like a lot of stuff that was happening in between here that I was pretty miserable about and was really painful for me.
The overall goal of the project is to shine a light on something that has happened not just in Little on what Uber experience, but something that's happened to, girls and people everywhere in small little towns and past the trash and things like that.
If people were open to it, I just feel like there's probably going to be more girls at our school that had kind of more similar experiences. I guess it could kind of go two ways. I'm worried that everybody's going to start shutting down.
Once they see that you're just talking to everybody.
Yeah.
And want to remember experiences.
Yeah.
I think they'll warm up to it.
When I went into high school, I wanted somebody to understand that I was smarter and more interesting than this small town cheerleader girl. I wanted to be seen as somebody who was more complicated. My sophomore year, we got a new theater teacher. She was super cool and she immediately liked me.
She was the fun, free-loving hippie teacher. Always smiling and always trying to teach us to think outside of the box. Also, she was in love.
The theater teacher, she had a husband who would come to the school and he would help direct the plays. And when he started teaching at Little Elm, he was like the most popular teacher. Everybody loved him.
We would write sketches together, and we actually ended up performing a sketch comedy thing together. We started a thespian club. We would go hang out at their house. Definitely had like a bohemian vibe. Musical instruments were all over the place.
They brought in this tapestry of color. I was so lost. What I saw is a smiling, goofy, sweetheart, intelligent man.
He would share like his passions and things with you. Like he'd come in with his bass guitar and play that thing and show us how he played it. And he was always really welcoming too, right? He would be like, come on in, let's just hang out here all together. There would be like 5 or 6 of us. Cheryl was always there.
His classroom was right next door to my other favorite teacher's classroom, Tom Warwick. So that corner of the school started to become the corner that I spent a lot of time in. Sometimes he would show up a little bit before play rehearsal, and he and I would start breaking down poetry. And we started to become we had a friendship. I never felt like friendly with an adult that way. I considered myself like mature, but I didn't ever connect with an adult like that. And he and the theater teacher were two adults that I could suddenly connect to. I would just make comments about the poetry or the books, and he would kind of clock them as being very smart or astute. I never had anybody care that I was intelligent before. He was really great at finding the special thing about a person and constantly reminding them that that made them special. When he turned his light on me, I felt like I was suddenly not just seen, but I was validated by this person who everybody believed was great. I just didn't know that it was going to be a trap.
We're Carvana, the company who invented car vending machines and buying a car 100% online. Now we've created a brand new way for you to sell your car. Whether it's a year old or a few years old, we want to buy your car. So go to Carvana, enter your license plate, answer a few questions, and our techno wizardry calculates your car's value and gives you a real offer in seconds. When you're ready, we'll come to you, pay you on the spot, and pick up your car. That's it. So ditch the old way of selling your car and say hello to the new way at Carvana.
Your puppy depends on you, and you can depend on Blue for the nutrition growing pups need. All Blue puppy foods start with real meat and are made with the ingredients puppies need to grow up healthy and strong, like DHA and ARA to support cognitive development and high-quality protein to support healthy muscle growth. Help give your new best friend a healthy head start and see why no other natural dog food brand is more trusted than Blue Buffalo.
Introducing Ice Hot Pro. Ice works fast to freeze your pain and your doubt. Heat makes it last, so you'll never sit this one out. New Icy Hot Pro with 2 max strength pain.
When the world gave them setbacks, science gave them bounce backs. And when your vet delivered life-altering news, science delivered life-changing nutrition. Hill's Prescription Diet. Science did that.
Teenagers are constantly like thinking that the world is against them. It's part of your healthy rebellion of breaking out of this mundane life and like trying to figure out your own thing. That was so easy to tap into because I was already there. I was already an imaginative, wanderlusty kind of person. I would get excited about going into his class after school. But I knew nothing would ever happen and that it wasn't a possibility. And so in a way, it kind of felt like safe. In high school, I finished the high school English classes and I'd moved on to doing college courses for my junior and senior year. So he would kind of help me with my English papers. I spent a lot of time in his classroom going through poetry. And we started getting really close. Like there would be these flirtatious moments where he would accidentally touch my hand. And then it was becoming Christmas time and they were going to go see some of his family, and so he was going to be gone for a month, and so I wasn't going to get to see him. And so he said, why don't we just email? And I didn't have an email, so he kind of helped me figure out how to set one up, and we started emailing back and forth.
Dearest Pony. Okay, first things first. You have to change your account information from Cheryl Nichols to something else. Never send email with your real name on it. It's just a general rule of computer geeks everywhere. You understand. Notice how my mail comes from something quilty or whatever. You can do that too.
So I didn't have one, and so he helped me figure out how to set it up, and I came up with my own email name, which was a Blue Pony. That was his nickname for me, Pony. And Quilty is the last name of Claire Quilty, who was the monster pedophile antagonist in Lolita.
all of these things that were happening in total secret. He would start implanting things in my head that would tell me who I should be friends with and who I shouldn't. He was positioning himself as somebody who I could trust and who I should listen to. Because he would say things like, "You're so beautiful when you dance, Cheryl. You're so full of energy and you're so alive." He would pick out the things that he knew I cared about and he would hone in on them, and he would make sure that I heard from his mouth that he thought that those things were special. Now I know that this is the part where all of the things before were grooming, and this is where the sexual nature of the abuse begins.
For the record, you have been and continue to be my #1 priority.
The others are all nice people, but no one else is My Little Pony. Tell me how you've been. Has your weekend and such been good? Any new developments in your life regarding a certain boy?
He started to introduce this idea of wanting to be with me even though he couldn't. He would say, "Oh, if I just wish that I could kiss you. I wish that I could kiss you, but I can't. And then he just starts getting more and more sexual. He says, "Now, I have more questions."
You said, "So monkey," and you know what monkey means. And I'm forced to admit, I don't know what that means. I thought it meant penis, but that can't be right because you would never talk sexually around me.
You sure write well enough to make me all steamy and shit. If the world ends when we get to heaven, I'll let you borrow some of my memories. Hell, I've got plenty. You can have all the masturbation memories you want. I'm overflowing with those. Take care, dear.
The real turning point was, I remember I was walking through the hall and I walked past his classroom and he called me over and he said, "Hey, I have something for you." And he had this folded up piece of paper and he just put it in my hand and he looked directly in my eyes and said, "This is for you." Frustration. The desk is a wide wooden bunker unknown. The room, which contains 30 desks, contains one desk like a rock shrine, inhabited by an unusual serpent. It was this poem about the feeling of frustration that comes from wanting something you can't have. And I knew it was about me. Innocent and still when we connect, yet smiling. At the dance as I straighten and sequence and lean forward to whisper and want. It was over for me after that poem. Like, I was done. It doesn't matter what this cost me, like, I will be part of this relationship. My, instinct was then to just push everything else to the side and make this my priority. I remember it's February 11th, and this was maybe a month before my 17th birthday. And I went over to his house with some friends. We were all sitting on the couch watching a movie, and then one by one all of the other kids left. And then it was just me and him and the theater teacher. As soon as she left the room, my heart was just pounding. He took my hand and he walked me to the door. And then he pulled me as close to the wall as he possibly could. And he kissed me. It was as if the entire bubble that I was in just kind of broke into 1,000 pieces. I was so afraid. I just remember this out of control feeling. The language was, "Now what do we do?" But the answer was, "Well, now we're in a sexual relationship."
You know when all you can see is this area here? Line, dark circles. New Revitalift Eye Serum by L'Oreal with hyaluronic acid plus caffeine. Applied with a triple bead roller. It visibly replumps eye wrinkles and brightens dark circles. New Revitalift Eye Serum by L'Oreal.
What can I do with less asthma? With Dupixent, I can do more. Catching my train. Making moves. making a connection. A train connection. That's how you do more with Dupixent, which helps prevent asthma attacks. Dupixent is not for sudden breathing problems. It's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks, and could reduce or even eliminate oral steroids. And here's something important. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Just ask your asthma specialist about Dupixent.
At Metro by T-Mobile, you can save more with one line of unlimited 5G for just $40, period. That's the lowest price in prepaid, so you can share the big moments like your little star's debut. Save more, only at Metro.
I started sort of drafting this last night. Now, I'm not totally sure if this is the right thing, so I need you to help me with this. Okay. Once again, I know it's probably a shock to see me in your inbox. When I contacted you years ago, I was hoping to get you to talk to me about what happened between us. You shared a lot with me in that exchange, but I felt that it devolved pretty quickly into an old patterned accusatory back and forth that sort of missed the point. If you're open to it, I would like to try again to understand how everything happened the way it did. About to send this.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You know, if my parents found out, if he was, arrested. Holy shit, he just wrote me back.
What?
He just wrote, "Hi Cheryl, I'm not interested. Take care." I think I want him to admit it because I think I want to believe that he's good somehow. But he's continually making a decision that is keeping the secret, putting me in the shame place, and not caring about or admitting to everything that happened to me and everything I experienced, and not acknowledging how it affected like my romantic relationships, my sexual relationships, my relationships with my other teachers, how I trust people who want something from me. The right thing for him to do is to come forward and be like, look, I did this. I did this to another person. Please don't do this to other people. But he's not going to do that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about like how captivating he was, and like it was for all of us. I mean, there was a reason that we all went over, like groups of us would go over to their house and like hang out and like all be part of like a group together. We were generally the misfits. We would all just go hang out there, and it just felt like comfortable. And it just sucks that it wasn't.
How does it make you feel?
It makes me feel like disappointed that I didn't see it, or none of us really saw it for what it was. Yeah, I always sort of maybe just not on purpose turned a blind eye to it. Did it happen when you were 16? Did it start?
Wait, you don't know that?
I know that you guys were like hanging out in a relationship.
Wait,
you didn't. I mean, I've always assumed, right? Like, but I've never heard the words come out of your mouth that was the situation.
It was true. Like, very true. And, like when we would go over and like...
That sucks. I'm sorry.
It was everything but intercourse.
That really makes me now wish that I would have leaned the other way, seeing as myself as like a full-grown man and known like... I'm sorry.
I think it was like pretty soon after we
We had decided that we were going to like see each other without our clothes on. It's all about like making him feel a certain way, like making sure he's satisfied and taken care of. He just like told me what to do. I thought I had agency in this whole thing, you know? I thought I had agency. You guys were not equals. My first sexual experiences were with somebody that was not, it was not a consensual relationship. It was like I was being completely taken advantage of.
The most I knew of was that the relationship was inappropriate. Inappropriate in the sense that they were too close, that it made everybody uncomfortable.
I was always worried that somebody was going to find out. But he kind of convinced me that he was very good at hiding things.
I know that there were definitely more girls.
At Little Elm High School, there were several incidents just with myself that kind of set a precedent that this was kind of okay. And abuse was going to happen and teachers were going to cross lines.
Oh my God.
That was fun.
Wow. What year is this?
This is senior year.
Wow.
It was about writing. Feeling like I could pour my heart into something on a piece of paper and then have it read, and then I felt like he was giving me, you know, really good feedback on how to better my writing, how to make it better. Like I'd write poems about my boyfriend. A lot of forlorn teenage girl stuff and poetry or short stories that he would give me feedback on.
Did you ever feel like it got too intimate?
I didn't feel like it got too intimate as a child, but I definitely know it got too intimate as an adult.
Do you feel comfortable saying how?
Yes.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about sex in the classroom?
Yes. I feel like we probably talked about it more than once, but the one incident that I hold on to and that actually I told my husband about, my boyfriend at the time had told me he wanted to experiment having anal sex. And I can only guess that I had written about it.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Of course. Or I could have gone in there and just said something, I'm not sure, but he did describe to me how to do it. But it was a pretty intense conversation about lube, bending over, bringing a towel, it potentially being messy.
Oh, Crystal, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm crying.
There's just so few girls at the time at our school that weren't touched by this thing.
Yeah.
There was a lot of stuff going on with the teachers and the students there that seemed kind of to me like a cesspool.
If you know, you know.
Crispy corners and sauce on top.
If you know, you know.
Detroit style is back at Pizza Hut, just $12.99. You are trouble. No one outpizzas the Hut.
What can I do with less asthma? With Dupixent, I can do more. Catching my train. Making moves. Making a connection. Oh, a train connection. That's how you do more with Dupixent, which helps prevent asthma attacks. Dupixent is not for sudden breathing problems. It's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks, and can reduce or even eliminate oral steroids. And here's something important. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Just ask your asthma specialist about Dupixent.
Who says you can't go for bold without going broke? Get the brands you want, the prices you want, whenever you want. TJ Maxx, where you can always afford to be you to the max.
My grandmother was a kindergarten teacher, so I always knew that I wanted to teach. Since I've begun teaching, I've become more angry about what happened to me than I ever was before. I don't think I can fully capture what it's like to be in a classroom full of your creative writing students, and there's always at least one girl. It's always a girl. There's always at least one girl who's having a hard time. Either dealing with depression, or maybe it's, you know, an eating disorder or family stuff, and she's usually really talented and she wants help. They're asking for support, and they're asking for kindness and confidence and attention, but they're not asking to be screwed, and neither was I.
When I heard about Allison's story, I was like, I need to know more. Then I heard her talking about Lolita on a podcast, and I thought, her story is identical to mine. You can't write this. She was even given Lolita by her abuser, just like me.
I was introduced to Lolita when I was 17 years old, and an English teacher in my high school gave me a copy of Lolita. He told me it was a beautiful story about our love, that it was just the height of romance, and I was 17 and didn't know any better, so I believed.
Your picture is your cat. It's amazing. It's so weird when you read someone's memoir and then you know things about them they might not know about you, and it's like, you know, it's like I feel like I'm spying on you, but I just know that from your book. I had an experience, like I had a relationship with my teacher that was like literally almost exactly like yours. Like, so somebody recommended your book to me, and I was like, all right, and I picked it up, and I was just glued. It was crazy. I felt like I was reading my journals. It was crazy.
I mean, we always think about rape as stranger in the bushes, and it's like, no, most of the time when a woman is raped, it's by someone that she knows. It's by someone who's close to her.
He made me feel like I was smart, like I was mature and I was insightful. And I think that's also part of the awfulness of these patterns of abuse. Every child goes to school, all of them. And yet we just allow these kinds of predators to sit in our classrooms and continue teaching.
So many girls told the school about the assistant football coach. It was our English teacher, and he married the student. I had a teacher who got a girl pregnant, did not get fired. Eventually, he picked the wrong girl, and it all came crashing down.
Okay, so I just got an email. Okay. Let me see.
I decided a long time ago not to work in
any way with Cheryl Nichols. She is a toxic person who has lied, cheated, and stolen from me.
From me. I'm the toxic person.
I decided not to work in any way with Cheryl Nichols as if we worked at Bank of America together. Stolen? He's talking about my student loan that he co-signed.
He co-signed on a loan and then you couldn't pay it, and then he had to pay it.
Yes, that's called signing a bad deal.
That's called dating a teenager. Teenagers can't pay their student loans, you idiot. He's rewriting the story, and it makes me furious.
And that's exactly what he was telling me I was doing earlier. You're changing this story so that you were victimized rather than, you know, some beautiful thing that happened to us. It's just not that. Unfortunately, I grew up.
And he's exactly the same person. Everybody's just covering their own ass.
Everybody's also betting that I'm the same afraid person that I was back then.
Oh, there goes the story.
Greatness is calling. Answer the call. Presented by NBA 2K23. Available now.
You know that old saying that everyone will get their 15 minutes of fame? Yeah, not us. You see, greatness is what we're after. You don't need handles like Trey or a 3 like Cat. You see, greatness is in all of us. All you gotta do is...
You gonna keep talking to yourself, or you gonna check up?
I always knew that this problem was big. I always knew that there was nothing special about me and that this had happened. I think that once I began teaching, I just accessed a new level of rage about the institution and also just our larger society that allows this to happen. We've had a reckoning for men in film. We've had a reckoning for predators in the church, yet then classrooms. I think that the bad guys are not only the individual actors, but I think it is also, in a much larger way, the problem of the administration. No institution wants to take the responsibility that they had a teacher who was abusive and who was abusing their students. There are no accountability systems for that. It's incredibly frustrating, and it's incredibly demoralizing.
Hi. You look super milfy.
Oh my god, it's so heavy here. It's alright, I got a muscle.
Don't do that. I need a hug.
Do you remember when none of these overpasses and freeway things are here?
I remember when none of this existed.
Yeah, it was just like the country.
Being back on the highway with you, I don't think you and I have driven together since we were in the car and that kid flipped his Mustang.
And then he slammed on his brakes and then literally like flipped twice into the field, and they were in a convertible.
That is literally one of the last memories I have.
Wow.
Of us hanging out.
Car crash.
Oh my god! Look at it! It makes me so sad.
I can't believe you haven't driven by here already.
Oh my god, that was my house.
I was like devastated when we had to move away. I was like totally devastated. Because we had to move into like that really small place.
I remember that being a time where you were really defensive. It was over everything. And looking back, I had no idea why. But as a teenager, Cheryl and I were inseparable. Like, it wasn't a normal friendship. We were inseparable. We had like a 6 p.m. phone call. Whoever I was dating, she was dating as well. So I feel like she would have had no choice but to pull away when something like that happened.
all of a sudden, she wasn't talking to me. This is the girl who had told me every phone call she'd had with a boy, every crush, every song she'd listened to since we were 8. She stopped coming around, she stopped telling me things, she stopped calling, and I didn't know what happened at all. I just knew she was mad, and then she was gone. I remember feeling entirely isolated. I mean, we didn't have a lot of people anyway. And he took my best friend.
I feel really nervous because it's becoming clear what the sort of consequences are going to be of bringing all of this stuff to the fore. I didn't call up everybody and say, hey, did you guys know I was involved with a teacher? Just like, do you want to like process through this after I left, let alone? And so I feel guilty exposing it in a way. I feel like I'm betraying something I learned early in my life that isn't very polite, which is, you know, telling the truth about these things and asking other people to come and tell the truth as well.
Cheryl.
Yeah, darling.
This one? Or is this too professional brunchy?
No, I think it's great. And also, like, we're 38, so professional brunchy is fine.
Don't ever say that again.
Are you nervous? I'm nervous for...
I just don't know who's actually going to come to this thing. I heard back from one of the girls that we went to school with, and she was, like, seemingly pretty pissed, and I guess I'm worried that I'm becoming a person that people can sort of direct their fear at because I'm doing this. It's like now I'm going to be the enemy because I'm, you know, I'm talking about this on a sort of bigger platform. When I started working on this project, I knew that I was going to be stepping in some stuff, and I knew that I was going to be kind of confronting people about things that they didn't want to talk about. But what I was interested in was trying to open up this dialogue. Coming forward about something isn't just about coming forward about it. It's not just telling your side of it. There's other people that had their own experiences that have an impact on the meaning of your story. But a lot of people who looked the other way then still refuse to take accountability for their actions now. I'm just saying how difficult it's going to be. I feel I'm bummed.
What makes L'Oreal Paris Hyaluronic Acid Serum loved by so many?
Our highest concentration of pure hyaluronic acid. Over time, wrinkles are visibly reduced. Skin is replumped. 100% of women showed an improvement. Revitalift Hyaluronic Acid Serum by L'Oreal Paris.
They said go for a drive, and these snaps have been unbeatable. So we're getting Chevron with Techron for unbeatable mileage. Paying with the Chevron app makes this stop a snap. A very quiet snap. Unbeatable mileage for unbeatable drives.
What can I do with less asthma? With Dupixent, I can do more. Catching my train. Making moves. Making a connection. Ooh, a train connection. That's how you do more with Dupixent, which helps prevent asthma attacks. Dupixent is not for sudden breathing problems. It's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks, and can reduce or even eliminate oral steroids, and here's something important. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Just ask your asthma specialist about Dupixent.
So I've reached out to basically everybody that I can reach out to at this point. I wrote Brandy and Mandy again, but I didn't hear back from them. I also tried to reach out to JD. I thought I had a number for him, but the guy didn't respond, so I don't know if it's his number or not. I don't think that they're all going to respond to me, honestly. Like, I think some of them are slow playing, which makes sense, but let me check my Facebook. All right, I'm going to write Brandy Praise.
Was she in that after-school theater group of kids? Okay. Neither one of us.
I think this was Shayna. There's Andy and Nathaniel. Yeah, so I reached out to them. They don't want to be part of this.
Okay.
I was trying to get them to sort of talk about, their experience, but I don't know.
Have they responded at all, or are they just straight up ignoring everything?
So there's been like a little bit of communication, but mostly it's just, I got one that was like not hostile, but definitely like, leave me alone. I don't want to talk about this. So, I don't know.
My thing is, depending on their position, like if they have the same experience with you, maybe a bit of shame and they just don't want it brought back up.
Yeah.
I had issues, with wanting to come forward because my anger towards you was awful. I hated you. I wanted nothing to do with you. I blamed you. I don't know why. I saw your attachment to each other. I could see how he was favoring you. We felt like you never got bad directions. You always got the part. Most people assumed you had the influence over him, and you were calling the shots in a lot of ways. I mean, if I were to act it out, I'd be like, oh my gosh, she's just so in love with him. It's just gross. I mean, like we did the whole teenager angsty, it's just, all we could focus on was you. And we were a bunch of assholes about it. And that's why I want to do this, and that's why I did this. I want to go back. This was one of the starting points of a lot of negativity. And so let's clear it. Thank you. Mm-hmm. After the anger settled, there was guilt. A lot of guilt. The guilt for the anger, the guilt for not seeing it, the guilt for just saying, blaming a kid instead of an adult. Sadly, women are responsible for it all. We get blamed for it all.
With Cheryl, people blamed her because women get blamed for men's actions all the time. Because someone has to be accountable, and why would it be him? If an adult male was after you, it was because there was something you were doing. There's something you were doing to make that adult male attracted to you.
So, when we started seeing that relationship, I did start getting kind of bad vibes about it. But at the same time, I think some other people took it more as a joke, more of saying Cheryl was looking for attention. you know, I hung out with a lot of guys in athletics, and a lot of it was why Cheryl would pay attention to this dorky teacher. And maybe if there really was something going on, one of the other adults, one of the other teachers would speak up and say something.
Yeah, so this is from our Mexico trip, senior year.
Oh, the dancing.
Oh no! Oh my god. Yeah, get it, Cheryl. It's so weird to, like, I don't know, think about this time. Very strange. This is fun. Like, it's fun because you watch this stuff and looking back, it's super fun, but then sometimes it's like you realize there was so much shit, you know, going on. There's just like so much other stuff, you know? I don't know. There's me and Tom.
Me and Tom.
You were close with Tom too, right? Like,
yeah. I did 2 trips with Tom.
He was crazy. He was such a crazy teacher. It's hard to describe his classes because they were so. It's something you couldn't get away with now.
No.
My role was I was a Spanish teacher. I was hired in 1997, and basically the department was a disaster. And so I had to create a new culture, and Cheryl became part of that culture and one of my most beloved and amazing students. It was a very small district. I mean, the graduating class, I think, of Cheryl was not even 100. And so we were encouraged, and I think rightly so, that, you know, get with these kids, know them, know who they are. And all of us were young teachers at that time.
There are so many different hats that teachers wear. It's really not just standing up in front of the class and delivering information. It's helping take these children and help mold them into functioning adults. The majority of the teachers that I interacted with seemed to really care about the students and wanted to help make their lives better.
You do what's best for the kid. It was spaghetti education. You just threw everything at the wall and you saw it stick. The rules were very vague, but the fact was you built those relationships, that intimate, you know, hey, I want to continue with you.
I mean, you know, the teachers that really wanted the kids to like them did things to make the kids like them. You know, I might ask my students, what did you do over the weekend? But that's different than saying, hey, Friday night, you know, what did you go to the club? What clubs did you go to? And oh, I was out at clubs Friday night too, you know, and trying to seem hip. But it never occurred to me that somebody at that point would take it further.
There's that 1% that screws it up for everyone. With him, it hit me on a personal level. This son of a you-know-what was someone who I viewed as a friend, but you break a rule like that, and use me. All of us paid the price for it. All of us. And I will never forgive him for that, ever.
Feels like just yesterday she was in a car seat. Now she's gonna be in the driver's seat. I guess there's a first time for everything. Today is all about the basics. Gotta have unbeatable focus. Kind of like the unbeatable mileage I get from Chevron with Techron. He knows it helps keep my engine clean, and she knows how to pay with the Chevron app. Everyone's learning today. Next up, the parking lot. The empty parking lot.
Unbeatable mileage for you and your car.
What can I do with less asthma? With Dupixent, I can do more. Crazy commutes, route control. Have a nice day, Alex. Thanks, Bella. Taking the stairs, that's how you do more. With Dupixent, which helps prevent asthma attacks. Dupixent is not for sudden breathing problems. It's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. that can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks. I can reduce or even eliminate oral steroids. And here's something important. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Just ask your asthma specialist about Dupixent.
Well, by number 11, they've been Chambers, stopped by a pack of Lobos, and 42-yard line, first and 10 for the Panthers.
It is hard to decipher my current feeling. I'm happy because of the events that have taken place, yet sad that some have too. Suspicious minds make me weep. They sit in their houses with picket fences and laugh at me. I just get so angry. Why do they always ruin our fun? I just want to be happy. I just want to keep the smile. The only way I can is through him.
We as humans, just in general, tend to bond. I mean, that's what we want to do with people. And so the grooming process is designed to make a bond. You're invested, and you believe that they are too. And so when it comes to moments that you might feel uncomfortable with, that you might think, this doesn't feel right to me, you're not going to be very motivated to speak out against that.
I tried to talk to Cheryl about the situation. When I heard the rumor, I called her and tried to talk to her about it. She denied it, straight away, denied it. She said people are blowing it out of proportion, that it's not, nothing's happening, everything's fine. And so I just kind of had to trust my friend at her word.
I think it's really similar to falling into a domestic violence relationship. You know, it starts with sort of this excitement and romance. It doesn't start off as horrible or sad or dark or depressing. So I think it's incredibly difficult to expect a young person to be able to see what is happening at the time.
I wanted to just be with him. I wanted to feel in those little concentrated periods of time that I was with my boyfriend. Like, I saw him as my boyfriend. And in my mind, he was the one who had everything on the line. He was risking his entire life for me. It made me feel so special. It made me feel so important to know that if somebody found out about us, like, he could get fired. Why would he do that unless he loved me?
Secrets aren't love. And by isolating the victim, you're able to take away the sort of checks and balances. You're able to take away the opportunity for a friend or a family member or an outsider to be like, huh, it's kind of messed up. Like, why is that happening?
I couldn't tell anybody about what was going on. Like, I couldn't tell anybody about my relationship with him. And so it just got more and more and more and more like tunnel vision, and the tunnel just led straight to him. The secrecy was almost like a spiritual corner that we both could be together in. It wasn't real, it was pretend. I mean, it didn't feel real until the whole thing about my mother finding my journal.
What was your impetus for looking for the journal?
Something wasn't right. And mostly I got that vibe from you with your attitude, that I think you were acting different. So I looked through your backpack. There was a map to like a park in Denton. And I thought, that seemed strange. There was a couple of things that I read that were about play rehearsal, and that you were being more intimate with him, that it wasn't like another schoolmate or something. So my first thought was, if anybody knew anything that was going on, it would be Tom.
When her mother approached me to talk about it, I was entirely blown away. I literally looked at Teresa and said, what are you talking about? And then she showed me the diary, she showed me the journal, she showed me the stuff. I'm going, oh my God. And she said, I need to talk to him. I had to go and invent a story to get him to my house. And then her mother pounced.
I started talking to them and telling them about what I had found in your backpack. And he was just like, oh, no, no, no. That's not it at all. His concept was that you were writing about what you were seeing in his relationship with his wife.
He totally said, no, no, you're misinterpreting all this stuff that's not about me, that's, you know, that's her, you know, creative writing. And, you know, I supported him. He was my friend. I basically talked Teresa down. Okay, I guarantee this is not happening. This is not what's going on.
By the time we were through talking, I felt a little foolish that I had even brought that to their attention then, because it was your diary, it was your things that you were writing, and then I thought, oh, I thought I'd made a big mistake by bringing that out into the open. When it was over, I felt like I had to be completely wrong about my gut feeling.
That's kind of a bummer, because it sort of throws me under the bus in a way.
Oh, well, definitely. Definitely. I mean, you know, I think the whole intent of that conversation was for me to feel like fantasizing and writing in your journal, that completely would be a normal thing for a teenage girl to do.
I think nobody in that room wanted it to be true. Nobody looked at my emails, nobody looked at any of that stuff. Everybody kind of believed him. They didn't kind of believe him, they believed him. And they all kind of like hugged it out or whatever and left it. But of course, all of the kids in school were talking about it, you know. There were rumors, you know, everybody knew something was weird, it wasn't right, but like, we were just hiding in plain sight.
Southern culture is very much, you don't air your dirty laundry. You don't talk about it. You don't tell someone else about it. That's really the heart of it, is that you don't talk about the hard stuff. Everything is fine all the time. Everything is fine.
I wasn't looking for it. I wasn't keeping an eye out for it. You know, I was very naive, and I was very trusting that adults are gonna make the right decision. And that wasn't the only reason. I mean, it was definitely a male-dominated school. The principal was male, the assistant principal was male, and you know, you just kind of learned that you didn't want to kind of get sideways with any of them if you wanted your life to just be smooth.
Women are told to trust men. And that is, you know, steeped in patriarchy, steeped in misogyny, steeped in rape culture. It makes it so easy for predators to take advantage. It just makes it so easy.
Your Morning Egg McMuffin can earn you a free afternoon Big Mac, because every one of your orders earns points you can redeem for free McDonald's when you order with the McDonald's app. Download the app today to start earning free McDonald's.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out, we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, you'll be welcome too.
With Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, just like that breakfast burrito.
There isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce.
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what we're talking about anymore.
Burritos.
Sure.
Geico. They said go for a drive, and these snaps have been unbeatable. So we're getting Chevron with Techron for unbeatable mileage. Paying with the Chevron app makes this stop a snap. A very quiet snap. Unbeatable mileage for unbeatable drives.
People are
not interested in facing this kind of story because it is shocking, it is disturbing, and school districts are interested in protecting themselves and the decisions that they make.
Call it nepotism, call it cronyism, call it circling the wagons. It is dumb that these kids are not being protected by the very people who take that job, who take the oath and say, yeah, I will protect your children above all else.
Your job as an administrator in education is always to protect your employees. That's being a good leader. However, if your system is failing, then you're definitely not doing your job. You believe these men are good people. You believe that they are people who would do the right thing as well. And, you know, we know better.
Okay, I'm gonna show you this thing. Do you remember this journal at all? Probably not, huh? This was the poem that he gave me in the hall. And he put it in my hand and he said, "This is for you." And it was the moment where it all changed. Like I became something else.
I remember it. I don't want to read it. I don't want to read it at all, actually.
Can you tell me? Do you remember this? Okay. Hey, what's going on? Can you tell me what's so upsetting about this?
Yes, you did show that to me. He was discussing his longing. I know that's where it goes, and I didn't even have to read past it. He was longing for you. I remember being really angry, and you were excited. Then I was freaking out. I think that I was conflicted because you were finally like excited about a boy and you were always so critical of them. I took it to my parents. I said something to them, but everybody else, they didn't listen. It's a shitty poem. Hello? Hello, come in. You are grounded. So grounded. You do not know how grounded you are.
Cheryl was like my second daughter, and you know, Katie and Cheryl were very involved in everything in school. I mean, they were both at that time cheerleading and doing the things that you do at that age. And then the next thing you know, Cheryl changed. You know, something changed.
You know, we had discussed Cheryl in the context of the inappropriate relationship in the house. I think my dad had hoped that it was more so gossip.
When Katie found the poem, she told us about it, and Katie's dad was like, "That's not right. That shouldn't be happening." And what do we do? And I said, "You're gonna go down there," because I was mad. He walked into the office, and they said, "Who are you here to see?" And he said, "I want to start at the top." They didn't take it serious. They shut him down, you know, told him there was nothing going on, laughed at him, made him feel like an idiot. You know, you need to look in your own house and not in our house, you know, like, just made him feel awful. So then we got this letter mailed to us, March 10th, 2000. I want to offer my appreciation for the time you spent with me. I agree with you that we have found ourselves in less than a desirable situation. In time, this issue will pass. All parties involved will cease from discussing the issue of an alleged inappropriate relationship between a student and a teacher with the knowledge that I have investigated the issue and found it to be lacking merit. Again, I offer my sincere appreciation for having come in my office.
thus permitting me to intervene in the matter.
I got called into the principal's office. And the principal was there, and the counselor was there, and they sat me down in this chair, and they said, "Are you involved in a sexual relationship with the teacher?" I just remember channeling him and just trying to turn into a cool cucumber. And I just said, I said, no. Like, in a question, no. And then that was it. They sent me out of the room. This was the inflection point. This was the point where something could have changed. And it would have been very easy, but nothing was, because it was much more convenient for the administration to just slide it right under the rug and keep going. If they had told my mother what was happening, if they had told my mother that they were even calling me into the office to ask me about these things, if the administration had told her that my best friend Katie was the person who had told her father about this, it would have put more questions in her mind. But they didn't. It would have made the school look bad. They don't want anything public. They don't want anything to appear like anything is wrong. They want to just handle it and make sure it's quiet.
I went to school the next week, and our Spanish teacher, Mr. Warwick, kind of backed me into the corner, and he basically told me that he would fail me if I continued to run my mouth like a spoiled, entitled little girl. I was removed from my Spanish class and placed in a distance learning environment, and I stayed there.
I quite honestly do not remember the conversation that you are talking about. I'm not trying to be, I'm trying to adjudicate. I think I'm running through the Rolodex of my memory, but I can't remember the conversation you're talking about. I'm sorry.
You had me at Allison 10-speed transmission. Features available on GMC Sierra Heavy Duty. Premium and capable. That's professional grade from GMC.
With Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, try that breakfast burrito.
There isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce.
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what we're talking about anymore.
Burritos.
Sure.
Geico.
If you want to wear everything, buy nothing. Rent designer styles up to 90% off retail with Rent the Runway. Dry cleaned and delivered to your door. Make every occasion an excuse to wear something new. No more buying outfits you'll only wear once. No more getting bored of your closet. With thousands of looks from designers you love, there's no reason not to rent. Buy nothing. Wear it all. Start renting from $30 at renttherunway.com.
At Marshalls, we get you more for your money. More brands, more quality, more fashion. Way more for way less. We get the deals. You get the good stuff. Marshalls.
There's so many things in this section I'm just looking at right now. It's like Nabokov and Henry Miller and Anais Nin, and like all that stuff is on this row. And I just remember like coming here and like thinking of this big artist life that I was gonna live. You know what I mean? Just sitting and reading and dreaming and all of that, you know. Like Lolita, you know, I was like obsessed with it. When I first read Lolita, he had sort of given it to me, so I just read it as quickly as I possibly could, like read it cover to cover. I don't know, I guess I used to like compare myself to Lolita sometimes, and then I think in the very beginning he was like, no, it's nothing like that, it's nothing like that, that's not our relationship. But then I think he kind of played the game, you know, and was like, yeah, it is, in his way, but, you know, like, yeah, I don't know. I might need to take a break, honestly. That's okay. I'm just feeling a little, like, drained. Yeah. I'm gonna get these colored pencils out, because...
Oh, yeah.
Why not? Here, I'll put it here. Okay.
You're an artist and I'm not, so...
I'm not an artist.
I'm already at a disadvantage here.
Oh, what, this is a competitive sport?
Yeah. Isn't everything?
There's a lot of stuff that, like, you and I didn't talk about over the years, and I'm trying to be, like, as honest and detailed and all of that as possible.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So, why didn't you want to talk to me about it? Like, why didn't you want to ask me about it?
You know, it just, you know, after a while, you want everybody to say, you know what, just get over it and forget about it and let's move on with our lives, because that's what people need to do, get on with their lives. But that would be one of my questions to you is, did you feel like you were going to just not talk about it for the rest of your life?
Yeah, I think so, but also I think I was so kind of ashamed, because the whole narrative is, well, Cheryl, you were so mature, we expected a lot out of you, you know? But then the problem is that
you weren't. You were 16. The people that think you should have known better, I mean, geez, they're the stupid ones in this, because they're not looking at it from the right direction. You know, you were a target of something, and from someone that was obviously an expert at it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I should have, you know, I think now you look at anything and you say, going forward, my very first gut instinct, I'm going with it no matter what. Parents in general make a lot of mistakes too. So I feel bad about how all that happened. So, you know, you can't change anything now. You can just maybe learn from it. Doing this, I think it's an eye-opener for everybody. You're better off if you just get everything out on the table, and I think that probably will make you sleep better at night too, right?
Yeah. There are just going to be people who are predators. But I think that what we can shift is that middle ground where people are justifying or normalizing behavior that is toxic. Like, people would joke about students having sex with their teachers like it was funny. I don't think anybody really understood what the fallout of that was, what I went through, how it affected me, how it affected my relationships, and how it affected my sex life. It's hard, you know? Like, it's hard.
Why hide your skin if Dupixent has your moderate to severe eczema or atopic dermatitis under control?
Hide my skin? Not me.
Because Dupixent targets a root cause of eczema, it helps heal your skin from within, keeping you one step ahead of it.
Hide my skin? Not me.
And for kids ages 6 months and up, that means clearer skin and noticeably less itch. With Dupixent, you can change how their skin looks and feels. And that's the kind of change you notice.
Hide my skin? Not me.
Serious allergic reactions can occur. They can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. When you help heal your skin from within, you can show more with less eczema. Talk to your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent, a breakthrough eczema treatment.
Find nutrients, find energy, flavors, fruit stuff, veggie stuff, confident stuff, spiky fruit, smooth fruit, a carrot, beets, I cannot read this fast. Hello, people! Find it in V8. Ooh, that's nice.
No matter what you're in the mood for, with the all-new Royal Crispy Chicken lineup at Burger King, you can't go wrong. Classic, cheesy, spicy, or tangy. Reward yourself with any of the all-new Royal Crispy Chicken sandwiches today, only at Burger King.
Hello? Sorry, I didn't know how much vegetable we needed.
You don't need any vegetable.
Yeah, I know, but I brought
I would
chips.
take care of all
I
this.
know. But I did it anyway, because you don't show up empty-handed, you know?
Now, I've got food all ready to go whenever we get done with whatever this is, this beginning thing. We'll break and have some food.
Yeah.
So help yourself. Do you want some? I got, like I said, I got Topo Chico if you want.
That sounds amazing.
No, not a problem. In reality, no one is prepared for teaching. No one. No one can walk in the classroom and go like, I got this.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen. It never happens. Most of our teacher education was quite literally bullshit. It was theories of education, how to teach people, and nothing to do with how to interact with kids, and nothing to do with like the rules. And then you get to these 23, 24-year-olds, and you toss them into the classroom. It was a disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah. There was a lot of stuff going on at school where it was pointing to this thing happening with me and him.
Mm-hmm.
I know that you were defending him and you did, you know, he was your friend, you trusted him and stuff, but I just wonder if there was any other, was there any other time where you thought maybe this is true, like maybe this is happening? Because there were rumors.
That's a good question. It's a totally honest question. To let you know, it was just like, you know, we trusted our instincts more than we trusted our professionalism. If that makes any sense, we just kind of said, "Oh, there's no way. Nope, not gonna happen." It just wasn't gonna. You know, there was nothing going on. There's no big deal. But we were young. I mean, we were like what, 8 years older than you?
Yeah, like 13.
Yeah. No, you were 17, I was 27. So yeah, okay, 11, 12 years. And, you know, we didn't know the rules. We were dumbass kids thinking that we were behaving like adults. And
you were really dumbass adults behaving like kids, though, you know? I mean,
but yeah, we're just making it up as we go along, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so all that mix of relationships and everything, it just kind of all got tossed into a blender. I mean, I've had relationships with female students, nothing like that. But I've had those close relationships where they look at me as something more than a teacher, as a guardian, as a mentor. It's the curse of being a male teacher that anytime a teenage girl would have some sort of like connection with you, they would flag you.
they'd bring you in. It was the classic, is anything going on? Anything happening? And of course I would tell them, no, there's nothing. I had one time where I was brought in and they said, well, we heard you're having sex on your teacher desk. And I go, have you seen my desk lately? That's my filing system. I would never screw my filing system up. So whenever they're saying, no, investigate me, please investigate me. And so as a male teacher, especially as a young male teacher, unfortunately that's par for the course. It is. It is what it is.
Who is there to protect us? Nobody. Nobody is there to protect us. Women are a threat. And it is so deep within us. I need to control you because I can't control myself around you. Try to be welcomed into the world with that body. Try to not fight with your friends. Like, try to please your teachers. Like, the constant negotiation of your dangerous body in the world is like maddening. And if you constantly have to negotiate that scrutiny, then you have to look for affirmation somewhere. You have to get validation from some place because you have to find safety. And so I think it's important for me to make sure that other girls did not feel alone in the same way that I did.
Let's start with just something super simple. Can you tell me about why you wanted to participate in this documentary?
L'Oréal Paris presents The Shades of Color Riche. 52 wearable colors infused with luxurious oils to enrich your lips. Choose your shade, choose your statement. Color Riche by L'Oréal Paris.
We're worth it.
You know, my senior year, I wanted to go to college for acting. In my mind, I wanted to start a theater company and make films, and I kind of wanted to do the whole thing. He was like, why don't you go to the University of Utah? Like, they have a great acting program. I'm going to be moving there. So I did, and I moved to Utah and went to school there.
I should get my own video camera and film stuff in Utah like my team.
And I moved into the basement with him and his wife. Both my parents were kind of worried about me going somewhere out of state. But then when I told them that, I don't need to live in the dorms, I can live, in the basement of the theater teacher, I think that made them feel like I would at least be around some people that were familiar. He had successfully groomed me to the point where I didn't have anybody anymore. I was isolated and alone. And I felt like I owed it to him to at least show up and give the relationship a try. And that kind of meant without conditions.
basement was cold and dark, and it was like a prison. It felt like I was somebody's captive in a way. There was just like a little kind of slit of a window at the very top, otherwise it was pretty dark. And it was right across from his office, where he spent most of his time. That was the first time that I had sex. I didn't have any friends who were able to say, "This is weird, Cheryl. This is weird, this is not normal."
I've been a little crazy lately. The teacher is getting frustrated with me a lot. Honestly, sometimes I feel unwanted, or like I couldn't go to him for anything, because I'd be bothering him. I can't see past what my brain is telling me, even though I know in my heart that he loves me.
I had been struggling with how to talk about this for a long time. We stayed together until I was 22. And the grooming led to what some people would say was like a consensual relationship. And so I think that was part of what was so hard for me coming forward, which was like I had a part in it. And there was a lot of judgment that came my way and still comes my way. You know?
Yeah, because that's the nature of it, the shame. A lot of these guys, they know exactly what they're doing, and they want to make you feel like, you know, oh, I was a willing party. You know how you said that, but the whole goal was for it to get to that point. And oftentimes that's why you do see people that are serial offenders. Your average child sex offender has about 9 victims. But you know what's really interesting is that many times it's not just the survivor that's been groomed, it's also those around the survivor, the family, the caregivers, the other people entrusted to that youth, to that child. There's a lot more education that needs to be around it, and so, you know, it's really pulling everyone together in on this conversation.
I don't know when his wife found the messages. All I know is by the time the year ended, she presented him with this book of all of the messages that he and I had exchanged all through high school. And she threw it at him and left. After he got a divorce, he was still teaching high school. There was a point where he came home to the apartment that we shared and said, "I've been fired for having what the principal called an inappropriate email relationship with a student." And nothing was happening. It's a big misunderstanding. And I believed him. I didn't think that he would be dumb enough to get involved with another student. I still felt like I was special, and I believed that it was the exception because I knew somewhere deep down that it was not okay, that I was not okay. There were many moments in college where the cracks started to appear. Once I moved to LA and we were no longer together, I started really seeing that this thing might not have been okay. The real turning point was a friend of mine from Little Elm called me. As we were talking, I made the decision to be honest about my relationship with him for the first time. And so I said to them, I want to tell you something that I've never told anybody, and it has to do with him. I was in a relationship with him, and it started when I was in high school. It started when I was 16. And they said, me too. And sorry. I think that was the first time that I was able to actually see myself as a kid. Everything came into question. And suddenly I realized, like, he wasn't just doing this to me. He was doing this to me. And he was doing this to someone else. And then I remembered that when we were together, he was fired, which then I was like, Jesus Christ, Cheryl. And it was like, I suddenly became an adult. He's gotten just to go on with his life. And I have had to do the hard work of rewriting myself. I mean, that was my entire adolescence. Those years, those were my formative years. And they're gone. I'll never get them back.
Why hide your skin? If Dupixent has your moderate to severe eczema or atopic dermatitis under control.
Hide my skin? Not me.
By hitting eczema where it counts, Dupixent helps heal your skin from within, keeping you one step ahead of eczema.
Hide my skin? Not me.
And that means long-lasting, clearer skin and fast itch relief for adults. With Dupixent, you can show more skin with less eczema.
Hide my skin? Not me.
Serious allergic reactions can occur. They can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. When you help heal your skin from within, you can change how your skin looks and feels. And that's the kind of change you notice. Talk to your eczema specialist about Dupixent, a breakthrough eczema treatment.
Your Morning Egg McMuffin can earn you a free afternoon Big Mac. Because every one of your orders earns points you can redeem for free McDonald's when you order with the McDonald's app. Download the app today to start earning free McDonald's.
Joe Lombardo supports letting states ban abortion, with no exceptions for rape, incest, or to save a woman's life. Lombardo says he would sign a new abortion ban in Nevada.
That shouldn't be up to him. We can't let Joe Lombardo take away our rights.
Remember how we were looking for like recent cases? This young woman, Heaven, back in 2016, she came forward about her teacher. This news clip says that the state is filing criminal charges against him, but the case has been pushed and pushed and pushed.
Another delay in the case of a former teacher accused of having sex with an underage student. Jason Myers was arrested more than 5 years ago, but he has not faced a jury yet.
The entire world has to blow up if a person comes forward to talk about it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, but the crazy thing about this story is that her teacher, this guy Jason Myers, multiple people have alleged that Jason Myers has done this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious, like, why the trial's being held up. It's now set for July.
Yeah.
Is it gonna happen?
I don't know. I mean, we should try and get in contact with her.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Crazy meeting this way.
I know. How are you feeling?
a little overwhelmed. Yeah, it's one of those days.
I'm very interested to hear about your experience moving through the legal system. What made you decide to press charges, or like what made you decide to do this?
Yeah, I didn't really have much of an option. Since I was 17, I'm pretty sure my parents made that decision. I just remember being called in to talk with the police and then finding out like the next day that he had been arrested that night.
Was there a point where it transferred from being maybe your parents' choice to your choice?
Definitely. I felt like I had lost a lot. Like I'd lost a normal experience in high school. I'd lost a lot of my friends. And hearing the defense attorneys talk about me on the news like I was making it all up or pursuing this for the wrong reasons, I was just like, no. You're not going to be the only one to have a say in how this goes, and you're not going to be the one to dictate like how I get closure from this, how I'm able to move on from it. And if I dropped the charges, I thought that he might go back to teaching. I know at one point I was like, okay, I'm in this. Like, it's been my life, and I'm just going to take it as far as I can. Just kind of where I am now, I guess.
We have so many similar things.
Yeah.
Let's find a time to meet and let's do it. That works for you.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to.
I can't wait to meet you face to face.
Right, Coda?
Good boy.
You got him?
Pretty hard too.
Yeah. I feel like I'm out of options. I feel like I don't know how to make people listen. And this is scary and vulnerable. And I'm happy to do it.
Watch your step.
When I was 17, I was abused by my English teacher, Jason Myers. Criminal charges were filed against Jason Myers in 2016. We had not gone to trial. And really, the defense strategy has been to kick the can down the road until I give up. Because if I don't show, the state doesn't have a case. Lived in Miami my whole life before going to college. I grew up in Cutler Bay. It's a working class town in Miami. Growing up, it felt magical. There was always things to find outside, things to explore. For a while, it really was this paradise. I have such great memories with my family and my abuela in particular. So this one and this one are of my abuela. So her and my grandfather came to Miami from Cuba when they were like 13 or 14. So she passed away when I was 8. And I think up until that point in my life, she was the person I spent most of my time with. We would listen to music and we'd be cooking all day. And so it would just be her and I singing and dancing around her one-bedroom home. I miss her. After my grandmother passed away, I grew really close to my dad. Growing up, my dad always told me the right thing to do isn't always easy, but it's always right. And I feel like this is one of those things. Through the criminal case and that investigation, I learned that this wasn't like one bad actor. It wasn't 2 or 3. It was very systemic issue. I want accountability. I felt like if I sued the school board, it would cause good trouble in that we'd go to trial and we'd put it all out there for people to see. And the people that have contributed to this won't have anywhere to hide.
At Olive Garden, sauce is the soul. It turns lasagna into a classico. It's what takes you on a tour of Italy and chicken and shrimp carbonara to the next level. Our amazing sauces made from scratch every day. And they all pair perfectly with our never-ending first course. That's always on us. Olive Garden, we're all family here.
Joe Lombardo supports letting states ban abortion, with no exceptions for rape, incest, or to save a woman's life. Lombardo says he would sign a new abortion ban in Nevada.
That shouldn't be up to him. We can't let Joe Lombardo take away our rights.
Well, I'm not 100% sold yet.
Okay, have you considered... It's fine, Flo. She's not interested. I get it. Not everyone wants to save money.
What's she doing?
I don't know. Renters and homeowners can bundle and save. For what? A trip to Bora Bora? Bora boring.
Okay, you know what? I'm in.
She's all yours. Want some tacos?
Nah, I'm not really in the mood.
Yeah, you're right. It's so messy. All the napkins, those different toppings.
Actually, I'm in.
Yeah, you are.
Find nutrients, find energy, flavors, fruit stuff, veggie stuff, confident stuff, flaky fruit, smooth fruit, a carrot, beets, and I cannot read this fast. Hello, people! Find it in V8. Ooh, that's nice.
To go to trial, I have to travel from Seattle to Miami for the criminal court case. That's been like pre-decided by the judge. It's disruptive in my life. I have to schedule time off. I have to onboard new members on my team. And everyone's like, okay, whatever you need, we got you. We prep. It doesn't happen. And like, it just restarts. Palmetto is in Pinecrest. Pinecrest is a very wealthy town in Miami. $1 million homes, everyone drives a Mercedes kind of a thing. And the schools I was originally zoned for were lower grade schools. So my mom had me transferred through a program that was running at the time into Miami Palmetto Senior. This is Pinecrest Gardens. We used to have the poetry nights here. I feel like there were definitely times where we had just a packed audience. When I first started at Palmetto, when I was a freshman, he was teaching 9th grade English class. His wife also taught at the school, and she was my 9th grade English teacher. And so I started going to poetry nights. He, Mr. Myers, would organize the poetry nights. I was the most vulnerable here that I've ever been. I felt safe here. I would read my poetry here, and knowing now that during that time he was listening to my words and thinking about how something about me made him feel like he could target me. He was listening with a different ear than everyone else was. And you know, and this is where he asked me to be in his class, and that's like a really sick memory of mine now. So yeah, it just feels different. So hard to come back home. I had been reading and singing at these poetry nights. The end of my junior year, he comes up to me and he says, you know, I would really like for you to be in my creative writing class. And I was like, oh, awesome, because I love to do this, and like everyone complains that he's such a strict teacher, but he wants me to be in his class. He thinks I'm a good writer. So I was excited, but I told him, we've already turned in our paperwork for which electives, so I don't know that I'll be able to be put in your class. I didn't write creative writing down. And so he emailed my counselor asking that I be switched into his class, and within a few days I was switched into his creative writing class and his AP literature class. I thought nobody knew who he really was. Everyone that was talking about how mean or, you know, strict he was, I was like, you really just have to give him a chance because he does care. And so I didn't really pay attention to the criticisms that I've heard. I wish I could go back and tell her to run.
Once I started this documentary and I remembered that the teacher was fired in Utah, what I realized is abusers who aren't stopped continue to abuse. I figured out who the person was and I reached out to her, and sure enough, he was actually engaging in a similar grooming pattern via email that he was with me. In fact, the emails were almost identical. Dear Utah, okay, first of all, you have every right in the world to vent about blank to me. Okay, first of all. Okay, first of all.
Why are you so scared to write me?
Exactly the same. Anyway, I've been talking too much about me. I want to hear about your prom night. Did you dance and laugh? Was your hair beautiful? Did blank try to kiss you? Did you smack him or dodge or just give him a big smooch? Fill me in. Okay, sweetie, I'm excited to see you tomorrow. I hope you're happy and that your weekend was great. Take care, dear. These almost identical words to her really solidified that this was not something that I was a part of. It was something that was done to me. One of his tactics is to coach her with her boyfriend so that he can teach her how to be a lover for him. Dear Utah, okay, it's true, doggy style is the ultimate for a guy, but who can blame us? Everything about it is wonderful. The feel, the view, the motion. And if the girl likes it that way, she's that much sexier. Of course, you poor dear, you only get it for a couple of minutes because no guy can last long when he's really loving something.
See you at school tomorrow.
See you at school. I think the sad part about this is that this all could have been stopped at Little but it wasn't. There was a system that allowed this to happen. There was a system that didn't stop the teacher from leaving Little Elm and going to another school. At every point he could have been stopped, someone made the decision to do the easier thing, which was to pass it on. And that's the problem. The system lacks the courage to hold these people accountable. To me, that seemed like the first place to start in trying to understand how this happens.
L'Oréal Paris presents the shades of color riche. 52 wearable colors infused with luxurious oils to enrich your lips. Choose your shade, choose your statement. Color riche by L'Oréal Paris.
We're worth it.
Why hide your skin if Dupixent has your moderate to severe eczema or atopic dermatitis under control?
Hide my skin, not me.
Because Dupixent targets a root cause of eczema, it helps heal your skin from within, keeping you one step ahead of it.
Hide my skin, not me.
And for kids ages 6 months and up, that means clearer skin and noticeably less itch. With Dupixent, you can change how their skin looks and feels. And that's the kind of change you notice.
Hide my skin, not me.
Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. When you help heal your skin from within, you can show more with less eczema. Talk to your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent, a breakthrough eczema treatment.
Whether someone is across the neighborhood, across the street, or across the room, you have the power to make them feel right at home. Ritz, a taste of welcome.
There was an English teacher at mine. He was the cool teacher that kids hung out with at lunch. Turns out he was dating a student. He, quote, quit.
He was caught in his classroom during school hours raping a girl. She was 15. He left at the end of the year with no consequences.
It took getting kids drunk and then kissing a 16-year-old to get fired. Just quietly fired. No police, nothing.
When Cheryl and I started this, we didn't know how deep this went. If somebody had reported her teacher in her high school, he wouldn't have gone on to then groom another girl in a different state. A couple Google searches later, Cheryl and I found crazy amounts of information on passing the trash. Passing the trash is a practice done by school administrations where predatory teachers are able to wiggle out of the justice system. School administrations simply allow them to resign, they get a free pass, they do it again when they go to the next school. It's similar to what happens in the Catholic Church, where priests are passed from diocese to diocese. And the statistic is that a teacher will be passed 3 times before they're reported and arrested. When we were looking into the Heaven Rubin case, that we started watching all of these news clips of Jason Myers, and a lot of the coverage of his arrest focused on the community reaction.
The community concerned and trying to get the word out about the alarming allegations tonight.
Everyone here at Palmetto High is shocked. We are told by student after student that Jason Myers was not only popular, but he was a really good teacher at that. His arrest stunned parents, too.
Hi, Terry.
Hi, Cheryl.
Terry, do you know about the case with Heaven Rubin?
Yes. You know, I read so many of these, and they're all basically the same, where a teacher has been allowed to perpetrate against students for a number of years. It goes unchecked, it goes unreported, more victims and more victims, and this is the problem. Passing the trash is something I've known about and tried to prevent since 1995. It is essentially the aiding and abetting of a child sexual predator.
Jason Myers was at Robb High School about 9 years. He was highly acclaimed. He was in charge of the literature club. And they went on, a number of field trips to various places like New York and Washington, apparently where he was able to be a chaperone.
It's very common for perpetrators to be vanguards of the school, to be award-winning teachers or coaches. But the only ones who know the monster are the victims themselves.
The time that I met Heaven, I was actually representing a former classmate of hers who was also groomed and sexually abused by Jason Myers. Prior to his conduct with Heaven, Jason Myers was hired to teach at Crop High School, and based upon the investigation that was done and that I built upon, he started preying upon girls early.
There was an email that was sent to the principal that something was going on.
And this man who wrote the email said he had heard a rumor that there were teachers in the school competing to see who could have sex with the most girls before they graduated. The school board was put on notice in September 2008, and then in 2010, a friend of another victim went to the assistant principal and said, "Sir, my teacher, Mr. Myers, he had sex with my classmate on the school trip." The only person they interview is Jason Myers.
In every state, there are mandated reporting laws pertaining to child abuse and neglect.
So if there's a suspected case, that would need to be reported under the sort of mandatory reporting laws.
Correct, but they're not doing that. 95% of cases of educator sexual misconduct are not getting reported to law enforcement as they should. That means that administrators and the perpetrators are negotiating a way out.
But the question remains, why was he allowed to transfer to Palmetto and then continue having sexual relations with girls at Palmetto? Myers was allowed to transfer. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho himself did not supposedly make the declaration that he was able to transfer, but that department that handles, school district personnel transfers had recommended that his transfer be approved. Alberto Carvalho plays the part well, but it's all about money. We have a school system where bad things don't happen. That way they can get, more money from the state or the feds.
For those who have worked within the school district, we call it a mafia. Miami-Dade County Public Schools, they don't like a snitch. Stay silent, you want to keep your job, look the other way.
It's a failure on the part of the district, from the superintendent to the school board to the principals involved.
Jason Myers was now a creative writing and English teacher at Palmetto High School, which is where Heaven went to school. How can you take the position that you have no idea that there's potential risk when you yourself, the faculty, the administration, are referring to a group of underage girls as Jason's girls? The system is broken and it needs to change. And that was something that Heaven and I agreed on from day one, is that if we're going to make a difference, however small, however big, we need to hold people accountable, and that's what we set out to do.
What can I do with less asthma? With Dupixent, I can do more. Catching my train. Making moves. Making a connection. A train connection. That's how you do more with Dupixent, which helps prevent asthma attacks. Dupixent is not for sudden breathing problems. It's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks, and can reduce or even eliminate oral steroids. And here's something important. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions. It can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Just ask your asthma specialist about Dupixent.
Thanks.
Jake from State Farm, I really need to know.
Go spicy or go home, right?
What? No. What if I'm not sure I have the right coverage for my car?
Oh, your agent can help me make sure it's just what you need.
What if I accidentally hit a food truck and it gets covered in empanadas?
You can file a claim on the app. At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Thanks.
Oh.
Beef spicy, that's for you.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
I might look like a crazy person on my face because I'm just looking at you and thinking about how brave you are and also how articulate you are about what happened to you. Like, there was no way I was able to be articulate about what had happened to me when I was 23 years old.
Just, it's hard to come to terms with, even when it's all laid out in front of you and you're like, oh shit, that's what that was. You're like, you don't want it to be true. Mm-hmm. The first 3 years of the criminal case, we found like 10 to 13 other girls, and every time I learned of somebody new, I was immediately upset, because I was like, well, if you would have said something years ago, maybe I wouldn't have been in this position. But then going through the experience that I have gone through, like, you don't really win either way. There's not a right thing to do because of how the system is set up.
It seems like there's more systems in place to protect the person who inflicts the pain and then the person they've inflicted it on.
Yeah. By keeping this a secret, by not speaking out about it, like I felt like I was letting them get their way. Like, they can say whatever they want on the news. They can talk about it however they want. They talked about me graduating early. They're like, she can't possibly be depressed. She graduated school early. Well, she can hold a job, so she must not have anxiety. I felt like I had to be perfect, but even being perfect was still going to be leveraged in a way that it would hurt me. This isn't something that's talked about. And if it is, you get a lot more of the romanticized version of it than you do of the outcome of what it feels like, of what the experience of being abused is.
I feel like there's this thing with teenage girls where teenage girls are sort of seen as dangerous. And I think sometimes it's difficult for us to look at teenage girls as children.
Yeah.
Because they're sexualized. That, for me, plays into the romanticizing the student-teacher relationships, because it's like, well, you know, what is taboo and sexy? I really want to look into that much bigger cultural problem.
I love that.
There's so many layers to the onion.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Thank you, Asya. And
oh, hi, I'm Cheryl.
Cheryl is sneaking in. This is something that I know in my classes we talk about. I think it's undeniable that as a culture we sexualize teen girls. So what I'm wondering is how you see this playing out in the world around you.
To be a young sexualized girl is a huge thing in media for sure. I think with a lot of like celebrities, and every woman who is famous has to start when they're like 16, 17. you see young girls being sexualized in the media so often, it made me feel like I was over the minute I wasn't a teenager anymore.
There's always been the idea that a man is the one that like expresses the sexuality of a woman. And basically I think the idea of the child is that you can school a person. This should not be an okay thing to fantasize children and women in this way.
I think the Me Too movement gave us a language that empowered us. This sort of new generation of teenage girls and girls in their 20s seem to have a better sense of not just who they are, but a freedom to be who they want to be. And I think that that gives them power over people who want to control them.
You know when all you can see is this area here, line, dark circles.
New Revitalift Eye Serum by L'Oreal with hyaluronic acid plus caffeine. Applied with the triple bead roller. It visibly replumps eye wrinkles and brightens dark circles. New Revitalift Eye Serum by L'Oreal.
Little Caesars is now the official pizza sponsor of the NFL. Come on, keep it hot.
It's good! Pizza, pizza?
Again!
Harder, readier! Let's go, let's go! Pizza, pizza.
Pizza, pizza. No! Pull! High five!
Pizza, pizza!
Come on!
Pizza, pizza!
We're ready!
Enjoy game day with the Fanceroni Pepperoni, with over 100 old world pepperonis.
Pizza, pizza.
I didn't win the lawsuit, but everybody knows I wrote that song.
Flo? Gosh, it's been forever. You look fantastic. It's John. Ham, from the blind date we went on years ago?
Ah, the struggling actor who didn't believe he could save a snapshot based on how and how much he drives.
I'd love to talk about it over dinner sometime.
Well, I usually don't talk on the phone during dinner, but for potential customer Tom Ham, I will make an exception.
Oh, boy.
At Marshall's, we get you more for your money. More brands, more quality, more fashion. Way more for way less. We get the deals. You get the good stuff. Marshall's.
Okay, so what is this?
That is me at my high school graduation party with my mother, cutting my cake. So that's me the day before I slept with the teacher for the first time.
You're such a kid, Allison.
I know.
It's
I know.
crazy how much of a kid you are.
I know. I was.
So the Me Too movement has kind of like started changing the way we think about things, but something that's really important to me is just really getting into the nuance of like consent.
Yeah. I think it's great that these words are sort of starting to be opened up because it's not just, oh, well, you're 18, it's not illegal anymore, you know? I mean, it's not that simple, and I think when thinking about authentic consent, that's where things like what happened to you and I fall under. Like, did we say yes? Yes. Were we of age? Yes. But was it authentic? No. And there had been such extensive grooming that I didn't clock it at the time. Like, I didn't and also, you know, because it was a secret.
Yeah, I mean, and the consequences for us are immeasurable. They're things that we end up dealing with for our entire lives and being in reaction to for our entire lives, whether we've done the work or not.
My 20s were a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
My 20s were an utter trauma-filled disaster, and I can now very much trace back so much of it to that relationship with my teacher because it was just so damaging in ways that I couldn't even identify or understand. So, and that's what trauma does. That's what these kinds of things do. And I lost my 20s.
Oh, I definitely did.
I didn't graduate. I didn't get my bachelor's until I was 33.
Wow.
Well, I'll try to say this and not cry. But
When I had never, I never felt like there was anybody in the whole world ever in my whole life that understood what happened to me until I read your book. And then I like totally felt seen, you know?
Yeah.
And then I was like, how often is this happening in this exact same way if it happened to me and Allison in totally different worlds?
Yeah. The first time I got one of those messages from a reader saying exactly that, I just sobbed. because that's all that I wanted. Hopefully, we're able to show others that it's not a grief you're alone in. And I think that's really important.
I think so too.
So much of my experience of the abuse in high school and in college involved a lot of isolation. And so sitting with Allison just made me feel like I wasn't alone anymore.
When I started out doing this documentary, I had hoped that he would accept responsibility for this, or at least acknowledge what happened, but he didn't. That's the thing about being a grown man and abusing a child. The child grows and you stay the same. And that's his choice. He's the person that's going to have to walk through the rest of his life running from his actions. And so this, for me, is where I stop running. And I just stand my ground. And I accept the responsibility of my own life.
Okay, I'm gonna read you what Tom sent me actually first. Okay. He wrote, "How you doing, old friend?" And I wrote, "Hi, doing pretty good." He goes, "Good to know you're well. It has been an honor." And didn't tell me what was going on, just said that he was being put on administrative leave. Anyway, the rumor going around right now is that Tom was fired for having some sort of an inappropriate interaction or interactions with students. Whether he's crossed a line or not, we don't know, but obviously, like, if this is true, I feel super betrayed. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because not that, like, best friends with Tom, but I did give him the benefit of the doubt here, despite, like, the things that he said to me that were very triggering and hurtful. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I knew that Tom had, like, contributed to aspects of the grooming that I felt. I just didn't believe, or maybe I didn't want to believe, that he'd ever really crossed a line, because he said he didn't. Right?
Presented by Marshalls. Fabulous brands, feel good prices.
A Cadillac is more than a statement. It's a celebration of self-expression and a declaration of your independence. So choose to be bold and choose to be exactly who you are. Get 2.99% APR for 60 months on the 2023 Cadillac XT4, XT5, and XT6. Visit your Southern Nevada Cadillac dealer today.
I had been called the office a couple of times over relationships with students. And
For what specifically?
no, just the classic. It was the, girl hanging out in your room the whole time, that kind of stuff. And I'm just like, if you want to investigate me, investigate. Please.
What's public information is he's under investigation on the TEA website for misconduct of the student. We don't know what happened, and I don't know when we will know what happened.
He sat down with us. He's been talking to us about this. You've told him, and we've had conversations about grooming, inappropriate relationships, all this stuff for a long time. For me, it's pretty simple. Is all this stuff true? Like, are these real? Are these real text messages between you and this student? And what were you thinking?
I'm just tying myself into knots about this.
I can't help but think about the girl on the other end of these allegations, given the whole process that we've gone through. Everybody who we've met along this journey who's been in her shoes. I'm thinking about you, I'm thinking about Heaven, I'm thinking about Allison. Yeah, personally, I would not feel good if we didn't do our due diligence around this, just because of knowing how this cycle continues is by people not getting to the bottom of it and not exposing it. And I'm not going to contribute to that. And that's like what I keep coming back to with this Tom thing. You know?
I made the stupid ass decision of actually caring. Kids knew that they were safe, that they can come and talk to me about anything. It was all done with doors open, and they told me that I was being insubordinate by not following procedures, which I don't quite understand. But I just found like I was used as an example all of a sudden. Done. Districts have become overreactionary, and the fact that I'm being singled out is kind of painful. For me, grooming is a willful intention to drag the student into a more intimate relationship. Can I see you? It could be sending an image. It could be, an inappropriate text. If we try to instigate private meetings, send me a picture of you. Oh my God, that looks hot. Wanting to talk off hours, that kind of stuff. To me, that would be an instance of definite grooming.
So we saw some posts on social media that purported to be texts between you and a student.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if those were accurate, if they were those texts, or if they were what context they were given in. Have you seen those?
Yes, I have.
Were those texts that were between you and a student?
Yes, they were. I think the main problem they have with it is they don't understand the way that the Spanish language works. There's two different ways to say, love you, have a great day, fantastic. There's te quiero, which is basically used in front of family and friends. I say that to all my former students. Te quiero, and there's the te amo, that's a bit serious, and you don't want to do that. In any way, shape, or form. So for me, all those texts that I had sent this particular student were basically support. Hey, nice hair. Love the change of hair. Fantastic. In retrospect, yeah, probably shouldn't have sent them. But at the same time, any kind of support I would be able to give them, I don't regret that.
If my daughter was getting those text messages from a teacher, I would be at the school that same day. Period. End of story.
Yeah, no, I don't believe. I don't believe him. I can't believe him. The story with Tom is this greater kind of arc of not understanding where the line is and kind of placing the blame on everybody else because he's not being able to teach it the way that he wants to teach.
We've been together for 4.5 years now. I already know like that is my life partner. You know, we are married in our heads, even though it hasn't happened in life yet.
What is that?
Heaven is the sweetest person I know. You know, she's often described as like a ray of sunshine. And I feel like that is the true heaven at her core. She is just so sweet and loving, but then no one sees the hours she spends in bed just like crying because there's so much, or she feels like everything is on her, and she is constantly double checking and second guessing every move that she makes. She doesn't expect to be believed. She comes prepared with every single thing I need to explain to make sure that you are going to trust me, because that is what everyone else showed her she needed to do. It feels like it would be chaos to be in Heaven's head.
The teachers had and the administration at my high school really made me feel like it was my fault. And they played a role in like that psychological, like, where you can't trust yourself because you're like, did I do something wrong? Like, it took me years to understand that the stuff he had said to me to make me trust him, the advice that he was giving me, was to have me under his wing so that I would trust him, so that he could get to know what he needed to know about me to manipulate me, to groom me. There were just a few things that I feel like now, looking back on it, it was right in my face. With what I know now, I just think he had a motive and he was willing to do what it took to get his way.
Trying to catch me right.
They see me rolling, they hating, patrolling and trying to catch me riding, trying to catch me riding 30, trying to catch me riding 30, trying to catch me riding 30, trying to catch me riding 30. My music's so loud.
The CarMax 30-day money-back guarantee. That's car buying reimagined. Only CarMax.
Riding 30.
At Boar's Head, we've been going back to school for over 115 years. And this year, every school lunch is reason to celebrate with the flavors your kids love and the exceptional quality you expect. Helping you make school lunch fresh, easy, and delicious. Ring the bell. The deli is open. Boar's Head. Compromise elsewhere.
When it comes to the new BK Royal Crispy Chicken lineup, there's only one question. How are you feeling? Spicy? A little cheesy? Tangy? Or is classic calling your name? The choice is yours. Reward yourself with any of the all-new Royal Crispy Chicken sandwiches today, only at Burger King.
At Marshall's, we get you more for your money. More brands, more quality, more fashion. Way more for way less. We get the deals. You get the good stuff. Marshall's.
I can remember that was like off was I was leaving one day. He kind of like leaned back in his chair and was just kind of like looking at me and was like, I really like you. And I was like, thanks. Like, I like you too. Like, cool. This class is awesome. And he said, no, I'm serious. I mean, I like you. And so I didn't really think anything of it. I just kept going on. And then there was another time where he'd said, you know, I don't know if I've told you this before, but I struggle with insomnia. And he said, and you know, when the school year starts again, that sometimes can ramp up. And I have like a problem with my insomnia, but I haven't been feeling that way since we started working together. Something about the admiration in his eyes, as I was childlike, seemed comforting. Rarely was I rewarded with kindness in moments of childlike behavior. I remember being conditioned to grow up before I knew what growing up meant. It made us closer. He coached me through some of this pain, opened a portal to poetry that allowed me to make friends with pen and page. I felt he was mentoring me by sharing common experiences or giving me advice of like, this won't hurt you for so long. You'll be able to move away and go to college and like, you'll start to shape your life and these, you know, the stress that you're feeling right now won't be forever. And so I felt like I was getting a benefit in that. He said, bring me everything you've written in the last year. And a lot of it was like gushy and emotional and like very embarrassing if I had to read it now. He said, you know, your work is really immature. And I was surprised and a little disappointed. I went from being good enough that you invited me in to now I'm immature. And so I kind of like put that on myself.
Tiffany Rubin's young son, Kobe Lee, was kidnapped by his father and taken to South Korea.
I was floored that he had him out of the country.
It's really a form of child abuse. The three of us proceeded through the gates of the school.
Using intelligence from a mysterious source, two men risk all to help Tiffany stage a daring rescue.
We knocked on the door. Sure enough, Kobe was in there.
And as she starts coming down the steps, there's Kobe, and I'm ready like, yes.
I was happy. I was really, really happy.
Now, for the first time on television, Tiffany Rubin tells her own story. And for the first time, the man who planned the rescue gives striking new details. And Kobe speaks out about his devastating experience.
I was nervous. I was so nervous.
Tiffany Rubin was preparing for the most dangerous day of her life.
0700 hours. Tiffany has Kobe's change of clothes out. Disguise.
Tiffany's 6-year-old son, Kobe Lee, had been kidnapped by her estranged ex-boyfriend.
There's a good possibility in this case that Tiffany would never have gotten her son back.
That left Tiffany with only one option.
Are there any questions? Okay, let's go rescue a kid.
Kobe had been missing since August of 2007, when Jeffrey Lee, Kobe's Korean-born father, took him from his home in Queens, New York.
When it first happened, I literally thought I would die from the heartache. It really feels like your heart is breaking.
Jeff had been fighting with Tiffany over Kobe for years, ever since she broke up with him in January of 2001, when Kobe was just a few months old. At the time, Tiffany and her ex-boyfriend had agreed to share custody of Kobe.
I just thought it was important that Jeff have a role in Kobe's life. Whatever it was, he needed to have a role in his life.
But their agreement would only give Jeff an excuse to repeatedly drag Tiffany into family court.
He would constantly come in and move to modify custody totally, basically saying she's not fit, I should have the child.
Kobe's court-appointed law guardian, Joe Fredericks, witnessed Jeff's continual efforts to undermine Tiffany so he could get more time with his son.
He would make little things into mountains. Anything that he could to just create an issue, to create a problem, to inconvenience her. He would get to the point where I'm going to file more petitions, she's unfit. He would get consumed with these thoughts. He had a kind of a manic compulsive quality to him.
Custody cases are incredibly contentious and filled with anger and hostility. And it becomes a battle, and the court battle takes a life on of its own.
These are files that Mr. Lee would give me periodically, focusing primarily on all the terrible things that Tiffany had done, that Tiffany was an evil criminal, and that he should be the custodian.
Although Tiffany bent over backwards to try to accommodate Jeff, he kept reporting her to child services. He falsely accused her of beating Kobe and not feeding him.
He called ACS on me 1 trillion times, to the point where they were just like, you gotta stop calling us. If you call us anymore, we're gonna have to prosecute, because there's nothing going on here. She's a good mother.
She is a good mother. She's a very good mother. And I think part of her being a good mother was her encouraging Kobe to have a positive relationship with Jeffrey, notwithstanding Jeffrey making her life a nightmare.
And to make matters worse, Jeff was way behind on his child support.
He was working full-time at divesting Tiffany of custody. I don't recall him ever having any kind of real income-producing position.
Initially, he was supposed to give me $188 a week. I think I got maybe 6 or 7 checks out of it, I'm not sure. He go back to court trying to get it reduced, and they're like, reduced from what? You're not paying anything.
He had such a multiplicity of excuses as to why he could not and would not pay support that he'd finally run out of rope.
On September 10th, 2007, Jeff Lee had a looming court appearance and risked serving jail time.
The support case was going to be immediately referred down to a judge, and there would have been a recommendation that he be incarcerated for up to 6 months.
But it seems that Jeff had no intention of making that court date or any other. On August 10th, he came to take Kobe for their annual 2-week summer vacation. As Tiffany packed Kobe's things, it was business as usual. Or so she thought.
How we would do is for a week I wouldn't bother them. Like I wouldn't call, he'd leave, they'd do their thing.
Since Tiffany needed to arrange Kobe's pickup for the following Friday, she started phoning early that week.
I would call Jeff's cell phone. I wasn't getting an answer, so I called Kobe's cell phone, but he hadn't brought the charger with him. So I called Monday, nothing. Called Tuesday, nothing. Called Wednesday, nothing. Thursday night, still nothing. Friday morning, still nothing. And by this time, I'm like, what's going on?
It was now Friday afternoon, August 24th, just hours past Jeff's deadline to return Kobe. Tiffany was getting nervous.
I would try to put her a little bit at ease by saying, well, maybe it's another one of Jeffrey's little games where he's just keeping him for a couple extra days.
But Tiffany didn't trust Jeff, so she went to Brooklyn where he lived. She checked out 2 of his most recent addresses, but there was no sign of them. The weekend slowly passed.
At that point, I was just super panicking.
It was now Tuesday, August 28th. Kobe had been missing for over 3 days. At Tiffany's local police precinct, detectives were doing everything to try to find him.
They called the company that did Kobe's cell phone to see if they could GPS it, like find the location for it. They're like, it's shut off.
Now more determined than ever to find Kobe, Tiffany decided to take matters into her own hands. She broke into Jeff's email account.
I knew him well enough from knowing him all those years. The password question was, what's your favorite sports team? And I knew the answer. So I put it in, I got a password. I went into his account, and then I found a letter from him to his friend saying that he had a ticket on the 21st to go to Korea.
Tiffany was astounded that her little boy could be living in a foreign country so far away.
My heart sunk. I was just like, oh my God.
Now there was nothing more the police in Queens could do for her. It was out of their jurisdiction. They turned Kobe's case over to the FBI.
People say, it's my child. I have the right to take this child to wherever I want to, whenever I want to. But that's not always the case because there's another parent involved.
In taking his son out of the country, Jeff had violated the International Parental Kidnapping Act of 1993.
This is a federal crime. It's a very serious crime.
Special Agent Johnson was assigned to Kobe's case. Because she works undercover, her face cannot be shown. To verify the boy's whereabouts, Special Agent Johnson checked the flights that had left New York City on August 21st, bound for Seoul. She confirmed Tiffany's worst fears.
Sure enough, there was a Kobe Lee that was in the passenger manifest, along with Kang Shik Lee, which is also Jeffrey's alternate name. And it did show that he left from JFK Airport to South Korea.
I was floored that he had him out of the country. I never thought that would be an option because I never got Kobe a passport. I didn't get Kobe a passport for that reason.
So Tiffany was shocked to learn that Kobe did have a passport after all. A passport that Jeff had fraudulently obtained for him in 2005.
That means that he actually had concocted this plan well in advance before he actually executed the plan.
As the FBI got involved, I got my hopes up a little. But then as I started to research and I found out that it's like nearly impossible to get your kid back, and then to do it from South Korea, it's not gonna happen. You're not getting your kid back.
Ubrelvy helps you fight migraine attacks. You do it all. One dose of Ubrelvy quickly stops migraine in its tracks within 2 hours.
Do not take those strong CYP4 inhibitors. Most common side effects were nausea and tiredness.
Ask about Ubrelvy, the anytime, anywhere migraine medicine.
A Cadillac is more than a statement. It's a celebration of self-expression and a declaration of your independence. So choose to be bold and choose to be exactly who you are. Get 2.99% APR for 60 months on the 2023 Cadillac XT4, XT5, and XT6. Visit your Southern Nevada Cadillac dealer today.
Gas prices are gutting my family budget.
And that's because of politicians like Adam Laxalt.
Laxalt is personally invested in big oil stocks. When they make money, he makes money. He sells us out and he cashes in.
At Boar's Head, we've been going back to school for over 115 years. And this year, every school lunch is reason to celebrate with the flavors your kids love and the exceptional quality you expect. Helping you make school lunch fresh, easy, and delicious. Ring the bell. The deli is open. Boar's Head. Compromise elsewhere.
No matter what you're in the mood for, with the all-new Royal Crispy Chicken lineup at Burger King, you can't go wrong. Classic, cheesy, spicy, or tangy. Reward yourself with any of the all-new Royal Crispy Chicken sandwiches today, only at Burger King.
As the fall term began in 2007 at this New York City elementary school, second grade student Kobe Lee was absent. He had been kidnapped a few weeks earlier by his father, Jeffrey Lee, and taken to South Korea. Kobe's mother, Tiffany Rubin, who taught at the same school, was sick with worry.
I literally didn't eat for days. I lost 20 pounds in 2 weeks.
The FBI issued a federal warrant for Lee's arrest, and through Interpol, notification was sent out around the world. But getting Kobe back wouldn't be easy, even for the FBI.
These cases provide a lot of challenges to law enforcement.
They were gently optimistic, but they were also very realistic. It's not like you're dealing with the United States government where we can just go in guns blazing and get your child. It's a whole other country.
And South Korea would be particularly challenging. It had never signed the 1980 Hague Convention on International Parental Abduction, which called for the return of kidnapped children to their country of residence.
Since South Korea is not a party to the Hague Abduction Convention, we were not able to avail ourselves of the very streamlined and agreed upon procedures for an expeditious return of the child.
Kobe's abduction stunned Tiffany's mother, Belzora Kaysen.
I couldn't believe it. I cried for my child and Kobe. Tiffany took it very hard.
I just thought I'd never see him again, that I'd never hear from him again, and that would be it.
And Tiffany couldn't imagine her life without Kobe.
He's the force that keeps me going, and he's such an awesome kid. He makes life complete for me.
But as a child growing up in Queens, New York, motherhood wasn't a role Tiffany had ever envisioned for herself.
I never thought I'd have kids. I was going to be a lawyer, professional ballet dancer who also did medicine on the side.
The youngest child of Belzora and Russell Kaysen, Tiffany has a brother Garrett who is 7 years older. She grew up in a happy, tight-knit family. But when Tiffany was 11, her parents divorced, and the divorce hit her hard.
I didn't see my dad until I was about 18. I saw him at graduation and stuff like that, but I really didn't get to spend any real time with him.
Tiffany's painful separation from her own father would be the reason why years later she would be so adamant about having Jeff Lee in their son Kobe's life.
I did not want to ever have to tell my son, I kept you from your dad, or I didn't want your dad to have you.
Tiffany met the man who would become Kobe's dad at an after-hours club in Lower Manhattan during Christmas break in 1996. They felt an instant attraction.
He was 26, I believe, at the time, which was exciting for me. I was like, oh, this older guy likes me. So, you know, how you are when you're 19. I saw stars. I was like, oh.
Although Jeffrey Lee was born in Korea, he had been adopted as a child by an American family. For the next 4 years, the two had a tumultuous on-again, off-again relationship. A relationship that involved a lot of nightclubs and late-night parties. No one in Tiffany's family liked Jeff.
I don't even want to reminisce on it because I never particularly cared for him.
In 2000, Tiffany and Jeff were living in Jersey City, New Jersey, when Tiffany got the surprise of her life. She was pregnant. Kobe Kason Lee was born on October 8th at 1:29 in the morning.
He was the cutest kid, first of all. He's just gorgeous.
But if becoming a parent made Tiffany, now 22, more responsible, it seemed to have no effect on Jeff.
I was past my partying, hanging out stage. I'm a child to take care of. I have to have a stable home for him. Can't have
danger in the desert. Metro Police are saying stay out of part of northeast Las Vegas, especially at night.
And here it is, the Saddle, specifically near the intersection of Lake Mead Boulevard and Arnona. Fox 5's Danny Masson tells us police are seeing a violent uptick in crime.
Many homes surround this area where police are asking people to stay away. I spoke with one homeowner who tells me she hears what seems to be street racing happening throughout the night.
It does get crazy up here.
Homeowner Stephanie Ayala has lived in her home near Lake Mead Boulevard in Arnona for 2 years. She says when she first moved to this area, she did not have any safety concerns, but says recently she has noticed people lingering in the area, hanging out drinking, and doing what appears to be street racing, and in general has seen an overall increase in police presence.
So we have some incidents here where we get broken into in the vehicles at least 3-4 times. It happened to us. Our truck got stolen actually not too long ago on that. So
again, because of a rise in violent crime, police are asking you to stay away from this area. I'm Danny Maston, Fox 5 News, local Las Vegas.
Brand new model, everyone. Brand new. I'm talking just like, it's really not even out. It actually is just coming out. Actually, there's several double wides and a single wide. Today we're focusing on the single wide, as you can tell. And I just want to put this out there. Y'all are going to trip over this floor plan. I'm just telling you. I mean, you can believe me or not. That's totally up to you. Seriously, stick around. I'm going to show you just a couple things on the exterior. We're going to head on in. This is a brand new home manufactured by Champion. And first off, just got to say I'm very, very thankful they allowed me to come video these new models that are just being released. And like I said, today we're looking at this single wide. Don't worry, the others are coming. Some may already be on the channel. But you know, the first thing that caught my attention on the single wide right here is the shape vinyl that we got here on the end. And not only is it a different type of vinyl, which kind of catches your eye, it's this really nice, updated, modern blue look that you see.
And so yeah, this is a show model. They just got them set up to show their retailers and dealers and all that. And you just hit that, right? Let's see what is there. Okay, let's head back around. Let's get crazy. Seriously, y'all drop me a like on this video if you will. And don't forget to subscribe to the notification bell if you enjoy these types of tours. Okay, we spent enough time out here. I've talked enough, carried on. Alright, floor plan. Oh my gosh, I hadn't even told you about this page. We'll have to see. Let's take it all in. Here we go. Today's video is sponsored by Cascade Financial. Cascade has specialized in manufacturing home loans since 1999. So whether you're looking to finance the home only or both the land and home together, Cascade has the right program for you. This is one of my absolute favorite things to do, and that is come to plants or, places like this where I get to tour brand new models, and got some more of those lined up in the coming month, so stay tuned for all that as well. But I don't know, it's kind of like each year, new models that got new features, new things, new floor plans. And I'm telling you, this house right here, I could see it being one of the top performing videos on the channel. We got a lot to see. So let's just start right here. Let's get a look at our flooring. We've got a window there. We've got a window there. Plug down there. We got your utility room right there. I think that's it. I don't know. Stop pressuring me. I don't know what that is. Goodness. Are y'all really ready for that? Okay, well, no, let's look at it. No, okay, let's look at it. Look. This is it's just your utility room. Seriously. This is definitely not a utility room, ladies and gentlemen. This is gotta be the coolest pantry I've ever seen in a single eye. Let me level with y'all for just a minute. So when I first come in here, before I started recording, they had the door like that. And I was like, oh man, I can't do that. Y'all ain't even gonna be looking at anything but that, right? Or maybe I'm talking about myself. So I come in here and I did a little sneaky something. A little sneaky, pull a sneaky on you. Nah, but let's open it back up like they had it. What about that? That is crazy. So sweet. Now I guess we can go in here and look at this kitchen, unless y'all just want to spend a little time. Alright. Got these doors up here. You slide this. That'd be a great spot for, you could put a lot of different things there, but I'm just thinking maybe some seasonings. For instance, and maybe I'm totally off. What would y'all put up there? That's one of them 2023 ceiling fans right there. Now, cause I ain't never seen that. Now we've got the kitchen backsplash right here. I wanted to give you a shot of that. Looks great. I love the white cabinets with the black pools. Take this off, do whatever you need to do with that. So your dining area and utility room and all that is right here behind me. But look, we're going to look at these bedrooms and then we'll come back because the main bedroom's down there as well. Now, I showed y'all the pantry right off the bat, so y'all got to work with me now. This is a mutual partnership that we got right here. Okay, so as we ease on down this direction, we got 2 bedrooms and a bath down here. We got the 6/6 thermal pane windows. Yep, I've seen these interior doors in some of the other homes that I've done at dealerships. I like them a lot. Okay. What about this closet? I wonder what size this is going to be. I don't know. Let's check it out. And then out of here, we've got a bath and another bedroom. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Look at these lights. There we go. I love the raised square porcelain sinks. Simply what a pantry. Some of y'all may not even like pantries. I'm not gonna just. I'm sure I'm probably gonna title this video like the biggest pantry in the business, or I don't know, 2023 pantries. You know, I don't know, lots of names being called. But let's look at this. Shower head. That's a lot bigger than what I normally see in the second bath, especially in a single wide. Okay, now it's time that we take a look at our dining area, utility room, and our main bedroom almost down here. We got the electric fireplace. That's where those sliding doors are, which I'm sure some of y'all was peeking. But that's where we have our dining spot. So what about this layout? I actually was looking, as I was walking out here, I was looking at the floor plan they gave me. And I seen this floor plan. I was like, whoa, this is going to be fun. We've got access to our water heater behind that panel. To all of us, yes. Your utility room will be in here, and it's a great size as well. Spot for your washer and your dryer. A lot of times that laundry area on these single wides, they'll kind of be in the hall. You've seen them, you know what I'm talking about? Just kind of right there in the corner, or right there in the hall, excuse me. And it's just, you know, it's kind of right there in the middle of everything. This is not plenty of space. You definitely even got some room if you want to put, you know, some hanging rods. Well, you got some there, but maybe you want to do something else over here as well. You definitely got some room to do that. And now we're at the main bedroom. know I haven't really said much at all about this bath, but it is definitely something else that is eye-catching on this home. Look at the exterior on that one. I like that a lot as well. Okay. We've got a towel shower in here. Stick around, I'm going to go into a lot more information on this home and pricing, all that good stuff, so stay tuned for that. But what I like about this bathroom, and y'all be sure to drop a comment, maybe something I don't talk about, I like your space. Now here we go. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have successfully toured another brand new.
is happening on the next episode. Don't miss it. Hello? Hey, is this Nick Lachey? Obviously. Yo, great for a wedding. You found an amazing couple. They are huge Love Is Blind fans. Now they're ready to say I do. This is the biggest moment of my life. Yo, this is a celebration. Here we go. I fell in love with Mallory and photography. But was it enough?
Things like this makes you a lot stronger. Shane and I got into a quietness that some people thinks to me. You're just like, I don't know. Don't cry. I just need more time. Part of this. Deep breaths. You're fine. Everyone, please rise. This is the biggest decision of my life. I'm ready for that next chapter. Now is the time to decide. If love is truly blind, will you date me? Let me have my fun. Consider her to be your only way of life. Look, the best friend. Let's run it! No, I don't have to be somebody else's first six. Fortunately.
What's going on, family? It's Jared, and I'm finally here on Cameo. I'm here to make somebody's day, man, so if you have a friend.
Hi. So you're like near the office, and like the pool area and stuff. You need to head back towards the main gate.
Can you speak Italian?
Muy poquito. I'm trying to see. Okay, so where you are, the street coming up, you need to make a right. Okay, so I see that on the app, I see that you're heading back towards the main gate. Make a right. Make a right. Yeah, you need to make a right on that street that you're on. It looks like you made a left. You need to make a right. So you need to come down. Yeah, you're too far. You need to go down, back. You need to come back. Just go straight. On that street, go straight. So you need to come. Go straight. Go straight. Go straight. Go forward. Yes. C. Okay. C. Go. Keep coming. Keep coming. I'm gonna have to. Come outside. We're gonna get this. Who you barking at? Always barking at somebody. Sit down. Oh, barking ass. Always gotta be barking at somebody. while the gear shift. Anyway.
People in our apartment at 4 o'clock in the morning hanging out anymore. We kind of have to settle down. And he wasn't interested in doing that.
So in January of 2001, Tiffany left Jeff. She took Kobe and moved back home to Queens, where her mother, Belzora, doted on him.
Kobe was my first grandchild to be born. He's my heart.
Kobe Kason Lee was born on October 8th at 1:29 in the morning.
He was the cutest kid, first of all. He's just gorgeous.
But if becoming a parent made Tiffany, now 22, more responsible, it seemed to have no effect on Jeff.
I was past my partying, hanging out stage. I have a child to take care of. I have to have a stable home for him. We can't have people in our apartment at 4 o'clock in the morning hanging out anymore. We kind of have to settle down. And he wasn't interested in doing that.
So in January of 2001, Tiffany left Jeff. She took Kobe and moved back home to Queens, where her mother, Belzora, doted on him.
Kobe was my first grandchild to be born. He's my heart.
With her mother's help, Tiffany went back to school and became a special education teacher. It was a perfect fit for her.
I'd like to help kids who are struggling. When I got into it, I realized that it's so rewarding. Like, I love doing it.
Tiffany also fell in love with Chris Rubin, and they wed in September of 2006. Although the marriage would later break up, at the time, Kobe and his new stepfather got along well.
He now has this extra person that he does also want to spend time with. Because his dad lived in Brooklyn, if Kobe had to go to baseball practice, Chris would go with him.
But Tiffany's new relationship may have planted the seeds for Jeff's abduction of Kobe, according to forensic psychologist Dr. Louis Schlesinger.
The father might feel displaced if the mother of the child remarries, and that he fears that he may no longer be the parental figure. That often serves as a trigger from just going from a contentious custody case to actually abducting the child and leaving.
When Kobe disappeared in August of 2007, Tiffany knew what she was up against. She tried to hire a private detective, but found she couldn't afford the cost. Belzora even offered to mortgage her house to help her pay.
We can buy another house. We can buy another Kobe. That's how I feel about it.
But then, Tiffany's luck began to change. She finds a charity that will help rescue Kobe for free.
Make Georgia arrest him, and then she can get the children.
And she gets startling news from a mysterious source in Seoul. News that would change everything.
I was shocked when I got this, basically saying, I know your son, I know where he is.
Ubrelvy helps you fight migraine attacks. You rise to the challenge. You won't clock out. So you bring Ubrelvy. It can quickly stop migraine in its tracks within 2 hours without worrying if it's too late or where you are.
Unlike older medicines, Ubrelvy is a pill that directly blocks a protein believed to be a cause of migraine. Do not take with strong 6-3-A4 inhibitors. Most common side effects were nausea and tiredness.
Migraine pain relief starts with you. Learn how AbbVie could help you save. Ask about Ubrelvy, the anytime, anywhere migraine medicine.
Trying to catch me right.
They see me rolling, they hating, patrolling and trying to catch me riding 30, 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 trying to catch me riding 30. My music's so loud.
The CarMax 30-day money-back guarantee. That's car buying reimagined. Only from CarMax.
Riding 30.
It's a tale of corruption and cronyism that cost lives. Steve Sisolak's administration fast-tracked a contract for a shady company tied to a campaign donor. Sisolak got $38 grand in campaign cash. His donor's sons got a COVID testing contract for their client, but 96% of their tests failed to identify COVID cases, while Nevadans were dying. Now there's an investigation, and Steve Sisolak is caught in the middle.
In his hometown of Latrobe, Pennsylvania, population 8,000, Mark Miller runs a charity called the American Association for Lost Children.
I was calling to see if we can get a hold of Beatrice.
He works around the clock trying to rescue children who are victims of parental abduction.
And make sure he has your email address. Hey, thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
The children are the ones that suffer. Their names are changed. They're kept out of school. Some are physically abused and mentally abused. It's just about every one of them. And it's just terrible because these children are innocent little victims.
Since Mark began his organization in 1987, he has found over 130 missing children and returned them to their custodial parents, all free of charge.
Baby Mark!
This was exactly the kind of reunion that Tiffany was hoping for when she contacted Mark in September of 2007 about rescuing Kobe.
I said, okay, where do you think your child may be? And she said, the child she thinks is in South Korea. I said, whoa, how do you think South Korea? And then she started telling me the story.
To find Kobe, Mark tried to lure his father, Jeff Lee, using a phony MySpace page.
He had one of the girls who worked for him make a MySpace page and friend Jeff.
And it worked. He took the bait. So he communicated with her 2-3 times. He says if you're into long distance friendships and possibility more, that's cool. You're sexy. And so we thought we're getting somewhere.
Then Jeff suddenly deleted his page, and the game was off. But a few months later, in late 2007, the FBI learned exactly where in Seoul Jeff and Kobe were living. Although they couldn't get Kobe back, the U.S. Embassy there sent staffers to do a welfare check on the boy. They gave Tiffany a report of the visit, but Jeff's address was not included.
I guess he requested that they not give me an address. And that was the only way he could talk to them.
The State Department reassured Tiffany that Kobe was okay, but what they found was surprising. Kobe wasn't even living with Jeff, but with his Korean grandmother, Jeff's biological mother.
He stated that because his grandmother's house was closer to the school where Kobe was enrolled, that he would leave him there through the week and then visit with him on the weekends. Very little time was spent with his father.
In many custody cases, it's so hostile and so angry that the goal of the abducting parent or the kidnapping parent is not necessarily to have the child themselves. The goal is so that the other parent is deprived of the child.
Meanwhile, Tiffany had turned her own MySpace page into a Kobe missing page. And in February of 2008, she hit pay dirt. From somewhere in Seoul, Tiffany got a message.
I was shocked when I got this, basically saying, I know your son, I know where he is, I know his father. I was just like, wow. I couldn't believe it.
To protect her contact, Tiffany calls him C, and to this day, refuses to reveal his identity. But C's contribution was a game changer. He gave Tiffany crucial details, including the name of Kobe's school. It was a Korean school, and the boy didn't speak Korean. He was also being bullied, according to C.
He told me that Kobe was having a really horrible time in school. The kids would pick on him being half black. He got called really bad names because his skin was so dark.
The news broke Tiffany's heart.
This person was begging me to come and get him. He was like, you must come and get him. It's gonna damage him for life. You need to come and get your child.
To plan the actual rescue, Mark Miller brought in Basil Boz, a former Marine captain and an ex-paramilitary officer for CIA Special Operations.
Mark asked us to be involved with the rescue of Kobe Lee because we had been involved with his organization on other operations.
Drawing on the expertise of a network of former spies like himself, Boz rescues children around the world with his own nonprofit, the Association for the Recovery of Children, or ARC. In February of 2008, he started gathering intelligence in South Korea to prepare for Kobe's rescue.
We put an advance team together of 6 operators from ARC, and during that advance we ran SDRs, surveillance detection routes. We checked locations, addresses, we checked timing.
Meanwhile, back home in Queens, New York, early one morning, Tiffany's phone rang. It was Kobe. She could tell that Jeff was listening in.
I was like, oh my God. I didn't say to Kobe, you're missing, because I didn't want his father to not let him call me again or to hang up the phone, but I was just like, I love you, I miss you.
Belzora also spoke to him and will never forget what Kobe said to her.
Grandma, I love you. That was it. If anything else, I remember that. Grandma, I love you.
The calls started coming daily, twice a day. Then one day, in the middle of a conversation, Kobe dropped a bombshell.
He had said, oh, we're moving soon. And his father, and you heard him go, oh, why can't I tell her? Why, you know? And then he's like, and you're not supposed to say that. And then he's like, we're moving to the country soon.
The calls abruptly stopped. In desperation, Tiffany reached out to her anonymous contact, C.
She's like, if he goes out into the country, you're not going to be able to find him. So at that point, Mark was like, we have to do this now.
By this time, Boz had started putting together an operations order. It was based on grabbing Kobe at school, a scenario that would be less risky than staging the rescue in a more public place.
You can't afford to extract a child when there's 100 people looking. Because you don't know who those 100 people are. You don't know if they're going to like jump on you. You don't know if they're going to call the police. You don't know what they're going to do.
With the game plan taking shape, Tiffany and Mark flew to Seoul, arriving there on Monday, March 24th. They checked into the Hotel Cello, where later that night they met up with Boz. Nothing was left to chance. Even this hotel in the red light district had been carefully selected for the mission.
It was dark and dingy and gruddy and nasty and in the middle of a place where no one would want to go. It had what we call good screening. It provided us all the cover we needed to make sure this operation was run correctly.
I'm diabetic, and the cost of my medicine basically controls my life.
But Adam Laxalt opposes a plan that would cap insulin costs at $35 per month. Turns out Laxalt is personally invested in the big drug companies.
When they make money, he makes money.
So, it's Friday night dinner. All of a sudden, boom, boom. The kid's like, Dad, what is that? You gecko go, roar! Huh?
It's a bit too aggressive, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, sure, rewind it. How about this? Beg your pardon, but bundling your home and car insurance could save you hundreds. And then the neighbors are like, giant gecko? Huh? Who? Little girl. Hi, gecko.
Well, what a commercial.
Yeah, I know, right?
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
School is back, and Dick's Sporting Goods has everything your kids need to gear up so they can show up. The hottest brands like Nike, Jordan, The North Face, and more. And with 1 hour curbside pickup, it's never been easier to sport your style.
Introducing Tecate Alta. Low cal, low carb. Cerveza Suprema. Bring your all, bring your Alta.
I'm a geniac, check my drawers. My clothes smell so much fresher than before.
Try Gain Flings and you'll be a Gadiac too. The only detergent with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Tuesday, March 25th, 2008, Seoul, South Korea. From their base of operations in this hotel, Tiffany Rubin, Mark Miller, and Basil Boz were preparing an extremely dangerous mission to kidnap Tiffany's son, Kobe Lee, from his school. If they failed, they could all end up in jail.
I would have gone there and gotten him no matter what I had to do. I needed to risk that. I needed to get my child back.
She was a mom who was anticipating the recovery of her child, and she was brilliantly calm, but brilliantly nervous.
I basically stayed in the hotel room. I was not allowed out of the hotel room. I even ordered McDonald's into the hotel room.
Leaving Tiffany, Mark and Boz took a taxi to check out Kobe's school.
This is the target area. This is the AO, our area of operations. This was the school that Kobe was located. It was surrounded by a number of apartment buildings. I believe Kobe's grandmother was in this apartment area back here. And this is the park from which we ran surveillance.
From the park, they watched the school closely for any signs of security.
We saw no security in the area. No security guards, there were no cameras, nothing was detected.
But there are parents and teachers, a number of them, watching the different entrances.
In addition to that, we carefully moved down through the neighborhood and surveilled all of the neighborhood for routes in and out. How are we going to get transportation? Taxis are going by every 7 seconds. Are you going to be able to get a taxi every 7 seconds between the hours of 08 in the morning and 11 o'clock?
So we had all that down pat.
Although they had watched the school carefully that day, Boz and Mark didn't see Kobe.
There's so many kids growing up and it's chilly, so there's coats on, hats on, and you know, it's hard to tell.
That left only one option for Kobe's rescue.
We were going to go to the classroom. That was the only thing we could do. We knew unless he was sick, that's where he was going to be.
They knew the location of Kobe's classroom from their anonymous contact C.
He gave us the details that I needed to structure a flawless operations order. It was very important. From the good of his heart, Mr. C risked a lot to save a child's life.
With their plan now set, Mark and Boz returned to the hotel and reported in to Tiffany.
And he said, we're doing it tomorrow morning. We're doing it.
After spending a sleepless night, Tiffany got up early to prepare for the mission. Because her black skin made her conspicuous, she needed to alter her appearance.
We determined that if Tiffany was to be able to get anywhere near that school undetected, that she would have to be disguised.
We bought some makeup so that my skin would be white on my hands, and a mask.
These masks are typically worn by Koreans to protect them from germs and the cold.
I had a hooded sweatshirt with a black cap, and so it was really low, this cap, and the mask came up to here, so you could only see my eyes and my hands. That was all you could see.
Then Boz went over the operation carefully, step by step.
Kind of like a coach does for a football team. It's like, okay, here's our game plan. This is what we're going to do. 0800 hour. We all depart the hotel or the AO. Kobe School 0820. All personnel should move into place. Mark, you'll position yourself at the top of the park. Tiffany will remain with me, the bench at the lower, near the school entrance.
We were looking for Kobe to come, but we didn't see him.
0900 hours. School begins. Mark would run surveillance downstairs and make sure that our route was clean on the way out. 0915. On my command, Tiffany follows me to Kobe's classroom. We knocked on the door. The teacher answered the door. Sure enough, Kobe was in there.
I had to take everything off so Kobe would recognize me. And I'm like, Kobe. And I'm calling him, and one of the little girls in the room said Kobe and pointed to me. And he was like, what are you doing here?
He had a big smile on his face, and he just came to her and gave her a big hug, as if it were a dream come true.
His teacher followed him out. And I said, I'm mother. And then she looked at Kobe and said, it's my mom. It's my mom. He's like, oh, okay.
And I asked the teacher, I said, could we have 1 minute, please? And she said, certainly.
The teacher closed the door, leaving Tiffany with her son for the first time in months.
Inside, I was like dying. I wanted to hug him, but I knew if I had done that, I would start crying, and then he would be like, what's going on? And then we would draw attention to ourselves. So I had to be, okay, I had to be very calm. That was so hard. That was unbelievably hard.
They grabbed Kobe, and as they walked down the stairs and out of the building, Tiffany disguised him with a girl's wig.
He said, why am I wearing this wig? And I said, because you look great in that, buddy. And he goes, oh, okay, I'll keep it on.
They quickly found a taxi.
Probably 20 minutes have gone by now. We have everything packed, ready to go from the hotel.
But instead of going directly to the hotel, they used a trick of the spy trade and got off at a location a few blocks away.
The reason we got dropped off there is because we wanted to make sure we weren't being tailed.
Then they walked the rest of the way to the hotel where they picked up their bags. Grabbing another taxi, they made a beeline for the U.S. Embassy to get Kobe a new passport and help leaving the country.
We made a dry run from our hotel to the embassy the day before, and we knew with not that much traffic, it was about 45 minutes.
But the embassy was closing early that day, and they had a very small window to get there on time. In the taxi, Kobe could hardly contain himself.
He was a chatterbox. He could not stop talking. He was so excited. And his mother finally looked at him and said, has it been a long time since you've spoken English? And he said, yep. And then he started all over again.
They made it to the embassy before it closed for the day.
Boz went up to them and gave his credentials, said we have a rescued child. And it was like the whole place, like everyone came alive.
They were aware that there was a warrant out for Jeffrey's arrest, and they did a superb job in assisting us.
Kobe posed for this new passport photo and then had some fun with his mom.
While they're getting the passport, they called me to the window. Somebody from the embassy and said that Jeff had called here.
He made up a big thing and said, you know, I'm the custodial father, and she's kidnapping my son.
To avoid any possible trouble, embassy officials took them by a back route to the airport.
We went through baggage, everything was fine, they took our bags. And then when it came to immigration, they said he overstayed his visa. He came in here, where's his father? And we were like, oh my God.
They didn't want to let Kobe leave the country because Jeffrey had already applied for South Korean citizenship for Kobe.
The embassy officials explained the situation, showing them this poster, and Kobe was let through after a fine of $100 was paid. When Kobe saw the poster, he was shocked.
Kobe said, I was kidnapped! I was like, oh my God. This whole time, his father told him I just let him go. That I just let him, and they were gonna live there now, and Mom let me go.
Now, even Kobe was nervous, as they had to wait almost an hour before getting on the plane.
We're all just sitting there and just really on alert to see if there was any way Jeff had managed to get someone to stop us somehow.
Finally, they were allowed to board. They fastened their seatbelts and held their breath.
We're starting the taxi and we stop. And then we see one of the stewardesses come through with a paper. and they're looking at all the seats, and we're both just like, oh my God.
But it turned out the stewardess was looking for someone else. Finally, the plane began to lift off.
I'm like, all right, make sure it's in the air and gets out a little piece. And it hit, and sure enough, then we're just, it's happy tears.
School is back, and Dick's Sporting Goods has everything your kids need to gear up so they can show up. With the widest selection from the hottest brands, like Nike, Jordan, Hoka, The North Face, and more. The looks they want, the backpacks they need, all under one roof. When you're running short on time, 1 hour pickup is always an option. And with our best price guarantee, if you find a lower price, we'll match it. With looks this good, it's never been easier to sport your style.
At Universal Studios Hollywood, we test everything to make the best day in LA.
I-Rex versus T-Rex.
Verify. Newest ride.
New favorite.
The Wizarding World of Harry Potter. Universal Studios Hollywood. Let yourself whoa. And now you can buy a day, get a second day free on the best day in LA. Restrictions apply.
2 Sonic Chop House cheeseburgers coming up.
Adding the crispy onion.
Spreading the Chop House aioli.
Sonic Chop House cheeseburger, ready for pickup.
While other states took multiple drug companies to court over the opioid epidemic, Adam Laxalt took their campaign to action and used his office to block local attempts at holding one of the worst offenders accountable. Laxalt's only in it for himself.
On March 26, 2008, Kobe Lee, now 7, arrived at New York's JFK Airport, accompanied by his mother, Tiffany Rubin, and Mark Miller, who had helped rescue him from South Korea. He came home for the first time in 7 months to enjoy his reunion with his family.
Everybody was just so happy, so happy to get him back. So what did you think when you saw all the balloons and the signs and everyone was screaming and clapping?
I thought it was a surprise party.
Once everything had died down at night, it was kind of hard for him. He was happy to be back, but for a very long time he was nervous that his father was going to come and take him. How does it make you feel to know that you did that? What did he tell you about going there?
He told me that you let me go there.
He just said, I'll let you go? How long did you say you guys were staying there?
He didn't say that either. He didn't tell me that much.
So when I came to school to get you that day with those 2 strange guys, were you happy to see me?
I was happy. I was really, really happy.
You were really, really happy? You missed me a lot?
He was clearly relaxed being home with his mom, but I think the whole process of what he had gone through for a little guy was overwhelming.
For a good month later, I'd wake up and he'd be sitting on the foot of the bed because he just wanted to make sure we weren't gone.
It's hard to imagine any child not being severely affected by this. Most are traumatized by this, and this type of parental kidnapping is really a form of child abuse.
He'll tell me about grandma, I don't want to talk about it. If I'd ask him something. But now he's opened up a little by little.
How did you communicate in school since you didn't speak Korean? You didn't talk to anybody? Not even friends in class?
In his time in Korea, Kobe missed his 7th birthday, Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas.
Did you guys celebrate Christmas?
No.
No, so did you miss that?
A lot.
A lot. You missed Christmas the most when
Besides you guys. Christmas.
When he was gone, I didn't realize how much of me was so much defined by this little person. Like, I'm completely defined by him. Like, I'm Colby's mom.
Kobe's father, Jeffrey Lee, was arrested on October 2nd, 2008, as he tried to sneak into the United States through Guam, a U.S. territory.
As soon as I knew that, I knew I had to call Tiffany and give her the good news. So when I told her, there was such relief in her voice.
He was indicted on charges of international parental kidnapping and for making false statements in a passport application. Jeff pled guilty to the kidnapping and was sentenced to 2 years in a federal prison.
I hope he took the time to really think about what damage he did to his child.
With Jeff in jail, Tiffany and Kobe could breathe easily. But now that has changed, since Jeff is once again a free man.
His dad just got out of jail recently. He found a knife bag. He's afraid he's afraid that he's gonna try and take him again. And you'll see him, will be walking on the street, and if anyone, like an Asian man will walk by, he'll stop and just like look to make sure it's not him.
Okay, Ace.
I just want him to be raised in a situation that he don't have to worry about anybody doing anything wrong to him ever again.
Kobe completely understands what happened and what his father did. Sometimes parents, when they love their kids, they will do things that aren't exactly right to be with them, and he made that mistake. But I won't let it happen again.
So if you're happy and you know it, throw your hands up and show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. And if you love the life you're living, go ahead and dive right in and shake it like you mean it. Do a little dance. Show me what you got. Oh, 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 oh. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Find your happiness in San Diego.
I had been called the office a couple of times.
get back. I'm Archie. You look like a boy, Mama. You look like Kamala. You look like a handsome boy. Maya, your hair never will grow. It's gonna stay like that. Yes. It's just gonna be like a boy forever. So, Red Table Talk is that girl, the queen is dead. Queen Latifah? No. Beyonce? No. Janet? No. Mary J? No. Lauren Hill? No. Toni Braxton? No. Diana Ross? No. Tracy Ellis Ross? No. Monica? No. Brandy? No. Maya? No. Missy? No. The Spice Girl? No. Alicia? No. Ashanti? No. Mariah? No. Girl, the Queen of England. Adele? No. What the hell are they talking about then? We are rich.
It's your body.
Good morning, gorgeous. For me, definitely means self-love. Self-love for me means knowing your worth, knowing yourself, knowing this. It don't move, not here. It don't move, not here. It don't move, you know what I'm telling you? Not here. Not here. Not here. Not here. It don't move. I'm going to ask you some question. You ready to go to bed? Not yet. Why not? Because I need something to eat. That is just a real food. It's just a real snack. It isn't food. You
smartest kid I ever meet. Because Ashley tell the truth about everything. It makes me uncomfortable. To be honest with you, I was a liar coming up as a kid. I lied all my sentences started with, I didn't do it. All my sentences. Ashley, she tells you about everything. The other day I came downstairs, there's icing, mud cake, poured around the top. All the icing gone, dug out, all just around the top. Her little fingers just, I called Ashley. Did you eat all the icing off the cake? I'm expecting a lie. She looked at me and went, yes, I did. I said, why would you do that? She said, that's the only one I like. What about the rest of us that like icing? I'm supposed to eat a piece of icingless cake? She said, if you don't want it, you don't have it. And she walked away. I said, yeah, damn. My wife came downstairs 5 minutes later, saw the cake, looked at me, and went, who ate all the icing off the cake? I said, Ashley. She said, don't you eat a piece of icingless cake? I said, if you don't want it, you don't have it. She could have got a piece of icingless cake. We both sat our ass down and ate icingless cake. That's it. My biggest fear is getting sent to the nursing home. You understand? I'm gonna go on the
So he thinks I'm gonna go to the hair store, but really, I'm gonna be behind the bed and just scaring him, okay? As I'm
condition, whereby he was born without a jaw or a chin, which left Venia originally having doubts.
When we were friends, people always questioned our friendship, and if we were more than friends, and I would always tell them, no, we're just friends, because like I was embarrassed.
The couple are now happily married.
I didn't see his face anymore. I just saw his spirit, his personality.
But not everyone believes that this marriage is real.
She can't kiss him, or she must be cheating on him. We are faking marriage for attention.
Today we're doing pancakes, and pancakes make you fat, so try not to do too many. It's a finish, and I'll blend it up. I'm gonna make me some eggs.
She makes my pancakes really good. Hey, my name's Joseph. This is my wonderful Empress Venia, and I was born without a job.
Me and my husband Joe, we've been together for 2 years. When I first met Joe at work, I seen him walk into the building, and it was early in the morning. And when I saw Joseph, I was thinking to myself, am I really seeing this? Because, like I said, it was early, and I'm like, am I really seeing what I'm seeing? And I didn't want to talk to him because I felt like I knew I was curious, but I didn't want to be rude and ask him what happened, because I was just having all these assumptions of what happened to him. And so finally one day, he just, he mentioned it with somebody else, and then that's when I found out he was born without a jaw.
I was born with the condition of autofacial. That is when the person is born without a jaw or a chin. With that condition comes things like my hearing loss and the ability to can't smell as good as normal people would smell. Growing up like I am, it was a hit and miss, because I don't expect everyone to accept me, but I got all kinds of responses. Responses such as people running from me because they are scared, or they would scream or cry. But on the flip side, I do have people who love me and they do not see this condition. I realized I had feeling for her on the second day I seen her after me helping her out. She came to work, and when she turned the corner and seen me, she had a smile on her face that I was like, that's the most beautiful smile I ever seen. Then when I walked past her station, she signed the word hi to me. I was teaching her sign language a little, but the way she did it made me feel some kind of way.
I have never dated anyone with a disability before. Joe's the first person I've met with a disability. When we were friends, people always question our friendship, and if we were more than friends, and I would always tell them, no, we're just friends, because like I was embarrassed, I was ashamed, but eventually, getting to know Joseph time after time, I looked over that, and I didn't see his face anymore. I just saw his spirit, his personality. So the way me and Joe communicate is through his phone. We use the text-to-speech app, and also with sign language. He taught me alphabet, so I know from A to Z the alphabet. I gotta learn patience with Joe because he has to use his talk-to-speech, and I gotta wait on his response. Joe's very independent. He doesn't need my help with anything. The only
Hey, Ty, sit down, mustache.
For him, and
Sit.
sometimes when he's tired, I'll give him, his feeding.
Be quiet, Ace.
But everything else, he's independent with it. We got married June 26, 2020, and we didn't tell anybody. We just eloped. We went to a courthouse in Indiana, and we were just signing papers, trying to get ready for it. We wasn't planning on getting married then and there.
But guys, get on my
I
nerves.
was just like, hey, do you guys want to get married today? We can make it happen today. And I was like, sure. So I was dressed. Our family wasn't there.
I said, shut up. Shit. Get on my nerves. Oh.
give your ass a bath and shit. I know one thing. Get out! Get down! Dirty ass. Ah! You better not run out this darn cage. Oh, shut his butt. Where are you going? Get over here. In a minute, Lucy. Ace, get up here. Hey! Chill out! I said chill out! No!
David is complaining because shit around here is disrespectful.
Sit down. Sit.
Because we have enough water. We have a brand new water dispenser. We have a refrigerator with a filtered water system. And I pay for extra filters on a regular.
He lucky.
But tell me why I have to have these bottled waters everywhere around my house. And hey, these are the 3 random bottles I found in the girls' playroom. These have each been opened and one single each bottle. That means I'm looking at $6 worth of wasted
Really,
water.
Musa?
Just to throw this out.
You can't do it in the rock.
The reason why a man gets up, goes out to check the mail, and never comes back. I'm talking to Julie about this water, and I done told her.
Let me tell you,
No, you're wasting my money.
no, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Listen to me. My case at 24 was $6.79. A case for 35 was $3.90.
Musa.
My gas was around the case of 35. I didn't make nothing of it.
You gotta figure it out.
I think you would think of
Hurry up.
bad energy. All this for one second.
My space and my life force with this stupid conversation about bottles of water. Be responsible for the energy into your space.
All I'm saying is get the small ones.
You can say all your life is at this moment I'm done.
You're not done. You're going to listen to what I'm telling you. And I don't want to see no more big bottles in here. You understand? That's what it's doing, man. Let me find out.
Bring your ass, Musa. Shit.
Let me tell you something. If I find another bottle in here that's bigger than what I've authorized, I'm shutting the water off to the house. You understand? I'm shutting the water off and the Wi-Fi. Not gonna be disrespected and ignored in my house. Again, you can hobble around here with your broke ass foot if you want to. I mean it, Julie. I mean this is that's it. I'm letting you get me. That's it. No. Don't you worry. Julie, I'll disable your password. That's what I'll do. No, that's all. I don't want to see you on yourself one of these things called family. It ain't for the weak. What's that? Gotta be. When you get your license plate hot shot, you bet. Hey, you just threatened me out in public, you piece of shit.
Why do I see shit in your cave? Why?
Stop when people walk, you bet. Because you're a hot shot. Get out of here. Get away from me, you bet. Go. I'm running the camera, you piece of. Now leave.
Getting on my nerves. Hey. What damn shit pebbles. Disgusting.
Starved, homeless, and in danger. I called in because Orlando has mental problems. He's burned so many bridges, no one wants to deal with him. If you can't help, he does not have a chance. Orlando proud. Out of nowhere, he'll say, Michael Jackson's my father. I will never be. Does he want him? Yes, he does. I think that you're experiencing some confusion, and I'm offering to help you. A Dr. Phil exclusive.
Stop shitting in your cave. Tired of cleaning up your shit.
As a teen, he won over fans with his charming smile. But now, at 30 years old, Orlando has gone from a promising young actor to a homeless, mentally ill addict. Orlando's friends say they fear the actor is near death. Now, disturbing videos of the former star ranting
we're here and tell me what you're up against here.
Well, I called in because Orlando is, I don't want to diagnose him because I'm not professional, but he's obviously delusional. You know, he's financially in shambles. His living arrangements is in shambles. His whole life is in shambles right now, and he doesn't quite understand that. I took him in maybe about 8 months ago, and he has a drinking problem. He smokes a lot of weed. I mean, he has a really, really high tolerance for anything and everything, and you know, it's gotten out of control. There's nothing more I can do as far as financially and emotionally. I'm at my limit. The room I let him stay in was a disaster. It's like he had no upbringing. Like, this problem started a long time ago. I don't know how he even got this far in life. Like, he doesn't carry a wallet. He doesn't have ID. He keeps his money in his sock.
And how long did
his sock?
And how long did he stay with you?
Until he went to jail recently. I had kicked him out after so long.
You've been hanging in there for your friend Orlando for quite some time. Right. So tell me why we're here and tell me what you're up against here.
Well, I called in because Orlando is, I don't want to diagnose him because I'm not professional, but he's obviously delusional. You know, he's financially in shambles. His living arrangements is in shambles. His whole life is in shambles right now, and he doesn't quite understand that. I took him in maybe about 8 months ago, and he has a drinking problem. He smokes a lot of weed. I mean, he has a
Michaela the Prince, a professional dancer who has been Beyonce's dance captain.
Pop culture icon. She is a ballerina extraordinaire.
They called you a devil shot.
Michaela was abandoned at an orphanage where she was treated like a pariah. The adults thought she was cursed.
It's not a fairy tale. There's a lot of loss and a lot of pain. They ranked us by favorites, and 27 was the least favorite. I was number 27.
12 families had refused to take number 27.
They kept saying, why would somebody want to adopt the devil's child?
I knew that it would be
drinking problem. He smokes a lot of weed. I mean, he has a really, really high tolerance for anything.
So I want you to see what Julie has on
Don't touch me ever.
No.
That's what that outfit is. That outfit right there.
Tonight I will unlayer.
No, you won't.
Yes, I do.
We in it deep. How long we been married? I don't know. 17, 16 years? 16 strong. And look with this little outfit is. Look at that.
You're nasty. I think it put a hole in my sock.
What was you
That's
about?
disgusting. Oh my God.
Oh, you got that hot look right there.
Oh.
Go
didn't see this.
Well, I don't. Well.
You know, what if he sees this interview? He may think you're in a relationship, and then you're on TV saying, "I'm not in a relationship yet." Really.
Well, I thought we were, and then when we talked about it, we didn't get clarity. I don't know what it is.
Why didn't you do your mind control thing on it?
I
just said we were in a relationship. We weren't, because I mean, we can either way, baby. And then he's like, "We're in a relationship."
No, because I wanted to be genuine. I said, you know what? Let's just be happy. That one works, ladies.
You say, let's just be happy?
Yeah, let's just be happy. I'm happy with you exclusively, and you're happy with me exclusively, because you don't want him planting everywhere. And that's like genetically in a man's DNA.
You bet it is.
So
I'm always out there planting.
No, your desire to plant.
Huh?
It's to keep the population going. You want to plant.
Exactly.
But you won't, because you have not. No, you've made commitments.
Was it?
You made a commitment.
I made a commitment, yes. I am married.
Yes.
I am married, yes.
And you have children, which are the glue to the planting.
Yeah, okay.
And
so
now,
surrounded by snitches. Yeah. So now you're getting to them. Yeah. Everyone's got an iPhone. Yeah.
Right. So now you're planting.
Yeah, yes, that is true. But what I'm curious about is you say that you're not sure you're in a relationship.
Right.
What is it you need to know that? What qualities do you need to know? This is real. This is the long haul. Is it enough that he's just a nice guy?
It might be enough for like me, but not her. We've got to agree. Sometimes I'm like, I think he's wonderful, and she's like, I don't think so. And then if we're not
She speaks.
She speaks to me.
She's like, hey, up there!
I'm not the one. No, it's
I
like,
hope that's not how she sounds.
no, it's like, hey! You're not the guy! That is how she sounds. She's actually aggressive. No, but it's like how a man is. You know how a man, this says don't do it, and this says yes? We're the reverse.
Right.
So we will go, gosh.
That's not how my penis talks at all. My penis is like,
I'm tired. I'm kind of depressed. I'm just going to read tonight. Get it together. No, she just said she's closed. Closed for business. Won't do anything.
So the mind and the body must be together in a relationship.
We all have to
pure.
like him.
Yeah.
I have to like him emotionally, mentally, and then physically, so that we can get to that next level.
Get to that level. Yeah.
You can't do it if you don't have a vagina. You don't know. If you had a vagina. Then you too would have known the voice.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And you either.
Yeah. No, I know.
strict and unforgiving manager who stole Bay's childhood. Latavia Robertson, an original Destiny's Child girl, said he was like a drill sergeant. Matthew's boot camps included vigorous training and vocal exercises. He also made the band wake up early and run 3.5 miles while singing. But Solange didn't even get that tough love from her dad. And worst of all, she didn't feel loved by her 5-year-older sister. Beyonce's bandmate, Kelly Rowland, was at the family home all the time. Being the same age, Kelly became Bay's best friend and was treated like one of the sisters. Before too long, Solange was a third wheel. Matthew later admitted that Solange wasn't getting attention because Destiny's Child was kind of consuming the family. The two girls started working on each other's nerves. Their mother, Tina, became increasingly worried.
She was fine. She was all in her stuff. She was trying to hang around her and her friends, and Beyonce was really irritated.
Tina also hated that she didn't have much of a say in how Matthew treated the girls. The more popular Bay became, the more Solange felt like an outsider. The girl almost buried her ambitions, despite being undeniably talented, because her own father ignored her. And Matthew might have passed this narrative to Beyonce. The star grew up thinking she was the only gifted one in the family, so Solange would hide out in her room and pour all her hurt into writing songs. Then, when she was 13, Solange begged her parents to start recording her lyrics. But their dad said she was too young, no matter that they had been performing since age 10. Or that he didn't object when Solange wrote many of Destiny's Child songs. Later, Matthew allowed the youngest sister to be a backup dancer for the band. She once even filled in singing when Kelly Rowland got injured. But this was far removed from Solange's dreams of her own solo career, because the family's resources were all focused around Beyonce. Instead of feeling resentment or envy, Solange idolized her big sister. She tried to copycat Bay. Maybe that way she could be more loved. The sisters could have had a rift for life if it weren't for Tina's intervention. When things got really out of hand, their mom took action.
And so I took them to counseling very early so that the counselor could help Beyonce be more sensitive to Solange, because she couldn't stand her for a minute, when they were little.
The therapy opened Bay's eyes to what her sister had to endure. Little by little, she and Solange started to restore the bond they missed out on in childhood. But life was about to deal the youngest Knowles sibling another blow. Solange was 17 and just about to leave home and fulfill her creative ambitions. And then she fell pregnant with her high school sweetheart Daniel. The couple tied the knot soon after, but to Matthew that meant nothing. Once again, he put Bay's success over being a supportive dad, since in Matthew's eyes the pregnancy was an unspeakable scandal. But not because he was worried about Solange being a teenage mom. Instead, it was all about protecting Beyonce's reputation. So Matthew did everything to cover up the shame. He sent the pregnant Solange and her husband away to a remote town. Anything so the tabloids wouldn't get a hold of them. Solange didn't even have her family by her side to support her during the pregnancy. She was left all alone while her husband had to finish his studies. All she wanted was to have her big sister there with her. But Beyonce was still under Matthew's thumb, so they had to make do with phone calls. Solange was also devastated because she had to put her career on hold once again. First for her dad and sister, and now for her son. It was isolating and lonely, and so cold and dark. It was hard to imagine being able to progress my career in any way. And while she desperately wanted Beyonce by her side for the birth, it almost didn't happen. Bay was freaked out by the labor process, but she managed to be there for her sister. Years later, Solange divorced, and she threw everything into her career. She was making a name for herself, and didn't want to be affected by her sister's popularity. That's why Solange dropped her surname, and she developed her own tactics with intrusive interviews. I get asked about Beyonce all the time, but I try and make fun of it. Sometimes I say she's not my sister, other times I say I've stuffed her in my suitcase and sent her to Dubai. All the while, Beyonce was very supportive of Solange's career. In fact, she always known her little sister was going to be something special.
She had that star quality and that big presence even at 5. And that's okay with you? Oh, it was always okay with me, because that's my baby.
However, they later experienced family turmoil that put their bond at risk once again. The first blow came from their father. While Solange had always been hurt by his neglect, Bay appreciated everything he'd done for her.
Others believe she did it for her daughter. Motherhood completely changed Bay and her priorities. She could finally understand the pressure Solange had experienced with her son. That's when she saw just how many mistakes Matthew had made as a parent. In hindsight, both siblings now realize that their dad was the root of their rivalry. He does love his girls, but his motives back then were very selfish. Despite it all, Beyonce and Solange found a way to make up for their years of their rift. They kept a low profile for a while to support Solange's rise to fame. What's more, they rarely ever argue, and they often babysit each other's children. Now that they both have families themselves, they know what not to do. Learn from your parents' mistakes.
So look, man, I went to the mall and I put that man baby mama on his shirt, and I'm gonna wear this shirt in front of my dad.
bitch. I don't give a fuck what you did, what you get. So I had to get on and put my cap down too. Y'all, that shit feel like a car going across my motherfucking bitch. I am not letting that motherfucking stock in my head. I'm like, daddy, I'm fried. I'm just doing them. I'm not letting you get my lip liner, the lipstick, and the lip gloss. I need a little something. That's fine.
What's up?
What do you want, Joe? What did you eat? Bam. Excited to eat? I want you. I'm sorry. I'm angry. How are you?
What's the top?
Huh?
What are you playing?
Huh? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are these?
What is that?
What is this?
Like, those are underwear.
Exactly. Where they come from?
My brother probably.
Why are they in your purse? That don't make sense. No.
What do you mean? It does make sense. My mom did all of our laundry.
She doesn't touch people's underwear.
She touched her kid's underwear.
No, she didn't, because she didn't touch yours.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Carol, don't do that when I'm driving.
Take them.
They're not mine.
Yeah, they
I don't
are.
know where they came from.
Tell the truth.
What size are they? You don't have any like this?
Did you smell it?
I'm smelling them because I want to know if they're my brother's scent.
How would you know if it's your brother's scent?
You know my brother has a scent cologne. You know what?
No, we don't. No, we do not have the same cologne.
I'm not. I said no. Oh my God, dude, stop throwing these at me.
No. Where was you at? Who underwear from?
What? I don't know anyone here. I don't. What are you? Like they might be yours. Like.
I would know if I
No, you have so much underwear. How would you know?
if I'm the one that buy them. I know I wouldn't buy them. My skin is white or black. What color?
Or you
Dark
want
green.
or green or red.
Dark blue. So pretty much black. Stop taking my damn underwear on me. I can't trust you.
Yeah, but that's your fault. You don't trust me.
I feel like I don't trust you because I'm right now. There's no one to make it known, but it doesn't matter who's calling.
But
I don't trust you.
because it's my brother's underwear. Or possibly your underwear.
They're not my underwear.
Okay, well then put in their Spencer's. You want to break up over some underwear that I have no idea whose they are?
Underwear in my bag. It's not nobody else. They ain't your brothers. They're not mine. They're not yours. Like, what type of person are you into? First off, because they're small as
Skinny.
what?
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm so kidding. I'm so kidding. I am so kidding. I am so kidding. It's a break. It's a break. I bought. I was gonna let that go a little longer, but then I bought them small underwear, Charles. I can show you the receipt. It's up for you.
Show me the receipt. Once you show me the receipt, you can go get food.
You know that's no one's underwear.
Good job.
I'll show you the receipt. It's up
It's
for you.
okay.
Charles,
I'm on my way.
can you take the underwear?
No, I'm just like a young boy. Sorry. I know the last time I took him to a park, there was some kids that told him he looked like a monster or something. And he hadn't been back to that park ever since. So I had to tell him that I had to tell him that he's not a monster. He's just been through a lot. He goes through a lot. I actually knew when I was pregnant with that it was like a 50-50 chance that he would come out with a genetic condition. Amara has a condition called NF type 1, which is incurable, and which causes tumors and causes tumors to the skeletal and nervous system. So it just caused a lot of problems throughout his body. The growths can come from anywhere on his body. Amara has one of the worst cases that you can get.
White people don't make no sense. I'm here trying to gear myself up, you know, hype myself up to go up into work. So I thought I'd put on some of my lip gloss. It's my Morphe one. Tastes like sour babies. Right. I'm sitting here rubbing my lips together and I'm like, oh shit, I hardly got no lip. And from what I've seen out here in these streets, I actually got kind of a decent pair. Some white folks just smile and the whole thing goes away. I'm like, well shit, I didn't mean to smear it. Let it run off, looking at me like this. Yeah, I'm just like, who decided we were the ones? Right. Most of us out here ain't got lips, little eyes, no cheekbones, no curves. I mean, y'all ever kissed a white person? I have many times. I like kissing an upper lip. I like cheekbones. You ever seen a Latina in her 50s look like she's in her 30s? Because I know for a damn fact just seen a white woman in her 30s look like she's in her 50s. Half the time, white folks hit 30 and they lose their damn chins. Just up and lose them. They gonna be mad at you, I mean, I ain't trying to make nobody mad, but I mean, shit. A lot of us out here looking like bony-ass meat sacks to me. Who decided we were the elite? On behalf of white folks, I want to apologize to everyone because we must be a deluded bunch. We done convinced ourselves the whole ass lie. All right. And this one really don't make no sense to me.
Give it up for Jocelyn.
Jocelyn.
I say Jocelyn.
Boy, Jocelyn.
All right, siblings.
Boy, he's not in college.
That's how I need to learn. Do you have anger problems?
I used to. Not anymore.
Where they go?
Meditation. I feel like I hold them in because, like, I used to be like an angry person back in the day. But I feel like since I've been practicing yoga for the past 6 years, I've been like really calm. And so I feel like when people push my buttons, it just come out.
So when you're practicing something, you feel like you actually want it because it's just practice. Will it really count?
Yeah, it counts because everything I'm gonna do is practice. It counts.
So if you cut hair one time, I can say I'm a barber.
No.
So how can you be a cheater if you cheat one time?
Because you cheated.
That don't mean you're a cheater.
Do you cheat?
It depends on what it is.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Why we go straight to girlfriends? Why can't we go to like schoolwork?
Did you cheat at schoolwork?
I did.
I think you have to keep the dream that you had as a child when you get older. I feel like a lot of people let that dream go and they never successful. A lot of people told me, you know, stop doing music. Like, it sucks.
You said a lot of people like said that.
Like the whole world told me that when I never said that. Well, I don't know if you said that. You probably did. You just probably don't want to tell me.
I would tell you myself. Hey, you said it? Like anybody in this room said it?
You probably don't want to tell me.
I said it.
See, he said it. Get out. Get him out. I don't want him in here. Doing it here.
Okay,
Thank you, boo. Do you like thick girls? Have you ever had sex with a thick girl?
You like people that love themselves. Look at they love themselves than people.
No matter what they look like.
I talked to a real chick before.
How was that?
She walked out my life.
I'm done. I'm out of here. I would have walked out your life too, even if I could walk.
You feel like you think you're pregnant?
Yeah.
Let's see. I started off about 6 months from me being a child. I got raised by my mama, my daddy, and then that's when my daddy walked out on my mama because she couldn't cook. So I don't know if you can take something.
Yeah, she got and I did.
She got 5 kids, my father didn't do it.
Oh, well, nah, because she would have had five kids by one good. She like, damn, they keep dropping her ass. But why we talking about your mama like that? Why you doing her like that?
Oh, she cool. That's like my...
Okay. Yeah. I don't want her not to like me, so...
No, she like you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Could you see yourself working at McDonald's?
Hell, mother.
I'm just saying, let's say for one day. You think you'll be fired?
No. Cause what the I look like? You see this? Take a look.
What's wrong with
Do you see me? You see my talent? What the No.
They don't let you do that.
And let me tell you something. No. Cause what the I look like? Do you see this? Take a look.
What's wrong with
Do you see me? You see my talent? What the No.
They don't let you do that.
And let me tell you something. I recommend nobody to work at McDonald's. I recommend everybody to go after their dreams.
My cousin actually want to work at McDonald's and he said he's ready to be a shift leader. So are you saying you're a coward?
I'm saying it's crazy. Because why would you want to go work there?
Because he won't be a shift leader.
A shift?
Right now he third shift, so the chain.
Why don't you let him come work over here?
No, he don't like to. He want to work at McDonald's.
No.
Tell me the things about yourself that you feel like people don't know.
I'm very nice to my friends.
That's lame.
Why? People think I'm a bitch. I'm very giving. I give a lot.
You feel like you believe in rumors?
I believe in facts. I believe in science.
So about the TV show, man, I see a lot of people like getting into it. Do you feel like sometimes that's not them? They're just trying to do it just to actually be on the spotlight? What's your advice to people like that?
Listen, TV's not for everybody, okay? TV's not for everybody. I feel like the people that go on TV, they think they're ready, but then when they see all the cameras, it's like they get afraid, you know? And you know, you have to have a personality to go on TV. If you don't have any personality, why the yeah, you know? So I feel like a lot of people say they could do something, or they want to do something, and then when it's time to actually do it, they get scared.
Before we go out, you feel about two friends that have nothing in common, different type of houses, different shaped houses, but they're trying to force a relationship. What is your opinion today?
My opinion is still in
So you feel like SpongeBob and Patrick should stop?
But they're in the same situation. They on the water.
They got totally different stuff going on. So you want to break up the friendship between the two? The kids heard you say that. Okay.
Kids should not be watching that bullshit. Adults made that.
Is SpongeBob hurt down? I feel like it'd be a problem.
He's not even a real person.
You think so?
I know. Well, the person that does the voiceover is a real person, but not the actual character.
Have you ever seen him?
On TV?
You're not underwater, never know.
No. I don't think he is either, though.
So before we leave, it's something that you can share with the world that they can be looking forward to.
Season 4, Jocelyn's Cabaret is coming out. We're looking for some new and you should come make an appearance. You should ask them questions and help me pick them up.
Can you actually do this, Sarah?
Of course. I want you to come. I think they'll love you. And then the way you ask questions, you get to the bottom of things. So I feel like you'll know if they're there for me to be in the cabaret or if they're there just to, get 15 minutes of fame or whatever.
People heard it, so it's up to you to make a true wish of life.
No. I want you to come. I'm not a liar. You gotta come on Saturday. We're performing at Onyx. Yeah, at the strip club at Onyx.
Make money with your face.
Just don't throw it on my statement.
I got you.
Because I make it. That's it.
Watch this.
I like right now, I'm really liking my husband. My husband is a little funny about me.
Shout out to the husband, y'all.
Shout out to my nigga too.
And let's hope she start cooking for you, please.
He cooks. He does all the cooking.
You start cooking. If you're in trouble, blink.
If you're in trouble, blink. If you blink, I will come pick your ass.
You look down. See? You look away. Yeah. We need a part 2. So
this was so fast. Why are we done? We didn't go have cocktails. You ain't got no drinks here. You ain't got no smoke.
I ain't want to take drink champs.
No, I mean, I don't.
You see what happens when they start drinking? They start talking about it.
But see, myself, I don't drink that much. I drink a little bit of champagne, and I rarely smoke weed. So my drug days are over. Yeah.
Most money you gonna want in a day?
Probably like $45,000.
So like, if a plane crashes in the desert,
I'm not dying. I'm the only one that's gonna survive.
I ain't know what you. But where do you think bury the survivors?
Well, at that point, you have to eat it. You have
worse than I expected it to. You see, I don't want to do a piece with that freaking blue shirty disease. She's doing a test strand. Test strands are your best friend if you are curious as to it's going to work. If you can lighten your hair more, or you can do whatever color you're thinking of doing. Do a test strand in the back of your head. That way, if it burns off and breaks off at your scalp, you know it's not worth doing to your whole entire head. I went to Sammy's to get toner. So she's putting that CT15 toner, which I think is just like a beige color with like pink undertones to turn off the yellow. I don't think this is gonna do anything. I'm gonna be honest with you and you and you and you and you, Emma, it's not gonna do anything.
to see that I came out this way, they could be like, well, you know, Tiffany can do it. I know I can do it. Because really it's about how you think. I really believe in my heart, it's all about your thoughts. And if you believe that you can do something and do the work towards that, you can be and do whatever you want.
New York? Hoops. Hoops. New York! New York! Hoops! Kansas.
We walked in. It looks like somebody had the same dress I did. Damn, same dress. Except she had for the nurse.
That dress looks awful close to mine. It's a part of us jealous. Right. I'm not jealous. And you know it. I didn't feel she did the dress justice. Dress was meant for me. She had it on. She was doing it wrong, and it just pissed me off. It looks better on me anyway.
Well, that's your slave. Be the judge of that.
Look at the material.
You should be going home.
You can be the judge of it.
So,
Look at me. Look at you. It's touching it all up.
I know you ain't talking about tattooing it.
Oh, yeah. Does that look scrumptious? Does that look scrumptious? I would definitely say it was white poop versus evil poops. I wish you the best of luck. Hopefully you will find someone to grow happy with. That someone is not Flav, because Flav is my someone.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't wish you good luck because I don't want you doing your...
I'm not even
I don't give a Now, hope I see you go home tonight. That's all I have to say to you.
But hope, you have hope. I don't need hope. I don't work on hope. I work on fate. And fate says
Walk your ass out that door. I hope it backfires on her so bad. You know what I'm saying? I hope it backfires and I hope I get to see her ass walk out the door.
You won't take my luck.
I don't need your luck, babe. You need your luck. You need your luck.
I don't know if you caught me with this, maybe you didn't, so I'm here to let you know. Flav and I have been very intimate together, and it's not sex. I'm talking love making. Yes. This is top choice.
No, it's not, baby. It's bottom choice. Let's go open her legs and let's go.
Hey, listen. We work.
Okay.
We work. It's music.
Somebody carry a bucket.
But walking downstairs, my heart is going boom, 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 boom. You know, like George. Good evening, ladies. How you feeling, New York?
Feeling pretty good.
How you feeling, Hoops? Both of you have been tremendously great to me, man. I know that both of you are so different in so many ways, but each one of you is special in your own way. My heart started beating, know what I'm saying, but make up my mind. I'm never going to forget times that I've spent together with each one of you. Each one is special and precious to me. Your host, you said to me, no matter what, you always love me. You always be my friend. Will you still be like that if I pick New York? Why?
Because I love you. That's the decision you make. I'm still there for you.
New York?
Yes.
Love you, baby.
I love you
if the people leave it on your stuff when you come from the store. Okay, you understand me? You boosters, probably y'all too. Y'all already know. I used to be one of y'all too. But I had to change. But they left it on. I don't know if your alarm work, Rainbow, but you need to get your alarm right. I ain't gonna say which one. But this might come in there and go behind. But this is how you take this off. And some of y'all might already know. But I'm gonna help you out. You wanna burn that right now? Burn it. Let it get on fire. Let it go to burn. Yeah. Some people might already have a machine, but this is my way, or it's the highway. Yeah, you gotta burn it. And your lighter might get hot, so blow. But you need a knife now. You need a knife. And I got it in my hand. And you need a lighter. We're gonna burn this. Sometimes they get on fire right then and now. It's a little thicker. But you gotta burn. You got to burn. Sometimes it'll come right off easy without you ever having to use a knife. So now it's burning. Now it's doing what I need to do. But the evil ones, you want to be careful. It's burning. You want it to burn. Burn, big. Burn. 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 So this is when when you go to the store and you pay for your stuff, and they accidentally leave this on. You can mess with it while it's burning. See? It's over with now. You can put that aside somewhere. I'm gonna get it somewhere. Then you go and dig in there. Oh, you dig at it. See, this dig. This one's dig. This one dig. And then you get that little clear thing out of there. You want to get that little clear thing right now out of the way? This is a little harder one. Now you get the silver thing out of there. Now you good to go. You ain't tell nothing of it. If I would have tried to pull that off, I would have ripped this off. So I had to burn it off. Now sometimes on the side of your clothes, if you're powerful, you can pull it off without putting a hole in your stuff. You got strength in your hands. But we ain't got time to they had it on him. They had it on him. You know what I'm saying? So that's how you do that. But you gotta make sure you get. You see, I got this. I'm gonna show you. I got that off of there. That's from the back. That little silver piece that was in there, but I don't know. It went somewhere. But it was a little silver piece. You gotta jug it and get all that stuff out of there, and then you gonna come to the ball. See the little ball? Once you get to the balls, you good to go. That's all right. But that's how you do that. Rainbow, y'all left that on my shoes now. And I had to take it off myself. And the alarm didn't even go off, so I'm going over the system. So y'all check that out and get that right, Rainbow. Okay, babies? Make sure y'all check. I ain't gonna say where I went now. I don't want people to come there trying to get you. But something ain't right with your system. They go off on me. And I paid all that money. But guess what? To anybody that's buying some of your thing or your boots, that's how you do it. Y'all be blessed. I thank y'all for tuning in to Real Comedian Latrice Allen's show. And y'all be blessed. God is good. This is how you take one of these off. If the people leave it on your stuff when you come from the store. Okay? You understand me? You boosters. Probably y'all too. I used to be one of y'all too. But I had to change it. But it... Alright, check it. First of all, so I'm looking at my purse for my money, y'all. Right? Now, my kids is out of my kids in there. I don't want to accuse drinking or like you got some name. You acting like you got some. You acting like you got some. Hold that phone chain. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. That's a 50 right in there. You had 20 already. Find your way home. I don't give a damn. You stole that. You ain't get back in here, and I don't give a damn. You ain't getting back in here. You ain't getting back in here. You stay your ass right here, find your ride home. Find you a ride home, you pitiful dog. You stealing, been stealing from me, ain't gotta steal from me. You wrong for that. You stay right here where you at, and if you say anything, you wrong. You stay right here, find your ride home. You not getting back in here, y'all. Sit on down, get it. You stole it, shut my door and lock. Now. Shut my door and lock. You stole, you ain't have it, $20. $20, y'all. He had $20. This the money I'm missing. I had 2 20s and two 5s. This the money I'm missing. You finna find your ride home. That's what you do. Find your ride home. You better. This is the 20 you made from Miss Robert video. Miss Lana. He's not coming in here with me because I'm going to swing on him. He's not coming back with me. I'm leaving him right where he at. He's not going to get in here, Tommy. You're not getting nothing for stealing from me. That's staying here. I do everything for this man. And you got to steal from me? Everything. Get him what he wants, get him what he needs. You stealing from me. He's not getting here. Please go. He's not getting here. Keeping this money. I knew it. Now, I would have been wrong if I would have did something else soon. You could have stayed right there. You staying right there. Go, baby, go, honey. You're beautiful. Find a ride home. Go. He's not getting here. He's not getting in here. He's not getting in here. Go, like I said. I don't care. Let him stay right there. He'll find the way back for him. Come on, now. Hold on. Don't run in that road on that road, boo.
Serena Williams struggled to break out from the shadow of her older sister, Venus. Everyone around her made her feel like she wasn't good enough. And worst of all, that included her father, Richard. He started playing favorites, and Venus won. First at home, and later.
What did you see that made you feel like something was off?
He went to jail right after 8th grade.
He told you that he was going to kill your family.
He's my brother. And my mother said, over my dead body. That's exactly what happened.
Not getting a text was her first clue. Something was wrong.
William Belfour is in court today, accused of murdering Jennifer Hudson's family.
That is the part that haunts you.
How do you explain the deaths to yourself?
I can't say that I haven't been to the gravesite since we buried them. What can I do that I know he will be proud of?
She was a first witness in the trial of her former brother-in-law. How was it to see?
It made my skin crawl.
Jennifer Hudson broke down in court today, talking about her final moments with her family.
The tragedy comes from what has been a year of triumph for the newly engaged Hudson.
My mother always taught us that without family, you have nothing.
I always had like a family that is so supportive. I always used to say, Mama, don't I have a thing? It's kind of bad. Listen, Whitney used to do that. Jennifer's mom believed in her when no one else did. Your mom was the one who got you that audition for Idol.
The problem is, I don't think your kid would do anything better to have any chance of doing that as well.
And then I was eliminated from the show, so I don't know when, I don't know how, I don't know where, but I will be back. I recall the producers laughing. Jennifer was humiliated by their cruelty, but her mom wouldn't let her give up. Like, yeah, you cry, and then I get home, and it's like, okay, I still have my voice, it's not over. And my mom, she encouraged me, she always said, whatever makes you happy is what I want you to do. And when she got a shot at her dream role, Jennifer fought for her chance.
Did you want that movie more than you wanted to win American Idol?
Oh, God, yeah.
And Fantasia Barrino, who won that year, she was also up for Dream Girls.
There were a lot of people who wanted that job.
Like, I remember one time when William and he had an argument with my sister, and he told her, I'm gonna take Julia. And Julia went home and told my mother. And my mother said, over my dead body. That's exactly what happened.
At 3 p.m. on October 24th, 2008, Jennifer Hudson's older sister Julia walked into the Southside Chicago home she shared with her mother, brother, and son to find a grisly scene.
Just like that, Jennifer had lost her family.
He's my brother. I can't hear him say it. Jiggy, knock it off. Like right now, my mama be frustrated.
Like, stop crying. Like, I can't even say it. Now, so like when I say it, then that's when I find myself being most emotional. That's when you know it's real.
Saying the words, my family was murdered, makes it. I would think sitting in that courtroom and hearing the testimony of her dead also.
Yeah, even in her devastation, Jennifer was determined to face William.
How was it to see them?
It made my skin crawl.
She was a first witness in the trial of her former brother-in-law charged in the 2008 murders of Hudson's mother, brother, and 7-year-old nephew.
It's almost like reliving it over.
Also.
Yes. Jennifer was determined to face William.
How was it to see them?
It made my skin crawl.
She was a first witness in the trial of her former brother-in-law charged in the 2008 murders of Hudson's mother, brother, and 7-year-old nephew.
It's almost like reliving it over. I remember going home, sleep in bed with her, probably end up in my sister's bed. Like, yeah, it's always been.
When she wasn't home, she said they would exchange daily text messages. Not getting a text the morning of October 24th, 2008, Hudson said was her first clue something was wrong.
Jennifer's testimony helped to put her family's killer behind bars.
This past May, a jury found Balfour guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder.
I haven't been to the gravesite since we buried them, but now I want to go because I feel like, okay, we've accomplished this, we've done this, we got justice for you. I can't come back here empty-handed. So I came back with justice being served. So now I feel like I deserve to be able to see them. But once her fight was over, Jennifer had nothing left to keep her going. It's not easy to keep singing. I can't even get over, like, who do I root for first? And of course I'm gonna think of my mother. She's very quiet. And now that she's gone, I hear her voice more and more every day. My mom used to say, Jenny, one of my favorite things about you is that no matter how negative things are, you always seem to find a positive. And I remember thinking in that moment, like, am I supposed to find a positive in this? And so my sister and I started the Julia King Gift Foundation. And so we give back to unfortunate kids, make sure they have the school needs they need. And we also have a toy drive. The holiday season was the loss of one child. So many other children have become blessed. And I do find that starting organizations, communities, foundations, things that prompt change can be healing. The positive impact she was making even gave Jennifer a new perspective on the man who stole her family.
Have you forgiven him?
Yes. We tried to offer. Oh my God. I transformed the wig that I found in the box in my basement, bitch. And we about to put it on her thick ass. And I'm about to turn it to red riding hood so she can ride all the way to see her hood, period. So we're using a little LA Pro concealer, and we're about to put that on. And you see how I had to turn her head around? Your nervy ass is looking outside my window. I didn't get the window sweet for your ass to be gazing about, bitch. I got it so it could look good in my sleeve, so it could be in my background. That's why y'all got to take control of y'all client's head. Just grab that shit, twist it back. When you were controlling somebody's goddamn head, I be sitting there thinking like, oh, okay, she know what the fuck she doing. Y'all know when y'all go to a stylist and she get the braid tight, she get the turn in your head, she get the part hard as fuck. You be thinking like, damn, this bitch really not gonna be there. Like, I am motherfucking your head, just like Fake Bar, bitch. So I'm putting the wig on, clean the lace, you know what I'm saying? We positioning it. Now y'all see how this shit low key look at how mess. She keeps side-eyeing me and all this shit. But it's going to turn out delicious. Like she's going to be giving Carisha by the end of this motherfucking video. I'm blending in this blue. Y'all, I have to do a review for this blue. Like, Shawty sent me some motherfucking blue. That shit so goddamn strong, bitch. I'm telling you, I ain't tied my hair down in 2 weeks. Holy shit, still on move. You feel me? I'm blowing dry her hair hard as fuck. Not worried about it because I know that blue is never going to move. I'm giving her a part with the LA Pro concealer. Make sure you get these bitches parts. These wigs don't come with that. You have to make it. You know what I'm saying? Her shit would have been looking red as fuck, looking good as hell. Wake up, bitch, because you look good. Now we're about to cut. I put a little bit too much spritz up there. You know what I'm saying? Oh, whoopsie daisy. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, remember control. Maintain control. I'm about to yank her ass up out the seat, but I needed it done. And see, when you cut like this, you're going to cut down in the angle that you parked it. Look at that. Y'all learning shit. Look at that. Y'all not just laughing. Y'all hoes learning, bitch. Now, if y'all take y'all asses to school, y'all will fucking learn some more. So, back to the main objective, bitch. Y'all need to be going to school. And y'all, look, I'm planning my class too, hoes. I'm getting it the fuck together. I'm going to give y'all ass a week to do $100 deposit, right? And then once you pay $100, oh, hold on, they will pop money later, because, bitch, that's what's motherfucking talking, baby. Turn me up, Carisha. Get they ass, Miami. You look good as fuck. Turn her into red, right hood. All the hoods, please be on alert. She looks so pretty. And we could go out to the bar and get drunk this night. Like, it was just such a good night. We went and got us a Casamigos bottle. We went to the gas station. Niggas was out there going crazy, bitch. That's how you know your health is good. You go to the gas station. That's the main test, bitch. Period. She popping and locking and dropping it, hoe. She...
sections. Grab some bleach. Apply bleach to hair evenly. Boom! Apply bag and let it bake for 2.5 hours.
be back tomorrow. Oh, look. Look. That was work. He looks so much better. Really? Really? Nope, he ain't called me. He ain't called, and I ain't gonna call. You like his haircut? Yeah, I'll call it. Jeez, Ace. What? All right. Summons in me to take y'all outside. Move! Move! Ah! Get back! Get back! Sit down! You better not dart outside. I'll beat your ass. Did you just scratch yourself? Ow! Yikes! Why did you do that? Ace! How did that happen? Now you got a redneck. Officially. Like somebody just clawed onto you. Now I gotta give you a bath. I don't know what this nigga doing. He better show the fuck up in my car. I know. That much. I gotta give you a bath. Why'd you scratch the fuck out your neck? Oh my god. Unbelievable. Alright. Jeez. He's home. Move. Get back. You better not move.
What you doing now? That didn't mean go run past me to get away. Look at him, he's trying to run over that side because I'm in here. You running away?
He heard you coming around the corner.
I know.
He literally stopped what I was doing to him to hear the music coming as you was pulling in. I'm like, oh, he's home.
No, he ran away from me. What you eat?
Huh?
What you eat today?
Show him your haircut. See how he looks like you look so much better.
Come on. I ain't gonna beat you up, dude. I got your friend now.
He still got his hair around his neck, but that shit all trimmed down. I'm like, oh, this looks so much better.
Yeah, you do look better.
Like a handsome.
Hey, calm down.
I already took them out, so he's just doing that.
He's jealous because he saw me run.
Yeah.
My bad, I couldn't get that shit put on there today. My boss is acting funny with me now since I asked him about my fucking money and about my holiday pay that I'm supposed to give him. And all the only two supervisors that ain't been acting funny with that shit is Chris and Luis, the Mexican. But all the other ones that normally be all up in my face and shit and be cool ever since I said something about my motherfucking money. Dude been acting funny. He ain't even want to let me work on the cop. Any other time I'd have asked to work on that motherfucker. Oh yeah, bring it. I'd have watched him work on his shit, do a whole tune-up, and charge the store for spark plugs, shit like that, everything. Him and everybody else in there, but because I said something about my fucking money, I ain't gonna act funny. So I know I'm finna hurry up and try to find me another job because it's gonna make me put hands on you.
No, it's not. It's just let time pass. And you know what I'm saying?
I will.
It's not, that's all I'm like, don't stress about it. It's alright. It's not worth it. Honestly. If my car was like leaking, then it'll be a problem.
No, when it gets to that point, I'm just gonna pay and have them put that shit on there either way it go.
But the shit's not even leaking, and most of that leakage is from the AC when I'm running the car.
Well, when he went up under there, he showed me where the leak is at. It's coming from the top part of the oil pan as far as where that gas is supposed to sit. It's not sealing, bro. So that's where that oil comes from.
Come on, because I saw 2 of them on you. Come on.
2 what?
I don't know if they're like fleas or what.
He need a bath.
I was gonna wait till tomorrow, and then I'm like, you know, he keeps scratching so much.
No, you can't because you cut his hair down. The only thing is, what you're gonna have to do is use that brush and just go through his fur.
No, like that. And then this dumb idiot, because he was scratching so hard, gashed his neck. Look at it. Ace, come here. Show him what you did to your neck. Like a vampire just clawed
I already know
you.
he been fucking himself up because when I saw the little spider run from that last night.
No, he just did that with him scratching. Show him what you did to your neck. You know you're supposed to be in my kitchen. Not in my kitchen.
Not me. Sit. Hey, down.
You see it?
Yeah.
Like, damn, Ace.
Musa, I'm gonna let you out for a minute. I
got it, baby. Done with that shit for
I got you.
Come on, Ace. You gotta come this way.
Go that way. Go. Alright.
I took both them out.
No, he just wanted out because he see Ace out.
I know.
So he wants some attention time, so I'm about to give it to him.
Before you do that,
Go.
take that out.
I am. Because I saw a signal. I just want to take this out.
Come on, Speedy.
Man, why you standing up under me? I'm trying to change. I just had a long, dumbass, rough day at work. I want to relax. All right, pal.
Ace, come here.
Go see what your mama want. And get up. That way. Musa, I got you. Give me a second, baby. I'm going to get you. Wait. I'm coming for you. Yes. Yes, I am. See that?
Stop drinking the water. You're not going to get enough dinner.
Who's my baby? Who my big baby? Yeah.
And I can't do that shit on his neck either.
What?
That fucking brush. I'm gonna just use his brush.
Alright. Sit.
Because of that open, somewhat cut he did to himself.
You're fucking stuff up. Sit down. Watch me. When you smell like feet, I'm gonna give you a bath tomorrow. Be still. Hey! If I tell you one more time, be still, I'm gonna beat you.